Welcome back to day 2 here in the China region for Division 2 in the Spring Tour. Deno, we got 2 more series of our entertainment. We got some brand new teams as well, fresh new teams coming out from those qualifiers. But for us, we had a big night last night. We were over in Western Europe doing some casting, 3 series up until 7 a.m. The Dota doesn't stop. We got some more incredible games going on today. Did you get enough sleep? Are you excited? How are you feeling? You energized?
I don't need any sleep to cast Dota, all right? I could do this in my sleep. That's how ready I am for it. So I'm keen to see what the result's going to be today because, again, we talked about it last time we were casting China. You got 6 new teams coming through as a result of everything that happened last tour. So I'm interested to see who set themselves apart from the pack. We, of course, had Poke and Meteor, the 2 teams that actually stayed from Division 2 last time, who lost their first series. So it was a bunch of the newbies really showing who's boss. And, well, this time around, as we could see some of the highlights here from the old gameplay, the old, I think it was Togemon that looked like the cactus logo there, was pretty impressive. You know, they were able to, they were long series though, 3 games, both of them.
Yes, they were. They were very long games, but we saw in the end, like you said, one of those close qualifiers teams was able to take it out against Poke. It was a very impressive performance overall. We gave a lot of props to Butterfly Effect in a couple of those games with his performance in particular. Out of some of the other members, I mean, that was just our first series. The second series as well was Media versus Lonely Rock and Roll, which was was another exciting series as well. Good to see some of these brand new teams come in. It was a little bit more, the games didn't go as long as the first series did.
No, they didn't, but that's just the power of anime, you know. Lonely Rock and Roll have the power of Bocce the Rock to give themselves a little bit of a boost, but I mean, yeah, these early games were really a big brawl, weren't they? You know, we were expecting, you know, maybe this lineup with the LC countering the Faceless Void could have gone a little bit better than it did, but yeah, the Faceless Void really turned up this game in particular. Good old Lonfair. I think that brings him to like a 5 wins out of 6 record on this Faceless Void, so you can see why. Able to land multi-man chronos, get out of a tough lane in a really good spot. So yeah, keen to see what he's going to be able to do moving forward.
Yeah, considering this is a hero that we see occasionally at the moment, but not too often. It really has to be one of the better Faceless Void games, but when you get it in his hands, he's, you know, more than comfortable. And it looks like the team plays very well around his Faceless Void as well, but unfortunately for them, they just weren't able to close out the series. For, again, like we were saying, that was a team that stuck around since the previous tour. They just narrowly avoided relegation along with the team we are currently seeing in the highlight being Meteor Gaming, who looked, this was another very interesting series, like a lot of back and forth. This game in particular, they have a 2-4 sets barracks advantage 26 minutes in, and the lead just evaporated.
Yeah, they couldn't close it out. So we'll see if that's a trend that continues all throughout. I mean, Bocce was a big reason why they won this first game. His arrows many times were on point. The arrow there caught the Morphling. I think he still dies as a result of the song. And then there was 2 other times, in addition to this one, that the arrow also just catches him out of position and they get heavily punished for it.
That they do. So with these 2 teams now, you got 2 with a win and 2 with the loss, and then again we got 2 brand new teams. So
you remember that he BKB'd by accident and then they just GG'd without actually defending at all.
Yeah,
oof, that was rough.
Never feels good, but you know,
and my Coddle call, let's go. I remember
that was a great call. That was a great call. They had a very good game behind it. Like Echo's KDA wasn't too crazy, but he definitely fulfilled his role. You know, he did what he was required out of the Keeper of the Light in that game in particular. And you know, we saw the strength of Meteor. Game 1, of course, was in their lead for a little bit. Game 2, unfortunately, Game 1 also fell at their grasp. But you know, this is still a team that they showed what can occur when you bring in a pretty well-known player now in Echoes, who's, you know, been on that roster on eHome. Some that would be more familiar with. So
the old
at least for those
from China. But
yes.
You know, he was replaced by Firefly this tour, and we've got them playing today. Actually, second series, Piggy Killer is their new name. So Yeah, let's see if he's still got the stuff. I'm sure he's got a bit of a point to prove because him and YDS were actually removed from the team in favor of Fly and Frisk. So they certainly have a lot of potential grievances with their fellow Chinese players. But I would say for Echo, maybe it's a little bit less so, just because, XM, he had originally made the move from the mid-roll to carry, just to be able to try and make that previous team work. And, if it's like his team, then you can't really begrudge him from saying, look, I want to go back to my role. You got to step aside.
Yeah. So at least now he's going to be in that comfort in the position too, as we do get to take a look at the leaderboard. Of course, nothing too crazy with only 2 series getting played, but it gives us a bit of an idea where some of those 4 teams are currently standing, and then the remaining 4 teams that we haven't seen so far will be playing it out today. So we'll take a look at how this one is shaping up in regards to the schedule. First off, we're going to be starting Team Bright versus IG Vitality, and then Peaky Killers versus Supernova. Again, Peaky Killers is really the one I'm looking forward to, just because this is a 5-man with all well-known players. So just how they're able to gel together, because honestly, these are 5 really incredible players, and we have seen what has happened in China in particular when you try and build a powerhouse of a roster. I mean, you take your mind back to Elephant. Yes, this is not the caliber of the players on Elephant, but it's pretty goddamn similar. Like, you're maybe just a step under. That is definitely still the team to look out for.
Yeah, but what happened to Elephant, though?
Yeah, they, no bueno.
No bueno.
No bueno.
Oh, man, so, I remember ROTK crying, man, when they got knocked out. That was so sad. But, there's got to be winners, there's got to be losers, unfortunately. You just talk about the super team, right? You just think back all the way to TI 4 times in the old DK when, you had Mushi and Ice playing with some of the best Chinese players in existence at that point. I think it was MMY, Burning, and... I'm forgetting one person. Lanham, I think it was. That was the last member of that one. So, I mean, that is the definition of a super team from back in the day.
Yeah, unfortunately for me, I didn't get to see that super team. There's been a lot of talk about that. Team Orange as well? Am I
Orange was C.
Orange was C. Okay, never mind. I'm trying to think of some other powerhouse ones that I missed in China early on. I missed the early run of that Invictus maybe? Gaming. Tongfu, I missed the newbie TI run as well, where they're able to win it. Yeah, there was a couple of the early Chinese ones that unfortunately I wasn't around.
Original eHome, like they were the people, like at TI1, they were the favorites to win the whole thing. So there's been China super teams all throughout. Do you ever remember the story of like everything surrounding TI1? Have you ever like read up on this?
No, I don't think so. What's the story behind it?
So basically, TI1 came out, and this is a tournament where, up until this point, well, we'll go through the team intros first, then we'll get into it. But we got IG Vitality here. Obviously, like in terms of team names as opposed to player names, they are in the lead. Like everyone knows IG. They are a stalwart of the Chinese region, and we've got some few familiar names there. DQQ probably the highest on that list, but when you consider what they're coming up against, it's not exactly like not a lot of people would know Team Bright, but you've got players like Phoenix, you got players like Irving, as well as Hart. He's coming through. He was previously known as Once, but yeah, we can just see there, Phoenix, Irving, they're the ones that are really going to provide a lot of the experience to some of the newer players in Imitator and Undying.
Yeah, I'm really looking at what Irving can help provide this Team Bright team, because with his experience over in VG Gaming, I know it wasn't too long and didn't have the greatest showing from them. They were around for 2 tours, and both of them was 5th place finishes from them. And then we saw the addition of some new boys coming in over for that previous TI, where they even moved Yang over to 5 as well. But how much was Irving able to grow and learn as a player, as an individual? Can he be that maybe more of a vocal leader if they're requiring it out of him? Because potentially that's going to be something that some of the other members of their team might struggle with without some of that experience.
Yeah, I mean, you and I have seen firsthand like how different players adapt to having that higher level of responsibility. You know, like you and I know KP fairly well, and we were casting the tiebreakers at the last TI where they were going up against Entity. They had a rough game one on Talon, and KP was by far the most experienced. And unfortunately for Talon, he just didn't really seem to fill the void of that really vocal pump up the rest of the team, you know, that sort of style. And Entity were able to take that one and make a pretty good run in the TI bracket itself. So obviously we're not quite at that stakes just yet, but it's still an important role to, at least if you're not great at it, fake it till you make it, because you know, you've got teammates that might just have no clue whatsoever. Yeah,
you got boys that kind of need the backing, need some of the confidence that you're going to be able to provide them. So we'll see what Irving's able to help out with, and kind of I'm intrigued to see maybe some of the identity that we'll get from either of these two teams as well. We didn't get anything crazy in our two previous series when we were casting a couple days ago, but last night for Western Europe, like hero picks. But last night in Western Europe, we were getting a lot. We got Bounty Hunter. Thompson put out his, of course, mid Oracle. We got an offlane Ember. So there was a lot to look at in regards to different strategies. There was a mid Pugner that just ran over a game. So going to be exciting to see kind of the identity, what these teams feel confident with, if it's just going to be, you know, the similar stock standard, your basic kind of meta heroes, or if they will chuck in, you know, a little bit extra here and there.
We'll see. I mean, it's kind of ironic that you've got Team Bright with the play with the name Undying, and they mostly ban Undying, so it's a little bit of an interesting interaction there. But you know, they got plenty of other heroes that they like to pick up. I would say, honestly, IVG Vitality, despite having the more known name, their drafting is a little bit more predictable. Like, they pick Ember every single time if they can afford to. You know, the support hero pool isn't that broad. You know, they pick Tusk and they pick Jakiro and they pick Snapfire. That's really their main three. So they're just going to go back to the pool every single time for that, and then you're going to be able to respond to that accordingly, right? If they're going to pick a Tusk, then hope you have a Jakiro in your back pocket, because we know that that's a really solid counter if you're going to use the snowball aggressively.
Could this be maybe a bit of a weakness heading into just the series and overall the tour then, if we feel like they're pretty set in stone on what they feel is very strong and they don't have the greatest pool to work around with?
Yeah, I would say so, absolutely. You know, you got to make sure that you're not making everything that you do predictable, not just in the draft, but in the game as well. You know, if you're always warding in the same spot, people are going to pick up on that. People aren't lazy anymore. They're going to look at replays. They're going to see if there's a trend to, you know, every single time mid ward goes here, every single time support ward goes here. So you got to provide a little bit of variety, have multiple plans so that, yeah, it's just make it hard to play against you is basically the way that I like to, my philosophy for Dota.
Okay, no, we'll see if that's going to break out here in our game one. We do have the draft coming up very shortly. We're just soon loading in. There was a quick little client update for a second. Demo guy got excited. You can't not get excited when you see a client update. Who knows? Maybe patch, something crazy could be on. Look, I was hopeful. You can't blame me. You cannot blame me. I was hopeful that we might get something crazy. We've somehow been
probably added
lucky.
Another pixel or something.
We've somehow been pretty lucky when we find a way to get a cast as soon as the patch drops. So
that's true.
Unfortunately, no patch, nothing like that. Just a small little update, nothing crazy, and we will get ourselves underway pretty shortly. Both teams are in the draft.
All right, so while we wait for the draft to get going, first phase of bans, quickly, the story with TI1. So basically, up until that point, you had like tournaments with a $20,000 prize pool, and then suddenly Valve drops this bombshell of like, hey, we got Dota 2, completely new game, completely new engine, $1.6 million prize pool. A lot of the Chinese teams thought it was fake. They thought it was a scam. And so they just didn't end up going. They were like, man, we're actually standing to lose a lot of money by going to the other side of the world and competing for what might not even be a real thing. But, you know, we saw eHome, they took it up. They ended up getting in second place, of course, to Na'Vi. But you just have to wonder how different the Dota scene would have been altogether. Like, Dendi might not be the face of Dota if more Chinese teams went and they actually won that first TI. We saw the period of dominance from China from, like, honestly, even including TI1 up until, what, TI6, I would say.
And we'll see if they are going to be able to kind of pick up where they left off in a lot of TIs ago. It's going to take quite some time, a year, even maybe a little bit more for this development, which is what we've kind of been, the angle we've been taking overall for this tour. Of course, with some of the recent issues going on, you've got a lot of new players in, a lot of new teams in, and this is going to just be a time for them to be able to get the reps under their belt, find those games and get the confidence going, get the practice going. But I mean, game one,
we got some funny faces being made by the IG Vitality boys here. Like, I think it's just around this Broodmother pick because they're like, wait a second, this isn't something that they've ever really played all that much before. Yeah, they always ban it out as one of the highest priorities. So what are they doing picking it? Most of the time, IG Vitality, they make sure that Broodmother's gone. So the fact that Team Bright are going to first pick it, give them chances to be able to respond to it, that's it might be throwing them through a little bit of a loop. Disruptor's a good response to it, of course. Thunderstrike means that you can't just run off into the trees. Kinetic Field, again, Broodmother, not a BKB buyer unless it's in the position 1 role. So you've got the tools to be able to lock in onto that Brood and take him down. But let's see if they're going to have someone better to address him in the lane. And, well, they're making no mistakes about it. They're just like, we're going to try and deal with this Nature's Prophet as well.
They very early double core pickup, though, from Team Bright. So you at least have the opportunity to be able to protect the Morphling here at the 8th. You already see the Anti-Mage is banned out. But you like how early they've revealed 2 cores?
It's just comfort for Hart. Like, he loves playing this Morphling. So I think when you've got that, plus, you know, you like buying into the Manta, so if you're on point, which he is, you can Manta dodge the Glimpse, you can look to get in onto the Nature's Prophet, again, like I was saying before. So, yeah, I think it's totally fine. And it does synergize fairly well with some of their other hero picks, right? I'm assuming that they're going to look to go for something like a Clockwork next, just because it's really solid lane together with a Morphling. Undyne plays it. If Imitator absolutely needs to flex, if there's like a hero matchup, then he can do it as well, just in that position 5. If I'm Team Bright as well, I'm looking to potentially prioritize a Death Prophet. It's something that they play across 3 different roles, actually. Even in the position 4, they like to pick it up. And again, against IG Vitality, who love this Ember Spirit, and again, it's against a Broodmother, so Ember Spirit with Maelstrom feels pretty nice. I feel like that's something that you do want to look to potentially address.
So far, continuing to get rid of some of the trickier position 1 matchups for the Morphling at the moment. Of course, we've seen the Drow Ranger be incredibly strong. Can be an issue for the Broodmother in the lane as well, depending on the support. Double range would have been interesting. Maybe there was an avenue for them to be able to kind of break that combo, but they just want to make sure they don't have this nice core-to-core matchup overall as the game goes on.
They might Naga if they don't get rid of it, though. We saw that is always a response to the Morphling and the Naga Siren. Again, it's Ukyo's comfort, so got to make sure that that's not a factor. That Ancient Apparition, A, Morphling, but B, it screams Death Prophet to me, that they're looking to potentially pick this one up in one of the early parts of this this next phase of the draft. So I wonder if IG Vitality might look to snipe it themselves. China loves Death Prophet, we know that. They love Tusk, they love Death Prophet, they love Tiny. That's the big ones. Just more of a laning counter.
Is there any weakness with a Crystal Maiden Disruptor support duo?
Yep. You can get run over. So that's always the danger. I'm really wanting to see them emphasize a really early BKB buyer as well, so that you're not really caring about these supports at all, and then you're just able to rip them to shreds. Could they... I mean, Amber for Team Bright seems pretty good too, but I'm not quite as certain about it, just because there are so many counters still in the pool, and IG Vitality have that potential to be able to get that counter pick in this phase. For now, they're just going to Rubik. It's solid across, you know, a couple of different roles, some good spells to steal as well, so I don't hate it. I think you could just DP, man, honestly.
5 seconds remaining.
DP Pango even, but I guess you're worried about a Bloodseeker potentially. What else is there? Tiny's still in the pool, but your support's
Wait,
basically...
you probably
been
pick your
picked.
other support here, though, right? For Bright?
Probably, but like, what's the one that you're prioritizing? I guess it's just the clock. Clockwork works fine here. Phoenix, okay. Wasn't expecting that.
No.
It's a little passive, to be honest.
It is. China and their Phoenix, and in regards to their team fight, so definitely
Great hero.
a hero that they love. Yes. Just, you don't really have a way to currently protect the egg, and can be some weaknesses to the hero.
That's CM level 20 talent. 250 attack speed. Yeah.
All right, they've got the answer. Don't need to draft into it. They've already got the Crystal Maiden. It's a 1 CM going Midas. She can do it. Don't, come on now. You
Throwback
haven't
to
seen it?
Misery. Oh, yeah, Misery did it. TI 4-ish time when he was playing on Cloud9. He just, it was either 4 or 5. He popularized, like, support squad Midas, and CM was the main one that he did, just because, why not? Let's try and we've been on this patch for so long. We got to try some new stuff. We saw it a bunch in Western Europe yesterday. Let's get some more Midas. Crazy stuff. I mean, again, if they're going to play passive like this with, a Phoenix and a Rubik, they're not exactly the most active supports. They don't have a ton of early game damage. Morphling doesn't exactly have anyone that wants to go in first for him yet either. So it's really only the Broodmother that you're having to address. So, I don't know, maybe they can get away with some greed. We'll see. There's that Naga.
They do Naga. So something you brought up before, of course, a great way to address the Broodmother, but it's a Naga disruptor as well. So you've got the song, being able to set up for the Static Storm.
They just need a Darkseer now for that classic China combination. It's before your time, but you've seen the play,
I have
right?
seen, yes.
Okay, yeah. Remember, you could vacuum
I've seen.
during the song? That was crazy.
That is a iconic play. How could I forget LD's voice in my ear singing it up?
10 seconds remaining.
See what they're going to ban.
And Lumi as well.
5
You got to give
And
respect to our forefathers. Man, that makes them sound super old. They're not that old.
They are kind of they are the forefathers though. Like
Trailblazers.
It is true. Sure. Might be a better way to put it. So we see the Storm and the DK band out. I mean, this is kind of screaming Ember, right? Yeah. It's kind of screaming Ember. I mean, they have some pretty good lane matchups overall into the Ember, and it would be very nice to provide them overall the game matchup to get that jump in. That is kind of one thing they're currently lacking for IG Vitality, is finding that initiation.
5 seconds.
Love a hero to get in first here to set up and help out with that glimpse for the Disruptor.
I think it's probably going to go Ember Spirit and then a Pango response. Unless IG ban out the Ember Spirit for themselves. I'm sure they're saying, are they going to pick it? Will they do it? But I think you just got to... You got to let it go. I mean, you could potentially even Huskar if you really wanted to. You get an Aghanim Scepter, you get onto that Broodmother, you can't run away. Same sort of thing with a Morphling. You can't just... it's a taunt as well, right? So I don't think you can even get the Morph off if you've got the Aghanim Shard. I'm not sure, though. Might be wrong.
Yeah, so I think, like you said, I mean, I even maybe put Mars in that trio pool, Ember, Pango, Mars for Bright. There's the Ember band, so
They needed to.
I think Pango, Mars in particular, I know there is some Flex Mars mid lane over in China. Just if that's in something else they wanted to go down. But Pango, great hero, addresses the Naga, gets in, which they were currently lacking a way to initiate, able to protect the Supernova. I like the pickle up.
Can find the Prophet. You're not worried about level 20 on Prophet anymore, just to stop Pango entirely. Spell immunity, not affected by that Sprout talent anymore. And they're going to go a Quap. I mean...
It's a pretty free Quap game.
Is it?
They've got 1 stun. 2 with
but
Rolling Thunder.
When I think free, I think like Puck, that like someone that's just got so much mobility that there's just no way to be able to lock her down. It really does depend on the individual's gameplay, right? If you blink in, you're in. And I feel like if they're in, you've got damage to be able to deal with it. You know, that's the big thing that I felt was lacking from Bright's game plan until this Pango came out, right? He is finally someone that you want to go in first, and he's going to give Morphling the opportunity to go in. But if the Quap's the one going in, then Morphling doesn't need to use that waveform to initiate. You can just stand there and fight. So we'll see. We'll see. I think both teams have a bit of an issue of no one to really lead. I'd say Team Bright addressed that a little bit better with this Pango pick, whereas IG Vitality kind of feels like they're just going to be rallying around eventually, you know, this push from the Nature's Prophet. You're going to have Naga Illusions pushing, and you can maybe force a bad TP, for example, from Team Bright, and then you can actually look to make the play. I really don't know which team I favor here. I think the Naga is a good response to the Brood Mother. It's a good response to the Morphling. I think the Nature's Prophet hasn't really been addressed enough outside of this Pangolier. So maybe IG Vitality is who I'm slightly leaning towards. How about you?
I think I was going to say pretty much every reason you just said. I think for IG Vitality, their lane matchups in particular, I think favors them slightly. My thing I'm looking at is just how much can the Pango get out of this game? I think this was a great pick, and my concern is just a lane, because the Queen of Pain is a lane dominator. You're very happy with playing into this Pango, but it's just, can Phoenix get a little bit more out of this lane than they're expecting? Because if he does, then they also kind of struggle with dealing. Maybe he could be caught out by that Static Storm. I guess Frostbite's a bit of an issue as well, but I just think solely because of the matchups that we see from IG Vitality, I'll just give them an edge. But again, if Pango has a good game, I think that could be the catalyst for success here on Team Bright.
He's going to need to. He needs to do everything in this early game. He needs to be the one to sit up for this Broodmother. Like that's where I'm expecting the rotations to come to, right? Pango to go up to Broodmother's lane, get a kill, open up the map by taking the tower, give Morphling more space to farm. It's going to be very important that he gets off to a good start here. Cheeky little plays. I think maybe trying to bait out the fact that maybe they've got a ward up on this high ground, but it's just a friendly spider. She doesn't look that friendly, though. Look at those glowing eyes.
Should we make a petition for people to stop making Broodmother sets? They keep getting scarier, set by set. They keep getting scarier. I'm not vibing with it. I'm not gonna lie. I don't like these scary sets.
Doesn't feel great,
You
does
know another thing I'm not enjoying currently?
Go on.
These goddamn new Twitch ads, and well, it's going to be different for every one of us. But are you getting the haunted ones at the moment?
No.
I'm getting some
It's not
scary.
October.
No, well, I'm getting some like there's new horror movies that are coming out, and now I'm getting them a bunch on Twitch right now when I open up streams, and I'm not enjoying the first 30 seconds of them.
Well, I'm not a horror movie enjoyer.
You are? Wait, you are or you aren't?
Not.
Okay. I've done this rant multiple times. I think people that watch that enjoy horror movies, I think something's wrong with you, but it's okay. Each to their own. Each to their own.
Unless it's for horror movies, I agree.
I don't know. Why? Why put yourself through the torture, man? Just watch something else. Watch something pleasant. Makes you happy.
I kind of get that way with like the news as well. I'm like, man, where's some of the good news? We only really hear bad stuff happening a lot of the time. Give me some good vibes.
Do you watch the news?
Not really. Only when I'm at my parents', really.
Ugh. All right, what lane? What lane are we looking at overall?
I was looking at top a little bit just because SJ up on this top side had leveled up the Frostbite at level 1, and so they didn't actually have a way to secure these range creeps. But despite that, Ukyo has been able to just walk up and right-click a couple of them. Little surprised that that's happened, to be honest, considering you've got the Fade Bolt for that damage reduction, and then you're going to have 2 heroes just looking to CS, or co-deny rather, that creep. But the lane is still in a reasonable position for them. Probably pulled it a little bit too deep, though. You want this to stay as close to your tower as possible, and at least he's getting a lot of these last hits for himself.
And are we expecting Irving, like, he should be kind of shut down a little bit in this lane, right? As we're actually seeing them try and put some damage onto Ukyo. But, I mean, this is a Chrysamate and a Naga Siren, two of the better laning heroes to address the Brood. So if Irving gets a decent chunk out of this, he's going to be pretty happy.
Yeah, I wonder when they are going to go for that kill. Like, it's important, of course, for SJ to try and get rid of a lot of that region that they've got, and actually they're going to look to make a play onto the CM, and yep, there we go. All it takes is a second out of position, and then you can very quickly get burst down. So I was really expecting them to play a little bit more passively and then wait for that level 3, and then maybe you could look to, with the 2 points in Riptide, actually kill this this Broodmother.
Well, meanwhile, bottom lane as well, we'll see how the other side lane's shaping up at the moment. The Phoenix up against the Disruptor.
Actually using a snare on the top. So it keeps them locked into position for a little bit longer, but also means that they're just lacking that additional damage that they need to be able to secure the kill. Also, with that that first blood, the assist gold from the Broodmother allows him to finish assembling the Wraith Band, so gives him enough armor to not go down to 0 or negatives once that Riptide, even once it hits level 2, so he's going to be feeling just fine about that.
An individual that's not feeling too fine is Phoenix at the moment. 16 last hits compared to the 21 and 2, so the Toro's off to a pretty good start already. 2 points up with the dagger. It's gone for a 2-1-1 build. It'll come down a lot how they'll be able to play to secure the runes. Phoenix actually looking to go all the way back to base, so won't need some of the supports to try and help out at getting the water runes.
Don't hate it. I mean, it's just a free bit of regeneration. You know, Quap's probably got a little bit better movement because of how the first few levels have gone. He is going to have 2/3 of that first creep wave denied. If he's not careful, he might even get that range creep as well. Never mind, he's going to be back in time. Man, if Disruptor could have stayed in that mid lane and then just immediately TP'd him back with the glimpse, that would have been lane over.
Devastating, yeah. And potentially, again, we highlighted that this Panko really is going to be the big reason of why Team Bright can potentially take this game 1. So if you glimpse it back as well,
yeah,
not be a good start at all.
Then you can get away with a lot more greed. You know how strong a Naga Siren is, especially into a good matchup like this one, if you give her the space to do so. I wonder as well with Pangolier, like he's going into the Arcane Boots, which I don't hate. You know, again, we've seen so much disassemble of that into the Aetherlands and eventually the Octarine, but this is a game where I feel like Maelstrom is kind of warranted. They don't have ways to clear Naga Illusions. They don't have ways to deal with Treants right now on their team, but and someone's going to need to do it. So who's going to win out the greed war?
Oh, who's in trouble here out in the jungle? The Taurus should be able to win out of the man fight. Phoenix so protected with some mitigation for the moment. It will expire though. The Queen of Plains going to look to try and jump on over, but man, that is a huge kill. Yes, he has to use Rolling Thunder. I think maybe expecting that last tick of the dagger to be enough to get the kill, but he got a solo kill on the Queen of Pain without his ultimate. That is a huge win for Phoenix.
It is. I legit think he just used that Rolling Thunder for increased movement speed. He doesn't have the boots just yet, and you're going to move a little bit faster inside of that to be able to get back, build up a stack for yourself. DQQ is going to be patrolling, making sure to secure the water runes, and Totoro, he's going to get the haste bottled up. Poor Undyne. Oh, miss uphill. See you later, Beetle. But won't get the kill. I mean, yeah, that's so important to get that solo kill right. Bring yourself up to that level 6. More importantly, deny some of that unreliable gold away from the Queen of Pain at that time. So you close the net worth gap a little bit.
Obviously, we're going to go top without the Rolling Thunder. Looks like they should be able to get the kill onto SJ. But no one... Do you like that rotation? No
Not
one's
really.
been at the moment.
Not if it's the Siege Creep Wave, and it's going to result in a TP coming through on this Phoenix. If he reveals himself, he might just get glimpsed back. Ooh, DQQ. He's not willing to use it just yet, but you've still got a Siege Creep looking to hit into this tower.
Vice Spirit making it a little bit more of a difficult time. Regardless, though, they get some nice chunk of DPS into it. So with that first catapult, we do see all the supports looking to try and put their attention on that mid lane. So it's going to free up some of the side lanes, in particular Morphling. He's off to a great start here. Top of the net worth for Heart. He's already got the treads and got plenty of stat items as well to enable him to continue to play this lane. They've got to be cautious though, because Tax on the Nature's Prophet is level 6, so he's got that Wrath of Nature. We might see him look to get active early on, but meanwhile, once again, it's going to be SJ that gets taken care of. Irving and Imitator, they've done a very good job to be able to punish the Crystal Maiden whenever she's caught out of position, but they might be able to find a rebuttal here for IG Vitality. Help with the damage from the Wrath of Nature. Looks like Totoro should be able to jump on over the top. The Queen of Pain's going to be rewarded for that kill.
They actually get the first kill of the entire game as well on IG Vitality. Probably a little bit belated as we actually get a glimpse back onto Phoenix.
Ooh. Look to activate the Rolling Thunder. Doesn't want to go back in for DQQ. He's got to be cautious though. The right clicks. No way he missed. I don't know if that would have been enough, but regardless, missing on the high ground. The Phoenix gets a kill onto DQQ as well. So you also take the power rune away from the Queen of Pain. So again, some nice individual things going the way of Team Bright.
There are, but again, you forced out that Rolling Thunder, right? It's good that you don't get the kill, of course, but he's still level 7. He's still got plenty of points of the Swashbuckle, so you can just look to not lane into the Queen of Pain. Just keep those lanes shoved out. You do kind of need to be a playmaker still, but you can shove lanes out to be able to do that, I suppose. I think he's happy enough with the greed, and he is actually going into that Maelstrom. They realize that they just do not have ways to deal with this army of units.
One of the armies going to go down. Irving's going to try and turn on Ukio, though. Going to get the last little bit of damage required. It's not going to be the case. IG Vitality, I'll find their second kill. First one onto the Spider. Looking to try and slow down her early timing.
But ended up eating his own tree on Ukio as well. So plenty of regen coming through from him on the Naga Siren.
This is still a Morphling that is going completely uncontested at the moment down bottom. And is this got to be something that IG Vitality need to be kind of talking about on how they can address the Morphling with free farm?
But I mean, what do you really do? You don't have any stuns on your team. You've got roots, but Morphling's still going to be able to get the attribute shift off. And with him being level 8, he's probably not going to be in a position to die here. So I don't think they're going to look to make any kind of moves onto him until the Disruptor's at least level 6. So maybe they look to give him the tome here at the 10-minute mark.
Okay, so could it just be... Obviously hold that, Phoenix. Really first time we're going to see an aggressive use of the Rolling Thunder to try and provide them a kill and slam away the life of the Crystal Maiden. So Eshe gone. Nice little power rune for Phoenix to look to work with as well.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So with that Static Storm, would you like to see them then go bottom, combine with the Nature's Prophet, get the kill, maybe even just regardless shove the Morphling out of the lane and look to unlock the map?
Yeah, I think you have to. You know, like... if he gets the Strength Morph off, does he die? I don't know if he does. Like, he's got the Infused Raindrops, he's level 8. Seems kind of strong at this stage. I mean, DQQ's coming down towards this bottom side, and, well, he'd just previously bought a Windlace, so he's not going to have the money for the Tome of Knowledge for this next little bit. They're giving him a little bit of solo farm here, but you have to wonder how much of that is going to be just
top lane,
putting himself at risk.
Nice smoke rotation for IG Vitality. The tower will go down. It looks like they still will be able to get the kill nonetheless. Even Tax is wanting to get involved as well here for the Nature's Prophet, who is going for more maybe a scaling build, so to say. Like, he's gone this Maelstrom first. I know sometimes we can see the Scepter first, but maybe he just wants this farming accelerant, and then he can go back into that item if required.
I suppose. I mean, you've got the Naga Siren to somewhat deal with the Spiderlings, but I think you might just want that farming accelerant for yourself and then get into a bit more of the utility. You still need a way to be able to keep those lanes pushed away from your side of the base, especially with how good of a laning stage Bright have had. You know, I'm sure they weren't expecting for the Pango to be essentially level with the Queen of Pain in net worth. There we go, DQQ. Yeah. He's level 6 now. As soon as he hits it, he leaves the lane. So Tax is going to be like, all right, well, I'm going to be moving over here. I'm going to be taking it. You've got a Smoke Deceit purchased up by him. So really wouldn't be surprised to see these three go for a bit of a smoke together. Sonic Wave of Bevel. Oh, I think they might just be waiting for this Witchblade, but nope. They go for the smoke anyway. 10 gold short, but if you're going to go for this smoke, I feel like you need to connect onto a high priority target. And for me, it's that Morphling.
They're going to look to go inside their own jungle to try and protect it. It's a great combo of ultimates. The Supernova is going to be laid down, but it's directly on top of IG Vitality, so they can address it and look to turn to deal with the other components of Team Bright. As what a fight from IG Vitality. They get aggressive inside their own jungle and find 3 kills as a reward.
Yeah, they end up losing an Observer Ward for it on both sides, actually. But yeah, if you're not going to catch the Morphling, catching a core +1 is always going to be a good thing. And then they just get the cleanup, of course, on the Rubik at the end of it all. So, yeah, nicely done. You just see Totoro, again, realizing his role in this game. Not a lot of Queen of Pains want to go essentially, well, let's call it second item. Witchblade's cheapish for a first item, but like second item BKB. Like this is something that he is going to be going on to the front lines. The support, all of their damage is going to come from Magic and, you know, Broodmother not joining early fights, Morphling not really joining too many early fights. So it's just about being able to survive the stuns and everything else to lock yourself in position. He's fine.
Yeah, nice TP. Very nice TP.
They're looking for a trade. Bottom tier 1 doesn't feel as great as the mid tier 1, but still going to open up the map for the Naga Siren to be able to play with.
Yeah, nice read as well for Bright. I mean, they know that a couple of ultimates had to be expended for IG Vitality to win that previous team fight, so it was a bit of an opening for them to be able to take that tower. That's all the tier 1's gone as well, so Bright being able to definitely open up the map to their advantage. You're now about to have a double damage rune for Phoenix to work with. He's got Maelstrom and level 10, in fact. Actually going to give the bottle to the Morphling, so they considering about maybe an early Roche off the back of this?
Can they Roche, really? I'm not sure about this. Ukyo is holding on to no points at the moment, so he doesn't have the Song of the Siren available. They see him walking around underneath the Observer Ward, and, well, they seem blissfully unaware that this is going on, because they've got pretty decent Roshan taking potential. Rather contesting.
He's going to charge up the higher gun, but the rest of IG Vitality, they've smoked to the neighborhood. Let's see if they want to take the team fight even into the Ages. Yuko's going to try and TP out, but that'll be stopped short. A quick use of the adaptive strike means that the Naga Siren will be the only casualty, but I mean, Team Bright have to be so happy. They get the kill, and now you have the Ages onto a Morphling who's been uncontested so far in this game.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Whenever you're playing these squishier supports, are they going to put the kinetic field or use the Crystal Nova on this high ground? You've got multiple heroes with the abilities to see if they've got this warded, and eventually they're going to do it, but you might just end up losing a support for it.
They
very,
will.
very
Now,
slow.
I was going to say, maybe you can look to try and connect it. I mean, you're so close to the T2 tower, so already hearts here. Irving's got some spiders to play with. Down at the south, looks like they will get the kill onto the Phoenix, so it was expended. Sonic Wave, Static Storm, Totoro.
That's a lot.
So already look for Imitator. Is Glimpse up? It will be. So DQQ is going to be able to stop the TP as well. So they do get 2 kills on IG Vitality, but they are losing a T2 tower.
Yeah, I don't think they care at all about losing those 2. Again, you're using multiple ultimates to kill a support. These are ultimates that you need because of your lack of frontline to be able to take out the much higher priority targets in that Nature's Prophet, in that, in that Morphling, in that Pango.
Oh, the Team Bright going to be very happy with the position they are in at this stage of the game. 2,000 net worth lead. Not a crazy lead, but just a map control for them. Irving can just look to completely take away this top jungle. And we already know that Naga, she takes away a lot of the farm as well. So we might see some of the Dire supports, maybe even some of the other cores as well, struggle to keep up in net worth compared to Yukio on the Naga.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is really going to be on the back of Yukio to be able to claw this one back for IG Vitality. You're playing down in Aegis, you're playing with not much map. They finally are allowed to get down a couple of wards. Is DQQ going to try and lay down a super aggressive one? Yes, he will. Right behind the tower.
Oh, All right.
I don't hate it.
Supernova's going to be
Just not wanting to give people up for free. They know that there's no glyph available, so they want to be able to defend this tier 2 if they absolutely need to. But maybe Brighter also thinking, you know what, they don't have glyph either, so we can just push into tier 2 mid. Why not?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Damn, the Morph is going Butterfly next item.
Has been killed.
All right. Naga doesn't
See,
love
they're gonna
buying
try and-
MKB.
Starting to bring some members over to set up for a defense. Radiant do have a pretty good cliff ward that's scouting out the angle of some of the other components moving on over. Put the Glimpse back hard. Could it be in
This
some
is
trouble?
Aegis,
Static
though.
Storm laid down, but keep in mind. Oh, wow. They got the shard already on Imitator. That is one of the better ways to look to address the Disruptor combo Imitator. Beautiful first item, and well, they won't even deal with the Aegis.
And they're going to protect their vision as well. They're not just going to blindly hit up into this tier 2 tower when they know all the boys are around. They got to protect that high ground vision that they've got so that they're not getting flanked, and they're also just going to play a super deep one as well to look to potentially punish Ukyo if he makes a movement back. So I know it's a mid Pangolier, but really wouldn't hate seeing him go something like a Lotus Orb next, just to be able to get rid of the silence on either himself or the Morphling if he gets caught out there. I know Morph has the Manta style, but there are times where perhaps you Manta off something else that you feel has a higher priority.
Top tower is under attack.
It's also kind of a insurance for late game because more than likely we're going to see hexes come out. If you're struggling with a little bit of control, that's one way to address the Morphling. So even later on, you've already got that item to help protect him as well.
For sure.
If we even get to that stage though, when Ukyo, yes, he's getting farm. Nature's Prophet's farmed up incredibly well as well. I mean, I'm honestly quite surprised with that Aegis, actually how much that IG Vitality were still able to get across the map. Like the net worth lead is not growing. We see what Tax is able to do is just farm it over towards Radiance on Triangle. So he's doing his best to try and take away some of that more aggressive farm and allow the rest of the team to catch up as well. But Team Bright, they're going to look to smoke. The Aegis will just expire though, so they won't have this second life to play with.
Really wanted to see him go for a quick courier snipe there on the Nature's Prophet, but won't be quite so lucky. You've got a Yule Scepter available on this Phoenix as well in just about 600 gold, so he's going to have a little bit of save for all of those roots to be able to perhaps survive a little bit of the Static Storm, not have to pop the Supernova quite as aggressively as he has been. Also looking to prioritize, of course, the levels on the Phoenix. You know, important to get those ultimates up as quickly as possible, so I don't think he took the first tome, but big supporter of him getting this one. That Sunray is going to come in clutch in these next few fights, especially as the Naga Siren starts to grow. You can see she's going for the heart, so that might end up doing the majority of the damage to the Naga Siren in these next few fights.
And bro, were they looking to try and go with this smoke? It was on to 2, I think Imitator and Irving. So that is some of the difficulties with how deep they're going to be able to get inside the jungle of IG Vitality. So no one's going to be caught out for the moment. They're starting to trail the Naga's location though, but again with the illusions, it is giving them some information to work with. You guys are going to be pretty cautious though. They're going to see him shortly with this cliff ward. Phoenix actually going to use a Rolling Thunder, get on top of the Queen of Pain down at the stairwell. Is there going to be any follow-up from the boys, though? They've got their own fight breaking up to the north. Phoenix finally able to get on top of Tax. The song used, but it's not going to be enough to keep alive. It will at least address the Supernova, though. And now they can look to turn as well. Setting up for the Static Storm, laying down just onto the Broodmother's heart. I mean, it's taken too long to show up on the Morphling. Finally, he'll look to waveform in, but they've got no control to hide down IG Vitality, so a great in and out for the boys on Die. They'll get a couple kills and they won't be penalized for that.
The power glimpse. He wasn't quite on point with the Manta style to be able to dodge that one out. He joins the fight off of the back of TPing into the outpost. Instant glimpse back. doesn't have a BKB, so he can't look to just take the skill element out of it. And then even just that second time where he's coming with the double damage rune to try and influence the fight, it glimpses back off cooldown. So he just uses it again, and they get away with murder.
I think there was a Reddit thread that I saw maybe a week ago on...
There's a way to time it or whatever.
Yes, how people get so good at doing the disruptor glimpse, and what it is, someone showed the play perspective of someone, and when you get glimpse, you look at the location that you're getting sent to, because there's like a trail, and then the ball, and you can see, of course, when it's about to end, and then you pop it. So it's not like an internal thing. You actually need to look back at where you're getting glimpsed at location.
Yeah,
and then
it
you
takes
should be
a
able to
different
read
amount
the
of time depending on how far away the person is. So it's, I mean, I'm the type of person that even with that like Manta Dodge Trainer arcade game, when you know exactly when it's coming, I can't get it. So it's, it is still a skill element at the end of the day.
Are there any arcade games that you like in the client? I know for a long time that I was enjoying, like this was years ago now, like the Tower Defender ones. My cousin and I had a great couple of weekends spamming out them.
I'm not a big tower defense sort of guy. I'm a fan of just some good old Dota run. You know, the Mario Kart one where you're all playing Miranas.
Wait. Oh, that one is sick. I really enjoy that one. It's hard to get a lobby though, which I find is the issue.
I'm always available, just saying.
All right, we've got to get some of the Oz boys then, I suppose. That's all we need. Play through them in the Discord.
That's what we need. More excuses for them to rage.
Oh, come on. They'll be all right. I want some overthrow lobbies as well. I mean, everyone, I hear...
I'm going to be playing overthrow when the patch comes out, because that is the quickest way to test stuff out and see just how strong it is, just because of how quickly you get your levels, how strong it is at different power spikes. And it's just a bit of fun, low stakes. And you got to avoid, like, let's call them brainlets that tend to come out when a big new patch drops, and they're like, let's see if this works. And I'm probably included in that bunch.
I've heard multiple times now 33 on Tundra actually speak about playing overthrow. Like, he doesn't...
As a bit of a dojo?
Yeah, yes, as a bit of a dojo. Like, in a fun way, but also he can kind of practice a little bit. Of course, it's not, directly related in-game, but... it was a very interesting to hear him bring it up a couple times on some streams when he drops into Gork stream and talk about it. What's going on here, Ukio? Oak's got a pretty good position to scout them out. Phoenix, look for the drive-by, but there's going to be no follow-up, though.
Now you've got no front line. No rolling
trouble,
thunder.
Irving is.
They
Does he
can
want to
afford to
stick
just
here?
walk up to this, I feel.
I think that's the case as well, although they're doing a pretty good job to protect Irving. And importantly, their ward as well.
I really feel like they can get a whole lot more aggressive than they have been. Like, you've got a Morphling that's morphed into the Naga, so he's spamming those mirror images whenever he can. They're going to have an understanding that they're at least attempting Roche, but surely he just casts Sprout up on the high ground.
He's in some trouble. Scepter's going to be able to set up, but again, the telekinesis sends him out of the static storm. They've got the glimpse, though. So Phoenix will go down. He doesn't have a buyback to look to rejoin the team fight as well. This is a big opening for IG Vitality, but do they have a way to address the Morphling? A waveform over the river. He's trying to lock onto his target, but again, Dire, they're doing such a good controlling factor to hold the Morphling down into place, and as a result, multiple of their members are going to go down. Phoenix gets bashed. Roche in the end will get the kill. IG Vitality, though, I mean, they'll find a 4-for-2 exchange, a very messy fight. They're still onto Ukio. It's like for the Sun, he's going to be able to escape.
They can just Roche, surely, off the back of this. They've got the important heroes in the Broodmother, and the Morphling here could potentially... I guess you don't really need to keep some Spiderling up on the high ground. You've still got that ward available. They're going to do their best to try and quickly get the D-ward off, but you can just see Irving looking to try and put his body in the way. But again, this is a Broodmother off lane, not a BKB buyer, so... that kinetic field just stops him in his tracks. They can delay this for another 15 seconds. They've got Static Storm again, so they're going to try and use the mirror images to do that. Oh, I don't hate this. It's going to push him back.
No, I like it a lot. Oh, the BKB jump in. Oh, he wasn't able to pick it up. Toro now committed inside the pit. He might be in trouble. Still, there's no way to hold him down, so he'll escape. And unfortunately, the Crystal Maiden will not have the same fate. And in the end, the Aegis, did the Quap get the shard? I think she did. Yep, she got the shard, it looks like. So at least she was able to steal something.
All right. Small wins coming through. And you're still farming on this Nature's Prophet, right? It's always the case. We're always going to go back to it. It's going to be the dead lane of, the next few months. Nature's Prophet is farming. And why not? If you've got a busted hero, exploit it to its fullest extent. No outpost to TP to, no boots of travel, no tier 2 tower. So this bottom side of the map is completely his. When they TP in response to it, what does he do? He just goes top. Why not?
And could this be like a turning point for IG Vitality with how farm the Nature's Prophet is at the later stage? Like you have an offlaner that's going to scale much, much better than the Broodmother. I mean, he's already got a 6,000 net worth advantage over his counterpart. So, is this kind of something that IG Vitality can use to their advantage as we go later and later?
Well, I was about to say, like, turning point. I'd say he's in a pretty good spot right now, right? They got a 5-6K net worth lead at the moment. Sure, you're down an Aegis, but I feel like, when you've got these strong scaling cores in a pretty good, like, carry-to-carry matchup, carry-to-off-lane matchup as well in that Naga Siren against the Morphling and the Broodmother, you can be feeling pretty satisfied. You've got to make sure you're not getting backstabbed like this, though.
So use a defensive Static Storm. DQQ will still go down.
Didn't use that Ogre Seal Totem to get away. If you're not going to go a 4-star, you've got to make sure that you're using every tool possible to be able to put yourself onto that front lines. And this is the weakness, right? They don't have a Tusk. They don't have a Tiny. They don't have a Clockwork. They don't have even an Enchantress. Some of these tankier supports to be able to soak up that sort of gank. Especially if you're not going to use your neutral items. If Disruptor gets caught, he's just done.
They're high grounding?
They're considering it. IG Vitality looking to try and make a decision by using these Naga illusions to push into the top tower. Disruptor's up in 5 seconds.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Look at a glyph out of it. Maybe force some heroes back. But even with the respawn, they still feel strong enough. So Heart's still got this Aegis to work with. See how they can mount the defense. Tier 3's already gone. Response bash. Tax is in the middle of it all. He's going to be protected for the moment. Simultaneously, Toro looks to deal with the backline. Rubik's cleaned up. And they're going to be able to reset the position. But a bit was forced out, though.
Static Storm in 1 second.
And some ultimates.
Or you can get it onto Phoenix and the Broodmother if you were really wanting to, but they're not wanting to walk past this Morphling.
Great position for the Morph, just recognizing his true strength. And you always got the Sunray in the backup of Phoenix as well, getting into the middle.
I feel like they missed a big opportunity with that song, to be honest. There was no Rubik to be... Oh, are they going to catch this Naga Siren? You're taking a lot of damage, my guy.
Great Supernova. Dead inside the middle. Totoro's got to look to try and turn to bring it down, but he himself doesn't have the right clicks, and as a result, no way does he live to the Fire Spirits. Bottle sips Totoro. He's going to be okay, and now with the Morphling. Oh, no. This is too deep, my friend. Was it he's got to escape? He's in some trouble. Tries to play around with the Manta dodge, but he's rooted into place. The butterfly evasion's not going to be enough for IG Vitality. They find a gigantic kill. Tax is already looking for more. Somehow, Phoenix is able to find a TP out location, so he's going to be able to escape, but Irving will not have the same fate. So in the end, IG Vitality, yes, you lose the full set of barracks, but you will get some consolation prizes and a couple of kills.
Yeah, just the first death on that Morphling. It's a dieback as well on the Broodmother. They'll see with the high death timer on that. So they really want to look to get out onto the map, take that last tier 2 away from Team Bright, and even potentially look into a high ground. Again, this isn't exactly a lineup where you need to put yourself up there. And if anyone steps out of position, you could potentially look to make this play with DQQ. Ogre Seal Totem forward, get a Static Storm onto the Pangolier if he's not going to use the Rolling Thunder. But right now, again, despite being that lane of racks down, they've got the net worth lead, 8K now. Previously, it was sitting at 5, and they're just going to look to grow onto that. They've even got an AC on the Nature's Prophet, so they've got a lot of defense and sieging potential. They just need one fight to truly work their way. Really don't
That
hate
is a very-
Taxco on this Enchanted Quiver either, right? All of that magic damage and True Strike against a Butterfly Morphling is going to feel really nice. The ability to just occasionally whack that Rolling Thunder from afar, not needing to get right up into things. It's not like Nature's Prophet likes building a Dragon Lance, so anything that's just going to give him that little bit of extra attack range is going to be a big plus.
I'm going to go Satanic too, so...
Is under attack.
He just wants to be able to
mean,
stand and
let's-
fight.
Yeah, and they don't really have a lot of suns to prevent that. Maybe Lucky Shot could be a bit of an issue, but as long as you got BKB activated, you're going to be okay. Still does go the Sprout Leashes as well. Horse is not going to have that value versus the Pangolier, so Phoenix is going to be okay.
Feels pretty good against
Side
Morphling,
of
though.
the fights. That is true, yeah.
New BKB on him for the next little bit. Oh, he's got the gold almost for it. I think he might just be looking to see what talent Tax went for, and with that one, he instantly looks to buy up the BKB, feeling like he needs it in response. But he himself has almost reached his level 20 for waveform attacking targets. So that plus Satanic, you can't think of a much better combination out there in Dota. Just back to full HP, essentially.
Dire are scanning.
But even then, though, IG Vitality continuing to scale. Recalls are having quite the game.
I like that they're not
Maybe.
just... Tax has been farming very aggressively, but he realizes that no one's been showing on the map for quite some time. So just back off into the trees, use the Wrath of Nature to keep the lanes pushed. They saw that he'd right-clicked a Spiderling that had spotted him out, but by the time they make a rotation from mid to bottom, he'll have TP'd away. And yeah, he's already going back towards the Ancient Camp. Even just making sure to TP right next to the camp as well, on the Dire side of the map, and away from any potential high ground cliff ward that he has to play with.
I feel like for me, in regards to Team Bright, maybe this late game X Factor could come down to some of their supports. I mean, the Rubik and the Phoenix both scale incredibly well. We've already seen what the Rubik can do against the Disruptor, so I'm honestly like, he does have Scepter queued up on Disruptor, which I am intrigued if it continues to go down that route, just because, again, with the Rubik being such a response. But Phoenix, we've seen what he's able to do inside the team fights as well. If he can find his levels, he's got that Ag Shard, he's got that 10 talent, so he can do a lot of damage as well, which can kind of help out, as we might see on this occasion. Anko's going to be able to get into the middle, and they'll dress the Disruptor with ease. Unfortunately, Roche is not up. It's going to be a pretty long Roche spawn for them, so they won't be able to get any objective off the back of this.
No, they will not. Disruptor as well, almost level 15. So he's very close to having that extra couple of seconds on the static storm duration, especially around this Roche fight. That's going to be really key. You know, just having that extra little bit of area denial, I guess you could call it, right? Because what's the BKB status right now? Yeah, nothing on Brood, nothing on Rubik, nothing on Phoenix, nothing on the Pangolier. Although Pango is closing in on that Aghanims for himself. And, well, he's got the Basher, he's got the Maelstrom to be able to play around with, he's got the level 15 talent as well. So, yeah, not looking too bad for him.
It's a gigantic wave down bottom for Phoenix. No, don't leave.
He's just looking to be okay. I thought he was looking to be safe and just attack him from afar with that extra swashbuckle slash range. And oh, someone's going to need to address it. There we go. Maybe seeing if he can bait out another TP back. And he will. Morphling's coming back. That's probably the big win. Never mind. Cancels it. Realizing how important it is for them to stick around this Roche pit.
A lot of damage into the tower, though. It's no joke, tier 3 down to half, and don't really have to commit too heavily.
I think it
Irving
really
is
matters. They've still got that
from the
outpost.
team are starting to move on over towards the Broodmother as well, and with this location and playing aggressively, they're going to be able to get that ward on the cliff, which is ever so vital to Radiant's potential success in this upcoming fight.
They claim the hill. This is the definition of King of the Hill here. Should be able to get away with the Glimmer Cape onto himself. And yeah, priority number one is just take back control of this. Roshan is back up. Mid lane's pushing out, so they're forcing them to make potentially tough decisions. I wonder if they go for a bit of a smoke here and a full-on wraparound to the left-hand side of the Roche pit, but it's not like Bright are lacking in vision on that side either.
And
This is
their
just full
lanes are in
Rat Dota.
such a... Yeah.
If they take third Roche, though, that's pretty important. Extra Rolling Thunder.
Structures are fortified.
I don't know. They don't take it fast enough.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Do you
You're
even
losing a tier
consider
three?
about the song just to stall? They're going to try and smoke and move around. Ukyo, what's the position? They get a glimpse of Phoenix.
Oh,
Roche, it's going to go down. So Age is picked up. They've got all the components. All they got was a tier 3 tower off the back of that. So IG Vitality a little bit in two minds on
they
what they
call the
wanted to
Brood.
do. They still will get the kill onto the Brood Mother though. So Irving glimpse back. Side the pit. Ukyo is going to be up to a dominating streak. Regardless, so for Team Bright, you've got the Ages and the Cheese onto the Morphling, and Brood is currently holding the Refresher Shard, which we'll probably see swapped over to someone else.
I mean, that came down to a matter of seconds as well, didn't it? I mean, if the Disruptor's a little bit sooner, drops the kinetic field inside the pit, then you probably do commit that song that you were talking about to be able to try and steal away that Roshan. But the fact that he wasn't able to do that means that, yeah, you just get away for free with that one on the Morphling, and well, he's nearly picked up a Daedalus for himself. So that's the period where I'm really feeling that Team Bright are going to be in a really solid place, despite the fact that they've been able to secure all 3 Roshans so far this game, right? It still doesn't feel like they're in a really solid position to close out this game. But once they've got that additional layer of damage, that's when I'm going to be feeling much more confident, and it becomes that true 4 Protect 1.
Is it enough though, that 4 Protect 1?
Don't think you can man fight into the Naga yet. I really feel like that it's still going to be Phoenix's job to deal with the majority of the Naga Siren's health. So it's just a matter of taking care of these heroes that are going to make Phoenix have a harder time. And so I would say for that note, probably it's on Totoro, right? He's got that Aghanim Shard, so multiple ways to get the silence off. He's diving in super deep, get the BKB, yada, yada, yada. So if you're able to quickly lock him down with like a blink in on the Rolling Thunder from Phoenix, get a lucky bash from the
Tower is under attack.
shield crash proc with the Aghanim Scepter, and then just Morphling waveform in shotgun before he's able to get the BKB off. That's a great start for Bright in this next team fight that they're hoping to take. Just free up the Phoenix to have a free fight.
Yeah. Must say, I hope they don't do this again to us though, with picking the Phoenix, having a play called Phoenix.
We already have Undying, but no Undying.
Yeah. Well, at least it
Speaking
would
of
be
Phoenix,
okay.
they're prioritizing him. I mean, Totoro's got eyes on him.
He was going to be able to protect him for the moment. Looking for the Rolling Thunder to get inside the middle.
Doesn't even need to Sonic
They will
Wave.
still get the kill though, nonetheless. And Totoro, you can look to jump on away.
There's that BKB I was talking about, right? If you're not getting that chain stun through from the Pangolier, you're really not caring at all. Ukyo is actually going to be man-fighting against Heart here. They dropped the Static Storm, but for what? No one wants to fight into this,
Yeah.
and he's still got the Aegis for the next 2 minutes.
Oh,
So
after the other... Oh, no. Imitator was just a little bit too late with that telekinesis. Totoro's just destroying them, man. Look at the Quap. He's doing work. Stolen Sonic Wave. Who cares? Totoro doesn't give a damn. There's a brawl going on inside the river as well.
They killed them all.
Morphling against the world, but he doesn't have the boys. Pango's going to try and respawn and help him out. He'll activate the BKB. He's got the Refresher Shot as well, just in case he needs a second round of it. What can they look to do with the song? They're going to try and set up and surround the Morphling. Maybe they want to go for the other components. Phoenix turns it back onto the Queen of Pain, though. First hit, Bash and Heart is in with the cleanup.
just went a tiny bit too deep there. He had 5 seconds left on the BKB. If he has that one, he's totally fine. He's not going to get burst down like that without the Rolling Thunder. So, yeah, I was thinking maybe they would go for a glimpse back onto the Morphling as he's trying to run away, but the song comes out instead. And it just prevents them from being able to isolate him inside of that low ground on the river. So, a couple of mistakes coming out from both teams, to be honest. But despite all this, despite a few deaths that probably didn't need to happen on the back of the Queen of Pain, they're just going to keep pushing on forward.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Let's see what they're going to be able to get here. I mean, you need to get more. Oh, my lord. Look at the damage.
Naga does a lot.
Oh, and Tax does as well. He's got to stand strong under the cover of the BKB. The mano a mano But the Morphling might be able to come out on top of the waveform aggressively inside the base. Finally, Team Bright able to get some big kills off the back of this, but they're going to be cautious though.
A little low on mana.
He's out of mana. He doesn't have enough for the BKB. Still protected with a Satanic once again, so he's going to be able to zone away IG Vitality, but they might need to look for the reset. Still in some trouble. You got the Quap in 5 seconds. BKB will be forced out, but how do you reset your positioning? Not enough mana for the BKB, nor the waveform. So it's going to be a forced retreat here, but it's not going to be an easy one. At that, as Toro jumps over the top. Finishing blow, they get rid of Heart. Beautifully done. I mean, Totoro's done a great job so far this game. 10-8. We saw a struggle with being able to address the Pango in the lane, but it doesn't matter. His team fight has been on point.
He's going to become even better. He's working towards that Scythe of Vice off the back of a few great hero plays that he's made. And well, he's even got an illusion rune to be able to play with as well. So might try and avoid some of that lockdown that gets put onto him in this next little bit. They want to try and force the Morphling buyback for sure, though. He's going to take away the outpost for them to be able to play around with. You've got a Nature's Prophet coming up in 25 seconds. So, yeah, you're going to have a good 25 seconds with a 5v4 situation unless you want to give a big win condition over to IG Vitality with that Morphling buyback. For now, I think they're just going to take the safer route, take the tier 2 mid, and then by the time that the Nature's Prophet's up, you can actually look to go high ground.
And you got the the Aghanims on DQQ, so if Rubik's not watching or Telekinesis is already used, or even if it's on the different side of the map, that is pretty much a guaranteed kill. They keep tabs on that for Team Bright.
Last clip of the game, though.
We honestly might be in rapier territory for the Morphling. I think you're going to have to get pretty crazy here shortly. I mean, he's got 4,400 gold in the bank. Currently, it's a Swiftling queued up, but it really just feels like it's him against the world. And
so
when you're down,
I think they could still do it.
Okay.
But, like, you've just got the Scythe of Vice on the Pango, right? So it gives you a way to be able to actually kill this Naga Siren. Naga's the one that's providing all the concerns right now. So if you're able to get in onto him, use the Blink Dagger, Scythe of Vice into, the Rolling Thunder, Swashbuckle, Adaptive Strike, plus Sunray, all that in combination together, you should be able to kill off this Naga. And, I mean, she's got buyback, sure, but that's really the thing that stopped you from continuously pushing up onto this high ground. There's these damn illusion, they just keep running forward at you, right? They've got 4.2k HP. It's too much.
Yep. It is too much indeed. Ukyo himself is even going for a Hex, so he's got enough gold if he wants it. It's just going to be a question on the buybacks, if they even feel if it's required. Maybe what he's going to put in.
I'm liking the Blink Dagger coming up next as well from Heart. Really does feel like he needs to find that backline. Disruptor is probably the key target as well. Just taking away that Aghanim Static Storm is going to be vital towards any sort of chances. You need to make sure that you could be playing aggressively, full Agimorphed if you can afford to, but not caught in it if you need to make a bit of a defensive movement back. As they are, like we've been saying, lacking the damage a little bit. Burst damage in particular outside of this Morphling.
And well, unfortunately for Radiant, the Spiderlings are just going to expire as soon as Roche spawns, so I will get confirmation. I mean, if anything has gone right for Team Bright this game, it has been fights around the pit. And even though they've never really had the net worth lead, they've been able to find all 3 Roshans, and we'll see if they'll be able to find the 4th somehow down 26,000 gold.
I feel like this one's probably going to be favoring IG Vitality a little bit. You've got that Wrath of Nature constantly keeping lanes shoved in. You've got Nature's Prophet TPing down bodies, level 26 now, so he can just TP wherever the hell he wants. Just summon some treants and you can afford to get out. So
they're playing
annoying.
very passive though.
On IG?
Yeah.
I guess they don't exactly have anything confirmed. Like, you just look at what the warding situation is, right? Roshan is dead in the middle point of where Dire have the vision on the right side, Radiant have it on the left. So no one wants to crush that threshold, but eventually when they see a one more person coming back to the base in that Broodmother outside of the Pangolier. They're like, right, Roshan's free for us, and they get their first one of the whole game, giving over the Aghanim Scepter to the Naga Siren as well. So now Pango actually has a way to be locked down inside of that Rolling Thunder. So it's a question of like, who do you even go on, right? Like you need to kill the Disruptor to be able to start things off with, but if you do, then you're just going to be locked into place, and you've got a Quap and a Nature's Prophet that's just going to be right-clicking you.
Oh, Phoenix. He'll charge up the Rolling Thunder. It's a lot of damage early on to the Queen of Pain with the bounce back, and they're going to be able to blow up the Toro. He does still have the second life to work with. The back of the respawn, so a lot committed early on for Team Bright, and the Toro, he's okay. Gets the blink away under the cover of the BKB. Now IG Vitality, they can look to try and swing into the middle.
I don't know if they need to go up onto this high ground. They don't have vision. They're going to use Totoro to do it, but this is a guy without BKB. He's got the refresher for sure, but maybe getting a little bit confident here. Ukyo. Just a little short on the level 25 for the Morphling as well. Would love to have that. The additional waveform cooldown reduction. Just enables you to man fight so much more with that Satanic as well. As well, someone needs to address this bottom side. And
yeah, and as a result, now they're not going to have all their members for the fight. Heart, very early use to the BKB. This is now not available, and Ukyo senses a sign of weakness.
Totoro used his too, though.
Catch them up. They're going to be able to waveform away.
He's been able to keep this Aeon Disc available as well on Phoenix. So not committing himself too heavily, but I mean, it still just does come down to this Naga Siren is a lot to deal with. If you can get Phoenix up to level 20, that'd be a big benefit for you as well. Just get that extra 1.5% max health damage on the Sunray.
That was a big reason why they were able to kill the Queen of Pain prior on that first life. Yeah, it's also the stuns with the Pango, but like he's really going to be their second main damage source, I think, inside a lot of these team fights. If he can get like a full duration out of Sunray, maybe the second one inside the Supernova as well. So a lot of attention has to be put on trying to shut down Undying here with the Phoenix. So see if they can get him towards the levels. I mean, you do have that 50-minute mark coming up shortly, so probably going to give him the tome. He's almost got a Hex as well completed, so more than likely see him buy out for that. Don't lose the couriers. No. Somehow the
big items coming up. Double-scythe device for Bright. You've got a Revenant's Brooch coming up shortly for Totoro. So,
yeah, coming out. They want nothing to do with
bash.
it. Oh, we got a bash. Oh, I didn't know that was very interesting. How you could do that animation where you rolled up and then you swashbuckle and it instantly doesn't.
It always goes
connection.
Through. Yep. Okay. Kind of like Sharpshooter.
And off for the right side,
all right. 36k down, but not out. And you're level 25 on the Morphling, you're level 20 on the Phoenix. He's got that extra Sunray damage. They've got double Scythe. This is very winnable for Team Bright.
17% probability as well. I mean, Dota Plus is kind of feeling like the same. There's a weird kind of feeling about this game currently at the moment.
Not sure what the Revenant's Brooch interaction is like. I guess it's not targeted, right? So the Lincolns isn't going to do anything from the Morphling to be able to deal with it. So now with that BKB down at 6 seconds, it's going to give a lot of value with the True Strike against the Butterfly, of course.
On the other side of the map, Totoro's trying to kill a Phoenix.
Won't be able to do so.
Won't be able to pop the Aeon.
Oh, if he's able to just get, like, commit a little bit more aggressively and maybe interrupt his TP back, that would have been huge. Turn it into a 4v3 situation.
Gotta be so cautious about that static storm. It's either difficult to use with Imitator potentially being nearby. So it looks like the counter attacks won't really provide them a whole lot. They're going to be able to get some map control. What are we chuckling at?
I think Nagasara just used reel in despite having no ensnares out. And it just, I was like, what is that singing kind of song sound thing? And I think it was just the reel in. He just used it because why not? It doesn't cost any mana.
Why not? Why does it not cost any mana?
I don't know. Do you think it's worth any
It's
mana?
horrible. It's horrible. Yeah, please, don't get me wrong. It's a useless spell, but a lot of spells cost mana active. So, is there any active that doesn't? I'm trying to think now.
Don't make me
There
think.
must be.
Not
Yeah,
this
there's so
hour.
many abilities. They're muscling. We have not. Yeah, not this hour, 3 p.m. But we're running on a couple hours of sleep. So it's alright. I'll let it slide just today, Mr. Analyst.
Naga's half a level away from 25 as well. Obviously, as this hero, you use your illusions for a lot of your farming potentials, so you're not going to reach that level 25 as quickly as some of these others. So could be big if he's able to get up into that one. The extra Riptide armor reduction could be huge, but it really still feels like they don't have a way to deal with these Naga illusions outside of the Pangolier still. So I wouldn't begrudge him going into the Mirror Image
Tax
cooldown as well.
again.
At least he didn't buy back. That is an
Yeah,
Aghanim's Blessing finished up for the Morphling as well.
He's running underneath the outpost. Hard. Is this really the call? Sunray's on cooldown for the Phoenix, so we can't protect him, and they just blow him up. And then with the Phoenix as well, they're going to be able to cancel his TP too, so... I mean, they get a huge small victory with killing off the Nature's Prophet, and straight away, IG Vitality hit back.
At this stage of the game, with how tense it is, with how long your death timers are, you got to commit at least a second person when you're looking to take that outpost. It's just free. It halves the duration of the capture. And he had 2 boys nearby, but probably not the sort of timing that you want to put your most important hero in a dangerous position. And with that,
Just had a
Naga Siren's 25, so 10-second less cooldown on the mirror image. Now it's down to 15 seconds. Oof. Hope you like illusion spam.
Yeah, no, I don't. Not a big fan. Phoenix?
He's level
We're just looking for
25, so he can afford to just spam this one out. He's got the Spell Prism as well. Just trying to delay things, not have to have the Morphling buy back. Might be forced to, though.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Have another glyph to look to reuse. They might lose some members, though, Imitator. Checked with the Aeodis, and now is the Queen of Pain going to be in some trouble? There's the first round of the Hex. There any more control for afterwards, and... Okay, Satori's going to be able to get away. Phoenix is back alive, though. We got the Morphling up in 10 seconds. He's actually going to look to buy back. Supernova dropped in the middle. That's a lot of damage. I'll use the song to try and escape. Totoro, though, is still holding place, thanks to the egg popping. Can they get the return kill onto Ukyo? And it looks like that might be the case, huh? Waveforms over the top. It's a nice force up to reposition. The kinetic field's going to hold them down into place as well, so Ukyo is going to be okay for the moment. Team Bright, they have to reconsider, and they'll do just that. Looking to retreat back inside their base.
They don't need to retreat that far. You've got a heart, so Naga Siren is just going to be able to sit back on this high ground, relative safety. Now you don't need to worry about the Supernova, Rolling Thunder. Yeah, you still do a little bit, but you were able to get a buyback, more importantly, out of that Morphling. I think it came way too late. There was that situation where you had the... I think it was the Quap at the time that had gone behind the racks and had actually been hexed up and chain stunned, and they still didn't use the buyback at that stage. It felt way too late.
Yeah.
All right, what's Dota Plus say now? 7%. I'd say that's optimistic.
Yeah.
You're already having a tough time dealing with the lanes. Now you've got no tier 3 tower for defense. You've got Tax, who, again, can just TP in at any time. You know the other 2 lanes are always going to be pressuring in, and he's just going to be spamming that Wrath of Nature whenever he's got vision of the next creep wave.
Horror.
Nope.
There's one of the first Hex. We've got a secondary follow-up as well. A lot of Hex, a lot of control. It's like it's not enough, though, Totoro. He's going to be okay. Phoenix still trying and provide some chaos into the middle. They want to take the team fight, though, on Radiant. They jump on over. They get the kill into the Disruptor, but the Pango will go down. He's got a buyback.
Tax is playing
rat, use it
Dota.
instantly. Meanwhile, Irving, he's in trouble for the Broodmother. Stuck inside the freezing field and make it to the cliff, but it will not matter. IG Vitality find a couple kills, and like you said, Tax is on that rat duty as well, so...
It just forced them
starting
back.
to fall.
That's what allowed them to kill Irving, right? You have to pay attention to this Nature's Prophet, or he would have taken your axe. And Well,
gonna
they're
be
going to use
Megas.
everything here. This is their last-ditch attempt. They might get it.
That's a lot of damage. All right, Quap. She's going to go down. You need to get more out of it, though. I mean, you're about to be up against the world. One barracks left standing. Queen of Pain, she's even going to look to buy back as well, and they won't get any kills as a result of that. So Team Bright can look to reset, but I mean, all you need is just 1,000 damage on the melee, and now you've got the Megas, and already the map has not been too fun to play with for Bright. And now imagine what they have to go up against shortly.
Yeah, they'll give this Aegis over to Totoro with that buyback as well. They finally give the Nature's Prophet the Aghanim Scepter as well. So now he's got that as well to assist with just keeping these lanes in a really solid position.
Where'd the other components go? That Roche. Refresh the shot on DQQ.
It's got the Blink Dagger, so why not? Completed A on disc 2, so can afford to play a little bit more recklessly.
Morph has this Rapier queued up. Not enough gold as well for it.
No, he's going to need to make a decision soon.
More Phoenix, he's going to start the fight before they get the damage item, the Rapier.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's courier
Oh, God, no, got destroyed. Oh, no. It died.
Creeps. Yeah, the creeps got it.
Oh,
It's on the ground.
they might. It is, and I don't think IG Vitality noticed. How are you going to go pick that up, though? What a hex. Onto the Phoenix mid-dive. It'll be okay, though, with the telekinesis. Regardless, though, it's mega creeps. Someone's got to get that Rapier.
Yeah, no one on IG Vitality seemed to know. Do you go for like, they got a ninja gear or something? They do not, unfortunately, but it might be honestly just worth a solo smoke out there to get it.
He's got to go. They're pinging.
Yeah, they're like, it's here, man.
Did you just like mass waveform in to the jungle? Maybe they think it's already picked up.
You can smoke.
I hope
Wait.
they don't think that Penko's Corey can get it.
are scabbing.
Well, they just want to find where it is, maybe.
Well, they see it's still there.
Ukio's
Oh, no.
kind of
Does
patrolling
he?
around, though.
Yeah.
I don't think he knows.
Radiant's
Well,
courier has been killed.
now he does.
Oh, no.
They're going to give it to the guy with the Aegis, I'm guessing. Maybe the Prophet?
Are they baiting it?
I don't think so. The Spiderlings revealed all. And just indecision, man.
Yeah.
And now you've got control over this high ground. They're going to go for a smoke right now, but they could wait 10 seconds for this tier 5 items. Get a couple of them from the ancient camp and then go. They just feel like they're in such a strong position, though. 65k net worth lead. Nature's Prophet holding on to more than 10,000 gold right now. They got the jump.
Victoria, he's going to be in. There's the static storm onto the Broodmother, but there's going to be no follow-up. We can even... Oh, hang on. They might just feed the Rapier back. What? Someone
Okay.
pick it up. All right, Hart's got it. What can he look to do now? Finally, his item has been reacquired. See him obliterated.
Yeah, you got waveform through. That's the power of the Morphling level 20 talent, right?
Oh, God.
All right, so it was a 65k net worth lead. Now we're at 48, so there is a chance.
Oh, do we get tier 5s as well?
I just really don't know why they didn't just farm them. Oh, they get a Book of the Dead as well, so you want even more potential to push it out. He sends it straight back. I would have summoned it and just thrown it out into the bottom lane. Why not? Giant's Ring. Oh, who's even gonna get that though? No one really wants to use that Giant's Ring.
Yeah. Someone's going to get out of the map and start farming.
Arcanasam is real nice though.
Are they just looking for the GG? That no one is considering about tier 5s here for Team Bright.
Makes sense. You're not going to have a Crystal Maiden for the next little bit. She doesn't have buyback, so at least you finally got an outnumber. His Phoenix, yeah, he's bought Boots of Travel 2 as well, so he's going to be able to join in onto a hero, have no chance of his TP being broken. Again, it's the same issue, though, that's plagued them all game. You're going up against this Nature's Prophet, you're going up against the Naga Siren Illusions, well, the Fallen Sky, the Ex Machina.
The Ex Machina for Heart. Honestly, one of the better ones that he's... Yeah. So what do we got for Dire at the moment? The only one that IG Vitality aren't holding is that Fallen Sky.
It's probably the best one, to be honest.
Yeah, CM's got the Telescope at the moment. She's the only one without a tier 5.
You don't really want to go in like that, though, as CM. I prefer
Be a
CM.
Chad, come on.
I prefer CM holding the Arcanist armor, to be honest. I mean, that even just the passive magic resistance that it provides is really good.
All right, now this is a nice cosplay of Australian spiders.
Oh,
This is what I see.
get that off a showcase
Too
for
often.
PDP.
Oh, can you buy BKB now for me, please?
Oh, I kind of wish he has all game because he's been getting screwed over by it a little bit.
How many did
that
they get on
gimmick
Radiant? They've only got 2.
I actually just got shivers a little bit, honestly, seeing this.
Really?
I'm
It
not
can't
going to
be
look
that
at
bad.
it. Yeah, a little bit. You ever get like itchy when you look at something that makes you uncomfortable? I got a bit of that. Just going to go and look over it. Something nice.
Okay.
The Quap.
What?
The seeds of fortune.
Yeah, no, that's weird. No, the Morphling's gotta be nice. It's just water, dude.
Yeah,
Water calming,
the 2 pixels.
elixir of life. Hey, leave him alone, man. Has he got buyback
Needs a
yet?
remodel. Give me a Morphling remodel. Maybe that's what the patch is taking so long to do. Every day is an extra pixel added to his model. Well, they've given the Giants ring over to the Naga, so you've got massive Naga illusions coming in. Big mermaid mummies coming at you.
Do you have to consider out smoking someone to get into the jungle on Team Bright? Like, they're still missing 3 neutral items.
Can you afford to, though? You've got no vision. Like, have a look at what their VAP looks like right now.
Nothing.
The Radiant vision. Absolutely nothing.
You're down 50k though. Like then look, this game is it's somehow it's 16%, but you have to do something
It's that
utterly
rapier
crazy.
that's giving him about 15 of that percent. Gaben values the clutch. All right, is there anything great that Rubik could potentially steal with the Aghanim shard as well? Is that going to really buff up anything? Freezing Field? Not that important. Blink,
Phoenix? What's going on? Oh, will he be able to TP out? Looks like that's the case. They get vision.
maybe? He was trying to get out and get some neutral items, man. What more do you want?
No, he dropped the ward down as well. I like it. Seems like
Yeah,
they're pinging it
but
out
it's gone.
straight away though. So, dude, 359 gold for that ward. Phoenix is trying to get inside the Ancients, trying to maybe get a camp, but Ukyo's already there.
Well, they pop the Aeon Disc as well on the Rubik. God, get that spider off my screen.
He's so big.
There's a
You went
DD
the,
as well in the river that no one seemed to have scouted out yet. A little surprised that the Nature's Prophet hasn't just had a quick look, considering he's got no cooldown. What more could you possibly get on this hero? Like, is he giving moon shards to everyone? Yeah, he's given. I'm pretty sure he's given a moon shard to Quap and Naga and himself.
All right, come on. See him disrupt the next.
CM didn't go the attack speed against the Supernova. I'm devastated. When are you using Freezing Field this game is what I want to know.
Oh, farming freezing field.
True. That extra 50 damage. Big difference maker. What are they even waiting for? I mean, Roche is up.
I don't know. I really don't know.
Do they want another Rapier? He's got Desolator queued up on Tax. Full Rat Dota. Force a fight around Roche and then go for the Rat play with your AC, with your Book of the Dead. Yeah, he's got Book of the Dead on NP. I think he wants Rat.
Yep.
Probably give the Aghanim
10.
Scepter over to Quap this time? I don't know. Maybe CM. There's a refresher and
heroes
cheese on the
currently-
ground.
What the hell was that Glim Strange? Rubik in some trouble. At least he does have a buyback. Can he get out of range of the Static Storm to play around with his own telekinesis? Looks like that will be the case. Imitator somehow still alive for the moment. Ukyo's going to be able to chase him down to the low ground, though, so I got the kill in the end. He will be able to rejoin,
for a good
though.
1 or 2 seconds. He could have gotten away.
They're going to look to actually try and take the team fight. Phoenix, they're onto the Nug, who didn't get the Aegis, but a great Force Staff helps him reposition. Meanwhile, over to the backline to Toro, trying to deal with the supporting cast. He'll force out a supernova. Look at the song to set up. But a great use of the telekinesis. Once again, Imitator's going to be able to protect the Morphling. They'll turn it back on a Phoenix. Aeondis holding strong, but it won't be able to help him against the Glimpse. So dragged away from the rest of the team. Phoenix is in trouble. The Pango will go down. The Taurus just making space with the Queen of Pain. He jumped into the middle though, so he's got to be cautious. But the Morphling
this has all been without Prophet.
Having
Prophet's
a difficult time to try and lock onto these targets. He's unable to get the right-click scout, and as a result, he'll end up going down. A buyback used instantly, but the Rapier has been picked up. The Throne's now exposed. Looks like finally IG Vitality should be able to do it. This Corp still has his second life to work with. I'll deal with the first life, but do have the damage to go through round 2, and it doesn't even matter. The Throne already blows up. IG Vitality, finally, they'll take it.
Rat Dota is alive and well. That's all I can say. Nature's Prophet finally able to reach up to that level 30 at the very end. An 80k net worth lead off the back of that. And, you know, we saw signs of life. Excuse me, coming out from Team Bright. They took the first 3 Aegises. They seemed to be at a decent spot to win these team fights. But again, it just came down to the support duo for mine. It just way too passive. You can't really do anything off the back of it. Broodmother didn't really feel its presence all that much in that game. So you could really only have the Pangolier to deal with this split push that they just kept constantly trying to run at them. And, well, IG Vitality, they didn't exactly have the strongest support duo for themselves as well to be able to make active plays. But the thing is, this was always going to be a great Naga Siren game. And then Nature's Prophet as well was able to get away with the greed because of how much space that he had to be able to farm.
It's definitely a bit of a weird game at Dota, though, where IG Vitality, they always, I mean, they had the net worth lead for a vast portion of this game. I think the only Team Bright kind of up until that 20-minute mark, but it was only like 1,000, 2,000 gold. Regardless, like you said, they got all the ages, but didn't really matter in the end. They weren't able to do a whole lot with it. So very interesting to see what we've got in store for us in our second game. We go the distance. It's another first game of the day where we get 60 minutes. Then I'll remember our debut yesterday went 60 minutes. We didn't get any T5 items, so this time we do, but wasn't really that exciting tier 5 Dota like we've
felt
come
inevitable
to love so far. Yes, it really did. It felt inevitable for quite some time as well. So it was just the closeout in the end. I mean, you even see at this stage have a 79,000 net worth lead. It probably would have been higher by the time Throne exploded as well. So overall, though, IG Vitality, very well done. I'm also quite impressed with how the Quap was able to overall play this game. Yes, we spoke about he's got a very good matchup versus the Pangli. That lane and overall the early game went a lot better than I think we were expecting for the Pango. But still, Quap, we felt her impact. I mean, 13, 3, and 13 out of Totoro in a game like this. So very impressed overall. It's just a question, can they replicate in the next game?
Yeah, I think Totoro played very well. I mean, you were set up to have a pretty good game as this Queen of Pain. He got the most kills in the entire game. He was constantly focusing. He got a pretty early Aghanim shard as well off the back of that steal of the second Aegis, right? So he was able to use that to be able to close in onto the Pango, close in onto the Phoenix as well, use that silencers to really mitigate a lot of their damage potential, and even just things like the Sonic Wave, right? They had tools to be able to deal with Pango while he was inside of that Rolling Thunder. Most of the time, you feel immortal when you're inside of that, but with the as soon as Ukyo picked up that Aghanim Scepter, you just toss the net onto the Rolling Thunder Pango, and then you can right-click away on the Quap and the NP just because of how farmed they were by the end of that game.
Yeah, and we saw the kind of difference with that nerf where you don't have the Ag Shard to dispel. He tried to do it a couple times still with the roll-up, but that was kind of one of the ways to address that Naga answer with the Scepter, but unfortunately just wasn't enough for the Pango in this game and overall as well for Team Brad. It's going to be IG Vitality that come out on top. It was a very, very long game one, so I'm sure all the players need a little bit of a break and get themselves set up for game two. So we'll see what we have in store for us after the break.
Woo!
Jeez. Well, Thanok, I don't know what it is, but it's something about our first game of the day where so far we've been going the distance here again. We had day one where we went 60 minutes, and then now this game as well, we went 68 minutes, but we'll see if we're going to have another very, very long game. The players, they didn't want a long break at all. They are already into the draft, and they are quite a way through the draft as well. So we're going to have to kind of speed run at how we want to try and break this one down.
Maybe it's a bit of a sign, right? Like, quick draft means quick game. That's how things work, right?
Sure, I can see your logic. It definitely sounds like a 2-year-old's logic, but I don't hate it.
You're the 2-year-old here. Let's not get it twisted.
Come on now. Come on.
You set me up for that one. As we do have a look. I mean, kind of expected that. Well, do you think that's expected? That the odds are favoring Team Bright right now? I'm not quite so sure. I mean, we were favoring IG Vitality off the back of the draft. Obviously, they were able to take game one. So, yeah, interesting to see how the money falls.
Yes, indeed. And oh, there we go. Draft on screen, and let's go through it real quick. IG Vitality disrupt the Storm in the first phase. The response from Bright was a Beastmaster Rubik. Then we saw the Ember from Bright and IG Vitality. They get that stock standard safe lane duo with the Undying and the Drow Rangers.
So strong.
Yes, I mean, it's a stupid combo right now.
So much protection from the Drow against the Strength Hero in the Beastmaster. You feel really solid. You can actually get up in his face and prevent the Wild Axis spam as well. Like the Spectre pick to be able to respond to the Drow Ranger. It's something that IG Vitality ban out the majority of the time that they're looking to pick this one. But it's kind of surprising that they banned out heroes like the Shadow Fiend in particular. I mean, are they really that concerned about what a Shadow Fiend might be able to do against a Storm Spirit in lane? I don't think it's necessarily that big of a deal.
Yeah, because the Drow's got a pretty good matchup versus Shadow Fiend. So yeah, I'm not quite sure. It's a very good Spectre game versus the Drow versus the Disruptor. Once you get some items, of course, can also kind of address the Storm Spirit. I do think IG Vitality, though, regardless, have one of the better supports to actually address the Spectre and the Undying, where you can anchor a team fight around the Tombstone, which is always going to be nice. They will need another offlane hero to be able to provide a similar role, though. So that's where the Tide ban is able to come into play. Is there any others that you feel like can fulfill like a similar role?
I mean, any instant lockdown is going to be good. I mean, Ember really doesn't have that much to worry about this game. Nothing goes through BKB at this point. You get an early BKB on Ember Spirit most of the time. You're going to be playing very actively around the Beastmaster. And they're lacking like that instant lockdown too. So anything that's, I mean, is there even any offlaners left that have that BKB Pierce? Beastmaster's gone. Slaughter maybe, but I mean, you could maybe Slaughter into the Spectre. Lycan. Okay, well, it's not lockdown, but it is tempo. They're just looking to try and put them on the back foot before the Spectre truly does come online. And it is a very fast draft.
Interesting, we're going to have a support pickup as well last for Team Bright. When it was such a good position to go for the Spectre there. Saw the Ember at the 15th anyway, so they've got plenty of time to work out what their 5 is going to be. Are you wanting Hero to kind of address the push and have a little bit of wave clear?
Winter Wyvern. Give me the Wyvern.
I really don't hate that call, to be honest. I think you might have a pretty poopy lane with Spectre Wyvern, though, but
it's fine. It's kind of like what... it's kind of like the old Warlock Spectre lane, right? You can go up early point in the Cold Embrace. It makes life okay for the Spectre. You can keep the lane shoved out. You have last hit securing as well with the Splinter Blast. And then, of course, when they do look to group up for this Death Ball, as long as you're not getting caught out first by the Storm Spirit, you're golden. You know, you're just going to look to respond to the Shapeshift. You're going to have the Beastmaster Hawk as well, scouting out for you. So you should never really be getting caught.
I mean, I wonder if they even consider about still going back for the Phoenix. It was something that they liked in the previous game. They have okay ways to protect it, and IG Vibe. Oh, whoa!
I was about to call the Gen 2.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. they banned the Ench, right? So they're clearly worried about something being able to deal with this Lycan. And, once you get the Aghanim Shard as well on the Chen, you're able to deal with Ancient Creeps as well. You only need level 1 Ultimate to be able to take care of the one Ancient Creep that Lycan is going to have with the Helm of the Overlord. Once you get 2 points in Hand of God, then of course you can get Lycans plus something else that's, just fitting with your team's style. So I don't hate the Chen. It gives you a little bit more pace as well. It's not exactly a ton of lockdown, but I don't think they're necessarily lacking in that. They've got Ember Spirit, they've got Rubik, they've got Beastmaster. So it should generally be okay. It's just a matter of how aggressively are you going to be wanting to play with this, and when can you look to leave the Spectre alone? It kind of feels like they'll need to abandon this bottom lane pretty quickly on, the top lane pretty quickly on Team Bright.
But it should be fine early on, though, right? Because you were just mentioning before, the Spectre Warlock and then Spectre Wyvern to have a similar kind of role together. Doesn't Chen kind of do the same? Spectre's got pretty good regen. Chen's going to be able to enable that.
He'll buy a headdress or something.
Yeah. So maybe, sure, until the Helm Dom's picked up from the Lycan and 6, that's maybe when you're going to get shoved out. But until then, Spectre should have a pretty good time in the lane, right?
I think it should be fine enough. It is still going to be dependent on what creeps you're able to get on the Chen, how much farm the Chen's able to get. Is Chen going to be able to be a bit greedier once he's level 3? Just 1 point in the Penitence, 2 points Holy Persuasion, and you can just look to spam that Penitence off cooldown once you've got a Ring of Basilius. So we'll see what he does on Undyne. You have to wonder how much of this is mental damage, picking the Undying into Undyne, as to IG Vitality's chances this game. And you can already see he's got that Bassi ring queued up. Sometimes it just comes down to comfort, right? Chen, not exactly in the meta, but I'm happy to see him back. And he's got a cool, what is that, a crocodile head with a mummy face on the Chen. What's going on there? He's spinning around too much for us to get a good look. Get in there. And he's is he a Libra as well with those little hangy scale pots, you know what I mean? Zodiac? What Zodiac are you?
Wow. I'm really disappointed in you. I thought you were a good friend, to be honest.
All right, your birthday is in... You were a good friend. Is it around this time of year? Or late in the year?
Wham.
One of the two.
Wham.
No, come on.
Wow. Honestly, man, I thought we were good friends. It's good
When's
to know
my
you
birthday?
actually don't give a damn about me.
When's my birthday?
Yours is...
That's what I thought.
July.
No.
September.
No.
You kind of
got 10 more chances. No.
Okay. Well, I'm a Capricorn, the best of the best.
All right, give me. I don't know exactly when Capricorn is. I know 3 of the zodiacs. Are you January?
Yes. Early
Jan. There we go. All right.
Very good.
January. I'm tempted to say 6, but I'm going to say 8.
8 is correct.
Oh, that's right. Better friend. Oh, Undyne might end up being in a little bit of trouble here. Doesn't have any point in the Divine Favor just yet because, of course, he wanted to go that first point in the Holy Persuasion, but he's got the Tangos, he's got the Headdress for the regen, so he'll be just fine. Wonder how much emphasis DQQ is going to put onto blocking up some of these creeps. He might just choose to body block for now for this first one. Even does drop down the sentry, and I'm sure that Undyne was keeping track of the... Okay, he gets it off anyway, of the inventory. Instantly looks to buy it up again. 2 sentries, actually, for the Undying as well, but I feel like this is exactly what Spectre wants, right? Just to go 1v1 into the Beastmaster at this stage, and he might even be able to get this pull off with the hard camp. So nicely done by Undyne.
And meanwhile, our other side lane is in shambles like it usually
What
is.
lane?
I haven't... Yeah, no, exactly. What lane? What is Dota right now? What is this? It's just a classic. The off laners try and look to pull, then the safe laners, they want to match that so they don't lose a full wave. Someone does have to shortly go and drag the next wave that's going under the tower. So that will be SJ's job. We'll be a little bit late for that, though.
Probably miss a creep. Maybe 2. Maybe he just takes it all. Ukyo can just look to farm it. The one behind the tower.
Imitator's doing a really good job, though, to continue right-clicking down the drum, and there's nothing she can do when she's up against 10 dire creeps. And Drow went all stats as well, so not going to have any regen to play with them. SJ's bringing out some tangos, but hopefully Yukio does as well.
We know those cores. They're greedy. They don't want to buy regen.
I mean, we saw this to the extreme this morning as well in third series for Western Europe, where Divine Llama somehow he got a quad wave by just running circles around on the map, and then as a result of that, he lost his tier 1 tower. Like, it just got to the stage where, yes, it's nice because the lane shoves in and you get all the experience, but then also does a lot of tower damage. So it was a very funny interaction.
I suppose you're not going up against like an Enchantress with Blightstone this time around. So if they look to do a similar sort of thing on IG Vitality, then they probably aren't going to end up being able to take that tower. But it was funny to have to look at.
Yeah.
What's Drow got coming out?
Oh.
Band of Elven Skin. The Tangos. All right, looking to buy it. The one lane that we haven't really been looking at is this mid lane, as Totoro looks to bottle up the bounty rune inside of his own jungle. Not losing out too much on the CS. It's pretty even in this mid lane. I'd say fairly rare that we get these real early kills with the Spirit v Spirit matchup these days.
Yeah, I always kind of like keeping tabs of this matchup because
we see it so often.
We see it so often. I still think it's Storm favored, but then sometimes I see the Ember just do okay. I'm always trying to get the read on what it actually is, what's kind of that X factor on why sometimes the Ember can best the Storm.
I mean, sometimes at Pro Dota level as well, it's not even just about the individual. It's about what is your team able to do around it. Both of them, of course, lacking in escape potential before level 6, but we know with the chains, with the Vortex, something like a Mirana can really look to just set up that lane for that early kill, for example. Yep.
Seems
Another
like
passive start, though.
Yeah, I was just going to say, like, the lanes seem very stable, even though there were those shenanigans down bottom. Yes, Irving's taking a bit of a hit in regards to his last hitting, but he's going to start to make some stacks. He's already got a double at the hard. Hopefully he's going to be able to. It was a little bit too late with the board to get the hard and the ancient stack. Just needed to get there a bit faster, but regardless, he still got at least one stack, so not the worst.
They're building up stacks inside of the Dire main jungle as well, with Undying just looking to take it with the Wild Wing. And it's not going to channel for long enough. It's not like it used to be, being incredibly busted and a very long cooldown, so won't be able to take that one solo. Actually get the first blood on that bottom side. I mean, this is what happens if you build up that those creep waves a little bit too much. Drop the tombstone. You can't deal with the zombies and the creeps and everything else running back at you. And Ukyo able to secure that for himself and the team. Kind of nice for an Undying as well, who was completely out of mana. Just gets that full refresh. You're able to TP mid, get Totoro a bottle refill, and go back bottom and continue the harass. Such a strong lane, Drow Undying.
Yes, that
Drow's
is.
Also just going to be getting the boar as well. Lots of experience each time you're able to take out that boar. So perhaps Irving just a little bit off the mark with his micro there to be able to give it up so easily. Not really where you expect to see a Chen in the mid lane at this stage.
No, I was looking to maybe try and go on over and help secure the rune for Phoenix. It was down bottom though. Samba's going to be working with a double damage rune. Looks like he is avoiding the Orb of Corrosion. So another instance we've seen this down to the Storm. He's happy with the Blight, but one of the Phase Brutes picked up at a early rate.
Just trying to think why that might be. Like, what is it really that's looking to set that apart? I guess against the Drow, you might want a slightly earlier phase boots, just in case you need to rotate to that lane, and she's got that marksmanship available. That additional armor from the phase boots is kind of nice. And we know that Ukyo's had a great lane. Even able to just stay down here solo, not even needing the Undying. Bit of luxury there. He's going to use that time to scout out the fact that, oh, there's at least one stack inside of this jungle area. Looks like he'll be able to avoid Imitator, but they should have seen him walk up onto that high ground as well. So they know the general pathing of this Undying. They might be able to get the surprise initiation onto Yukio off of the back of this DD Phase Boots Ember Spirit. Look at this aggressive glyph too.
Oh. All right, well, Yukio's got to go down. So they get the kill and they got the catapult wave. Simultaneously, though, they did take away that entire stack at the hard camp. So Toro's pretty happy with that. He's even considering about moving on over down to bottom. They might try and surmount a defense, but they'll be down to disrupt the 4 that Phoenix just blows him up with the DD.
We know that that's one of the biggest counters, right? Ember Spirit into the Disruptor. Yeah, doesn't feel very good on Old Mate Disruptor, especially once that BKB is out on Ember Spirit. You're just able to rip through his HP pretty damn quickly and, yeah, completely ignoring the corrosion, wanting to go straight into that Maelstrom. A lot of damage output needed. I mean, you're playing with a Spectre who's going to be able to carry this game if it gets super late. So you just need to create as much space as possible to allow that to happen.
We do see it's on the flip side, though, that IG Vitality, they're going to be able to do a similar thing. Of course, Beastmaster and Lycan play a almost identical role at the early stage, so their own safe lane tower is going to go down for Team Bright, and meanwhile, he's in some trouble here. He's going to try and play River the Pathing with the dagger, but Toro can be able to close the distance. He's just going to lack the mana, though. Some of those range up procs coming in handy there for the Spectre.
I wonder if it's really worth him going for the Radiance this game. I guess you're against a Lycan, right? So the burn is always going to be feeling really nice against all of the illusions. But again, this is with a Chen. As long as you're able to get that Holy Persuasion with the Aghanim Shard, you're not really caring that much about the Lycan or any of his units. And, well, with the Harpy Stormcrafter assisting them, they're going to be able to snipe that Undying, even just pulling this wave as well, making sure that they're able to get as much damage into this tower as possible without your own creeps dying.
They are coming on over, though, to take the fight. The Toro's going to be pretty cautious, though, with the burst damage that's coming out. It's not enough to get the kill, and now even Tax, he's looking to get involved in the Lycan. They've got the Glimpse to cancel Imitator's TP. They're going to finish the Rubik, though. Looking for the juicy target in Phoenix, and yeah, the Storm's going to go down too, so... And even Imitator might live. Can he feel just on the edge, so we'll catch him as he enters the high ground, so they will be able to get the kill, but... They do lose the Storm Spirit, though, so he is very much struggling. Phoenix is 1,000 net worth ahead of his counterpart.
We talked about how much both of these teams really emphasize the Ember Spirit, so it is something that we can see the reason why. You know, Phoenix able to get a really good start out of this game, more than a 1,000 net worth lead just at the 10-minute mark ahead. And he is looking to make a ton of space for this greedy style that Heart's going for.
But he's farming well, though, on the Spectre. Honestly, quite impressed with the position that he is regards to the net worth, so...
I was thinking maybe he was going to go like the Blade Mail into the Aghanim Scepter build, just because, again, you've got a relatively quick lineup. Beastmaster plus Chen, plus the ability to potentially take over a Lycan creep. You can ball down a lane, especially if you're able to find a pick-off off the back of, like, Ember Remnanting forward, Aghanim Scepter. Chen should die here.
Ugh.
He has the mech on the courier at least, so at least he bought that before he died, but did Rubik take the tome? I hope that it's still available for the Chen to potentially pick up. Doesn't look like it is, though, so he's still a full level away from that 6.
Pretty good position from SJ, just posturing aggressively in front of Tax.
He knows.
They might be able to actually use Decay, so Tombstone's not going to be stolen. SJ will still go down, but again, he's done his role, playing in front of the Lycan, making sure he's not getting sniped. It will lose the Helm Dom creep, though. Tax not going to be able to protect it.
I think Irving actually has his own Helm Dom as well, so even more push that they're going to be able to group up around. I really want to see them put a lot more emphasis on to getting Undying his level 6, right? We know how strong this lineup can be. He actually put a second point into the Penitence as well. Not something that you really see all that often. Divine Favor, if you're especially going for this group up style, Gives you a lot of
Oh,
value.
they got the first silence. Can they capitalize on this now? Another kinetic field to hold him in place. Stolen Static Storm's going to force IG Vitality to retreat from the area. Now they can fall in pursuit as Phoenix finds the chains to hold them down. Team Bright. But again, something similar we saw last game. They had a early net worth lead, an early hold of the game. And this time they got some heroes to be able to capitalize on taking objectives very easily.
Yeah, they even held the mech until the very end, wanting IG Vitality to continue to commit. They eventually do disengage, but not before losing their Drow Ranger. And Drow already going to have a tough time against the Spectre, and you fall 600 net worth behind, and this is without the Radiance. Spectre's basically been farming with nothing up until this stage. Poor Undyne.
Long zip in? Yeah. Should be able to get the creeps as well, which is going to be nice. Take away the Chen army. Phoenix, though, I mean, he's got an incredible game, and how are you going to be able to deal with the Ember? 5-0 and 3, top of the net worth, already one component towards the BKB. I don't even know if Irving's in trouble. In fact, they might look to turn it back around. Won't be able to get in range for the stun, though, but still Stolen Static Storm is there. It's going to be back up in 10 seconds, so wonder if Bright look to try and make another play shortly.
Wouldn't hate to see it. I mean, again, they're going to have the Chen available. He's got a smoke delivered through to him, and yeah, they immediately look to go for it. No vision of them at that time, and yeah, they actually even see the Drow Ranger looking to farm off of the back of this ward. Should be able to claim it. They know.
Nice Spidey senses. Scans on the mark, so he's going to be able to reposition away. Looks like they'll still just take over the Ancients instead.
They'll get Chen the 6 too.
How are you going to be able to protect the Drow Ranger as this game goes on? Because now you've got Ember issues, you've got Spectre issues as well, with it being a free Spectre game so far. And you went down this Lycan route for kind of more push on Vitality. It's not a hero with catch, it's not a hero that can...
They're trying to catch the beast.
Hold that third Irving, yeah. The zip into the Static Storm. Beastmaster's going to end up going down. The Hand of God, is it enough? Irving's going to be able to turn it back around. Gets the roll for the distance away, but it's just space. It's time created for the rest of the team to start to rotate over. Totoro is in some trouble. They've got the chains back up and available. TP cancelled. Another kill, man. This game's starting to get pretty out of control.
It is indeed. It was a nice glimpse, though, that they were able to get off there by DQQ, realizing that the only way Beastmaster was going to live was getting that mech off as well. So wasn't able to land that one there, and they still do get one kill, but again, at what cost? You use so much time just to move to the other side of the map. Your Storm Spirit's continuing to fall behind. He's, what, 2.5k now behind the Ember Spirit, who doesn't even have the BKB yet. He's just playing off the back of a Maelstrom. He's also level 12 now, so big damage increase from the Fire Remnant if he wants to go down that route. It's looking scary. And again, Spectre still does not have Radiance. So just, have we seen a Haunt even? I don't think we have.
No, I don't think we have as well.
Yep. So it's going to be... they're having trouble dealing with this so far, and they've effectively been playing 5v4, and soon it's going to be 5v5, or even like 6v5 with how strong this Spectre is going to be.
Yeah. And they just have such a vision advantage. These wards are still down by the triangle. Of course, you got the Beastmaster Hawks. You're going to have the Chen creeps running in as well. This game's going to get very impossible to play shortly. Oh, God.
Yep, rally around the Chen, rally around the Beastmaster. Really don't hate this. Got vision on Totoro. We've got the Vlads as well coming out right now on the Courier. So huge power spike coming for Bright.
Imitator. Everybody get the kill onto the Rubik, but there's the Radiance reveal. Not going to be too much help with the fault. Yeah, lacking some of the control to hold Radiant into place. So a small victory for them. They get one kill, and then an ultimate being on cooldown as well. They continue to try and chase down Dire. They're going to be able to get the glimpse back onto Undyne, so it looks like another member will go down. So some nice sequence of events here for IG Vitality.
I really didn't feel like they needed to do that, though, right? Like they had vision up on the high ground. They could have probably placed the sentry ward a little bit deeper out to potentially scout out this observer ward next to the outpost. And yeah, Rubik kind of just goes forward for no reason. You had a Beastmaster with Vlad's Helm of the Dominator, you had a Chen army, you have Mech, you have Hand of God, you had Haunt available. You could just take the tier 2 tower. No need to go that far forward, and, well, gives IG Vitality a small chance of coming back into this one. Hopefully for them, they don't smoke underneath this Hawk, but they've got it sentryed. They kind of sussy that you have 4 people grouped up together, though, so even without the vision, they might get a sense of what's going on.
Tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
They will get a tier 1, it looks like, for free, though, on IG Vitality.
Dire's middle tower
Going to be no response, so it gives them an opportunity to try and drop some deep wards down across the map.
middle tower has fallen.
Let's see if they're going to try and continue with the attempt on the smoke. They've only got about a quarter duration of it left.
Might consider Roche. We know it's great with the Storm.
Well, they've got a Hawk, though, so they're well aware that this is going on. Haunt's still on cooldown, though, for 70 seconds.
No Dagger as well for another 5.
This could be an okay fight. I mean, Roche is even going to go down before they can get
Irving's
there.
not there.
And Imitator, he's going to be killed off as well.
It's another time where he just gets picked off
Yeah.
for no real reason. They were never in a position to take that team fight, so what's the point standing around? It's the regen as well on Totoro. He's going to use the fact that he's got that Aegis to be a little bit greedier with his build, gets the Mithril Hammer first, just for a little bit of that extra damage when he does go for the dive in rather than the survivability off the back of the Ogre Axe. They should at least be able to get this tier 2 tower bottom, but it just feels like they've given up too much. They're still going to be 7 or so K ahead after this tower goes down, but feels like it could have been close to 10.
Dire's top tower is
Yep.
under attack.
Still, though, it has to be said, this is a game where calls on Dire are going to be pretty happy about scaling into the Drow. So for this Aegis, you've got to get a lot out of it for IG Vitality.
What can you get out of it, though? I mean, you've got the Helm of the Overlord, and Chen still doesn't seem to be prioritizing that Aghanim Shard for himself. I really want to see him do it.
Disruptor, saw some TP starting to come out, was thinking maybe IG Vitality would get there a little bit faster to protect him. They are underneath this Observer Ward. Soon to expire, but they're looking to try and still get some usage out of it. I'm so late down. Look at the poke from afar. Poor SJ, man. Get the ward? Oh, nice. At least they got it before it expired.
Get the Hawk as well. So a little bit of vision, but again, without your supports, what can you really do? You need someone to be there standing in front of Ukyo, who doesn't feel like he's going to be, even once he's got the BKB, honestly. Like, is that really going to change too much? I'm not so sure. And again, another double damage for Phoenix to be able to play around with. Not quite the level 15 just yet, but just using his abilities to keep that lane shoved. Play around this area of strength, and they actually go for a smoke of their own. Already in enemy territory, just trying to pick off a straggler. Do you think they need to go all the way up to the top side of this map? I guess they know that they're potentially rallied behind this, and yeah, with that, Lycan is going to be able to TP on back. They could just take all of their map away, surely, right?
Yeah.
Look to go down. This tower's on 173 HP, hit it a couple of times. The smoke's not going to pop, so I'd say that's probably going to be their main priority. And, well, they can see where the Spectre is off of the back of this Observer Ward that SJ placed previously. So he's playing in a good spot inside the tree line, not wanting to give himself up for free. Oh, he might just, though.
Oh, no. The worst timing. The Wolf to scout and IG Vitality, they're going to collapse on him. They'll still try and TP in on Team Bright. Roars down. Can they protect Ukyo, though? Phoenix directly towards his target, blows up the Drow range, and now Storm's in trouble as well. Somehow even Tax is made up on the higher ground. So there's going to be no Lycan involved inside the respawn. They've got the chains, and through the control, it's plenty of damage, and poor old Tax. Oh, no. Oh, man, there's some rough deaths. They are some rough deaths when you're up on the cliff.
It's a full-on team wipe. I mean, in the fight recap, it shows the Ember Spirit doing 4.7k damage, but that was without the second life of the Storm. That was without the Lycan going down at the very end there. It was still it could have been better. I know it sounds crazy that they just got a full team wipe, but Undyne, he is silver tier on the Chen, but maybe he just hasn't played it all that recently, because they changed the Hand of God. It's not just this big burst heal, right? It's a little bit of a burst heal, but then it's that 8-second heal over time. So maybe if he chose to pop it a little bit sooner, the Spectre would have lived, and then you can get in range for the Guardian Greaves, and then maybe the Spec even lives, and you get a full 5-man wipe with actually not giving anything up in return. DQQ going to go down once again. Like the shard pickup by Ukyo, though. Good way to deal with a lot of these summons, all those explosions that come out whenever you get the kill. But look at Phoenix. Fearless, just playing on the front lines.
Yeah, what a performance from him. What an incredible game that we've seen from the Ember so far. He's even got an illusion room, which is going to be pretty nice inside the fights. Get rid of the silence.
You could afford to go in super deep.
Yeah,
you're really only saving the BKB if you get static stormed.
God, this stolen shapeshift. Oh, they see the storm on the high ground. Look at the damage. Oh no, the change from Phoenix didn't even go into that extra talent duration at the 15. It's just so much damage. That, along with the mini horn
nice
for the
lift.
shadow step.
The imitator's a wolf.
Yeah, scary wolf.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
What probability are you giving this?
I reckon this is 100%.
It's 90, not 100, but it feels like 99 to me.
I see. Well, I can. Man,
Is dead.
anyone shoots for an instant, they're gone.
And now you
They're
don't
gonna
have
try and make the
shapeshift.
attempt. It's a pretty decent zip in, but all the damage is just onto the Chen. They will have some issues with the tombstone. The zombies are starting to stack up, so Team Bright are actually going to be forced to retreat away.
Oh, stolen zip.
Dude,
As the flesh
Imitator.
golem.
He's going
he's
back
going
in.
for more star
How's he going to
points.
this mana? What's going on? Where's he getting the mana from? Imitator
Well, he's
back and
almost
forth.
dead.
Now he'll die. So in the end, it's going to be a 2 for 3. Not the worst, but it looks like Phoenix is looking for the cleanup. Storm back over to the high gun, and Phoenix doesn't have some remnants to play with, so they'll be able to get the... still they'll come out on top in regards to the skirmish here for Team Bright.
Yeah, I don't know where he got all that mana from. Like, he has an Arcane Boots, sure. I guess the Chen had used the Greaves previously, but that was really early into the team fight. I don't know. Philosopher's Stone gives plus 200, I guess. And another DD for Phoenix. This guy has bought his loot boxes lately. Gaben's smiling down on him. Almost level 20 as well. So that sleight of fist damage just going to get even better. Can afford to sell the Quelling Blade, the Blightstone, the Fairy Fire. What's he going into next? Shiva's. Why? Sure. Feels great to have any sort of additional armor against the Drow. Smoke's going to pop. Underneath the vision, they will not have a sentry.
Radiant's top tower has been denied.
Hopefully Undyne looks to drop one down nearby, because they're walking around under complete information here.
Just going to
What does
go up,
Tyrone
it looks like.
do? Sure. Feels like they're strong enough. Spectre still without the Haunt for 40 seconds, so I'm not sure how confidently they can do this, but he's got the Ags, my bad. And he's able to join in at any time. Now with that DD just popping because of time,
Is under attack.
might give them the indication to want to go back. Maybe Ember just wants his level 20 as well. Wouldn't begrudge him for just looking to farm that one up and be truly unbeatable.
Zip in. They're going to be able to run into Irving or the Beastmaster, but the BKB activated. They'll just turn it
On the
around
Drow.
straight away onto the Drought. And now with the rest of the other components, they're going to be in some trouble as well.
Tombstone? Okay. Still no Haunt used. That was just the Shadow Step.
And
I
they
don't think he even committed onto that. That was just the Radiance Burn doing a lot of the damage from the Spectre.
Courier has been killed.
they got a glimpse of DQQ as well with one of the Hawks. But it looks like they're a little bit too late to close the distance on him, and Tax will be able to TP out as well. But I do have Roche sets back up, though, for the grand prize. So looks like Team Bright going to be able to find the second Roche.
Oh, and they'll give this to Chen.
Wow.
The shard.
Will they?
They should. They give it to Beastmaster. I guess Chen's close enough, and there's nothing really that he needs to buy anymore. So you thought you had vision issues previously. Well, now you got more Hawks coming out onto the map. People just dying solo. It forces a BKB out from Phoenix, I guess, but I mean, the man is 13, 0, and 10 right now on this Ember Spirit. Having a crazy game.
It's just a mental win. He's like, yeah, dude, I don't even care. We're so far ahead. I'll pop a BKB for the disruptor. Dead for 30 seconds. Doesn't matter.
And I feel like game 3, you might even bait IG Vitality into going a super early Ember Spirit pick, and then you can look to counter with some of your favorite heroes. DK, Dragon Knight, Death Prophet. Don't really play that much of the Huskar, but why not?
It's not a
This
bad
is a
ward.
deep dive.
So what the Storm's able to do for the instant use of the telekinesis, and then the roar as well. The reaction's almost enough to get the Storm kill. They're still going to be able to follow up, though, as Hart finds a vision for the glimpse back. And now Phoenix, he can look to continue the chase as well. Already 2 members going down. Ukyo's going to try and TP out. He will be able to make it. But their base is soon going to be in some trouble. In fact, they'll just call it quits here.
I would too. I mean, they used everything there just to try and get anything out of that, and they got 0 kills. Like and Shapeshift was used. They just felt so much stronger. This was a really good Chen pick that wasn't even used to its fullest potential, I don't think. Like, this was honestly just Ember Spirit balling out of his mind.
Yeah, no, I definitely think it was the Ember Spirit balling out of his mind. They really did a great job to play around him. And in a matchup that we have seen go often a little bit more Storm favored, but he just got a crap load of kills after the lane. They did a really good job. Phoenix, like you said, both sides put a lot of priority on the Ember, so it's just going to be exciting to see where that priority will be heading into the next game, because it was a very, very clean and dominant performance from Team Bright. There was really not a lot of stages in this game where you'd be concerned about their lineup.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried after that game 1 that both teams kind of had a lot of indecision. You know, nothing felt certain with a lot of their movements. Team Bright this time around, though, polar opposite. Right? They just knew where they had their period of strength. They were able to get away with having Spectre just be a complete non-factor at the start of this game. And again, it's all off the back of the Ember. So I really expect that to be the most hotly contested hero in this next draft. It could come down to who has first pick, who has second, because it's almost first pick worthy with how strong they were able to play it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you got a performance like that without a doubt, and showcasing how truly strong you are on the hero. And overall, it's nice to also see a Chen picked up. I cannot remember the last time I saw a Chen. So
probably Fishman playing it or something.
Yeah. So you did a great job. Honestly, just you fulfilled his role. Wasn't any crazy Chen performances, but did what was required out of him. And that's all they really needed. The thing that's crazy
to me is that I feel like Team Bright could have played that even better. And there were pretty obvious ways for them to do it, right? Like we saw the Chen not get prioritized as level 6. He didn't go an earlier Aghanim Shard to be able to deal with that Lycan, Helm of the Overlord. Rubik got caught out solo a couple of times where he didn't really need to. Just little things like that, but it just didn't matter at the end. Phoenix was just way too dominant.
So, I mean, that's got to give Phoenix a lot of confidence heading into the next game as well, seeing that he's got, a bit of an advantage overall in the mid matchup so far. And, can he replicate that? Can he put the boys on his back to be able to try and find their first series victory of 2-2? Because you need every single victory you're going to be able to find. So it's a good debut from them so far. It's just a question of can they replicate it heading into game 3. So that's kind of where my eyes are going to be. How do they set themselves up? You've already said like Ember, more than likely going to be hotly contested. Where does that fit in the draft? So we'll see from Team Bright.
Yeah, for sure. We'll have a look after the break.
So far, we've had all our 3 series going the distance. We've got another Game 3 coming up shortly. Of course, that Game 2, though, were a incredibly dominant performance from Team Bright. There's going to be a lot of momentum for these 5 lads heading into our upcoming draft and our upcoming game. Denog, you're kind of posing the question of, like, where's the Ember going to be prioritized? Because both sides really like it. Phoenix had incredible performance on it as well, and the questions will be answered pretty shortly. We've got a draft, so we're going to be able to see where that Ember's able to fit into it all.
Soon. The big thing for mine is both teams, it feels like they feel so much more confident when they actually have the tools to be able to not just win a fight, but make something out of it, right? We saw in game number 1, Bright, they lost the game, but they took 3 Roshans. They just weren't able to do anything with it. They could only play through the Morphling. It felt like they were been counted on too many quarter-core matchups. But in game number 2, when they actually had decent enough lanes, like they were just able to ball down off the back of a great stellar performance by Phoenix. You can't bank on that every single time. So I really want to see them still go back to the well of, like, all right, well, we just need to be able to do something with an early lead, or we need to win the lanes and then do something. So heroes like the Beastmaster, like the Nature's Prophet, like the Chen, like the Enchantress, I think are really going to be paramount to success in the China Div 2 region. No Ember ban.
Ban.
And it is Team Bright with that last pick of the first phase. I mean, you see a Disruptor. I would DP right now. Ooh. You just Ember? I would just Ember.
Yep, can they still go Beastmaster as well? It's another route. If they want to pick it up at the 8th. Jakiro can kind of help deal with some of the summons in the lane, but
that's what I was thinking.
I think it is still something though where we've heard. Again, you say that some offlaners don't really care about playing into too many counters for the Beastmaster. They just feel like this hero is broken, and still picking up in the first phase with what it's able to provide is just ginormous for the team. So
it just ticks off so many boxes, right? Like, you can go 2 different skill builds, so you're not necessarily counted by any hero in lane, right? Like, if you go if you're up against a Faceless Void, then you're probably going to go the Boar strat. If you come up against something that can kill the Boars, you go the Axes strat. And then you've got many different avenues to be able to build into. We've seen people build the Aghanim Scepter now as well, if they feel like it's a good enough game for it. And then, it gives you vision, it gives you push, it gives you team fight, it gives you a BKB piercing stun. It gives you everything. That and, like, Pango, probably the heroes that just provide the most in the game right now.
Yeah, we're not actually seeing a lot of priority so far on the Pangolier, which is a little bit in. Oh, my lord.
All right.
Oh, God.
I'm down for some heart anti-mage.
It's a... I mean, sure, Jakiro. Rubik's going to be pretty nice. I will say I think Rubik is one of the better supports to deal with the anti-mage. I think...
as well as Jakiro a little bit, right? It depends if someone else sets up for it, because it's not like a targeted stun on the ice path. It's just something on the ground. I'm a big fan of anything that has that aspect to it, like, Light Strike Array, Slithering Crush, Ice Path, all that sort of stuff is good against anti-mage.
The thing is, you'll need that setup, and that's where the Rubik comes into play, and hopefully where some of the other heroes are able to help out to match up against him. So let's see how they look to protect it. Already PA's banned out one of the more really difficult carry-to-carry matchups. Wonder if we'll see some of the offlane matchups banned out, though. Always the ones that stand out are ones with a passive. So Slardar are probably the best Legion Commanders up there as well.
For me, it's Slardar and Troll that I think they need to ban here. Troll's pretty good against the anti-mage. You're just able to get in on top of him, root him in place, and even through the BKB these days now as well. So the matchup has become even better than it previously was. And even if you use the Mana Void onto the Troll, who cares? Man's got terrible int gain, so you're not actually going to end up doing that much damage for him.
10 seconds remaining.
It's weird to suggest a troll because that hero is pretty garbo right now, but
It's good in some scenarios.
yes, he's a very, very situational carry.
The thing that makes the Slardar really good this game as well is that a lot of the times when you're going up against an anti-mage, the anti-mage, if he's playing against the Slardar, would love to have someone like a Lich with him in lane, just to provide that additional armor, so that you're actually able to just standard man fight and drain the mana and, you know, even potentially put some kill threat forward, but you've already picked a Disruptor. And if you're going Lich Disruptor, again, it feels like you're in this situation where too much is being put on the back of your offlaner and your mid laner. To be fair, though, IG Vitality, they kind of are in the same sort of boat, where they just have two heroes that need other heroes to do a lot of the grunt work for them.
Okay. What do we make of the Shadow Fiend getting picked in the 15th? Do you like it?
Not really. I mean, it's not one of those heroes that... You still need two heroes that are going to enable other stuff to happen. Otherwise, you're just sitting back for someone to make some sort of play. And that's exactly what any mage wants, right? Any mage wants time to be able to get those first few key items that he needs. And, you know, you're able to very, very quickly drain a Shadow Fiend's mana. Something like a Tide Hunter is great because you just put himself on the front lines. It's very hard to push into that. They've even gotten rid of a lot of the pushes in the Lycan's gone, the Nature's Prophet's gone. Still the Beastmaster, though, but again, like, you kind of have to Legion Commander now, though, don't you?
I mean, Slardar's still there. You got Slardar Shadow Fiend combo.
Yes, but I'm also just thinking Elsie's great against Tide and Anti-Mage. And it holds someone in place for the Shadow Fiend to just go bonkers. And there's the Lich that I was talking about, right? So they're protecting against the Slardar or the LC. But again, it feels kind of passive, very reactive, rather, I would say. Like Tide Hunter's not mobile.
It's a pretty strong lane, though, right? Lich Anti-Mage. I mean, Anti-Mage is quite the laner now with the recent buffs that we've been seeing, and Lich is a great position 5. So I know you're speaking about it maybe being a bit of a block pick for the Slardar Legions. Also nice versus the right-click build from the Shadow Fiend. That Frost Shield as well. So I really don't hate the pick. They got quite the teamfight combo so far from Bright.
And this is where the double support duo on Vitality really I'm not a big fan of it, right? Like, you might be able to go something that's just able to pull the lane if you don't want to go down this Slardar Legion Commander route, but this Anti-Mage Lich duo kind of guards against that, and they're just going to go Beastmaster, which I don't hate. You know, you're able to stay at range, although I'm assuming that they're going to look to try and get very active onto this Beastmaster in the early game. Maybe even an Orb of Venom, to be honest, on the AM, just to chase him down.
Yeah, so I heard, I was listening to Gork stream, and they were, Netta was in 33 was in the call, yeah. And he was, were you there as well? Did you?
No,
you know?
I know they're buddies, they chat a lot.
Yeah. So they were speaking about kind of the Beastmaster Anti-Mage. 33 really believes that this is quite a strong lane for the AM, where Beast is forced to go into boars. So we'll see. He feels as though if you go down this boar route and you lose the lane, your game's pretty much over. So
can you afford to go Axes, though, when he's just going to drain your mana?
No, you can't. You can't. Like, he really thinks you do not go Axes in that lane. And I think the game they were watching was when DM played, and DM even went boars as well. So,
is that when OG still won?
Yeah, I think that was an Anti-Mage Phoenix game. I cannot remember. They played 3 Beastmaster games, so
very
yeah.
different. Though. Like, Phoenix doesn't enable you to catch like the Lich does.
This is a very difficult lane, though, for the Beastmaster. AM Lich. Like, he's not going to have a good time at all, and if he plays from behind, you're going to really struggle. That means AM's going to be able to free farm. Like, this is a much better hero than what it's been previously known as, so I don't particularly like the Beast pick.
Lich... I'm just thinking, I'm expecting this Rubik to go like boots to start with, and then just pull. You do not want to lane into this. Like, this is an incredibly strong lane, and then Lich kind of needs to make a decision. Most of the time you want like 2-1-1 sort of build, just to be able to have some layer of lockdown, to have some slows, to have some nuke damage to secure those range creeps early on. So you're not going to have anything to stop the Rubik from pulling, especially if he goes those boots, right? You're going to be able to outrun it most of the time. So we've seen that bottom side of the map can just turn into not actually the lane very, very quickly. We'll see how good IG Vitality are at making that happen. And then if you're able to drag the creep wave behind the tower multiple times, maybe Rubik can start to build up some stacks. And who knows, maybe you can go this Axes build and then start to actually just take the jungle away. Use the axes onto the ancient creeps, because no one outside of this Tide Hunter is going to be able to contest it. Now they will, with the Kunkka. Stops the push a little bit, holds the SF into place, and if you do have a good mid matchup, you can also just look to go into that jungle and see if there were some stacks built up and look to steal them away. So I quite like this Kunkka pick.
Yeah, same.
10 seconds remaining.
I was thinking they might go down the Pango route, but then Pango and Tide kind of fulfill a similar role with their ultimates. Conquer, I suppose, as well. Bit of AoE team fight regardless, so he's a very, very strong laner. You don't see your mid lane matchup. Will be a Night Stalker, though, for IG Vitality, so...
Mid SF. Pos 1 Night Stalker. All right. Been waiting for it. And it is great against these supports.
Yeah, it is. The silence is nice versus Tide Hunter. Of course, AoE, so the Kraken Shell is going to have no value out of it. They're going to have a lot of vision to play with on IG Vitality. The Hawks, now the Dark Ascension. I really wonder what build we're going to see out of the mid Shadow Fiend, if it's going to be the Magic, if it's going to be the right click. It's definitely a curveball thrown in with this 24th pick Night Stalker.
I think you can afford to go the right click on the Shadow Fiend. It just synergizes well with the Inner Beast. You're also going up against an anti-mage who, of course, has that inbuilt magic resistance, so it's very important that you're looking to ignore that as much as possible. Kunkka likes building a BKB, but if you're physical, you don't really care about that quite so much. And even the Tide Hunter, right? Yeah, he's got Kraken Shell, but you don't want to hit the Great Requiem and then he just is able to Kraken Shell, shrug off the fear, and walk away. If you're doing enough damage, then those little instances of like damage block aren't really going to change much of anything. So I'm really expecting a right click build out of Totoro here.
How are we feeling about the draft? Do we feel like it's one side that's a little bit more favored than the other, or are we going into this game 3 with a bit of an even slate?
Let me have a look at it again. I'm going to need a moment here because I do like the Night Stalker. I think it's going to have a great time against these supports in particular. I think the Shadow Fiend is going to be just fine in that mid lane, just because you're up against a Kunkka who needs to use the Tidebringer a lot. ASF's got decent armor, so he's not going to take too much harass from that and can constantly keep the lane shoved out. And again, this Kunkka needs to be that hero that makes the rotations, right? So if you do that against a Shadow Fiend, he's just going to raise the wave in, look to start getting some damage in onto your tower. So I prefer IG Vitality slightly.
Whoa, what's going on?
Okay, 5-man.
Oh my god! Oh, quite the dual breath, quite the torrent. Come on, someone's gonna die. You're really gonna try and tease me like that?
He'll die.
Looks like Imitator will die. So first blood's gonna go over towards IG Vitality. I have
didn't need to do that, DQQ. And he doesn't have the boots either. So you have to wonder if this is going to impact his ability to get a lot of these creep pulls off. So I'm going to favor Vitality. This was before the first blood happened. Let's get it straight. But sure. You also need to consider, like, how is that bottom lane going to go? If he's successful in getting a bunch of pulls off, then I'm feeling a lot more confident about that because Beastmaster is going to have a game. But if he can't do that and Anti-Mage gets out of control off the back of the laning phase, then Team Bright could very easily take it.
Yeah, I'll go opposite. I like Team Bright. I have a big question mark with the. I think this bottom lane is. I think it's going to be.
It's a big
if, for Tax.
Right? It's a big if.
I don't think it's an if. I think they're going to get demolished in this lane. I'm happy to be proven wrong. I think he's going to have a really, really bad time.
I don't know about DQQ. His purchases here. Like, he's got 3 mangoes, he's got 2 sets of tangos, he's given 2 tangos over to tax already, he's bought more tangos, he's buying a healing salve. This to me says, I want to contest this lane, and again, you really don't want to contest this lane. And he's gone axes as well on tax. Okay, can I change my decision?
So the question mark for me is just the Night Stalker. Like, Night Stalker carry sounds pretty good versus the Anti-Mage. You're going to be able to stand your ground inside the man fight. I mean, again, silence, nothing is going to be able to do against it. Might force like a bit of a BKB. Yeah, which is a bit awkward for an AM to go down. And like, how early do you want to find that BKB? So that's really the one thing for me. But is he even going to have a good game on the night, a good lane on the Night Stalker in the first 5 minutes versus the Tidehunter?
It's not great, right? You're always just going to be copping a lot of those anchor smashes to the face. So I think it's just important that he gets a few of these early levels, and you can take advantage of that first night on Yukio to be able to make a rotation. It's not going to be against the Kunkka. Kunkka is way too tanky for them to be able to take out, I don't think. I think they're still lacking in that hero that you can look to rally a fight around.
It's interesting. We've got the AM.
SJ's probably dying. Well, maybe not.
Poor guy. Ooh. No, it's going to be able to live. Nicely done. Just seeing with the item build for the Anti-Mage, no Vanguard, which is kind of the build we've been seeing recently. So it's just going to go the treads into the Battle Fury.
Not sure if I'm the biggest fan of that. I feel like, again, against all this physical damage, it's going to be real nice. Even if you do get caught under that crippling fear with the roar as well, towards the end of it, you might be able to shrug off a lot of that damage.
So far, how's his mid lane shaping up at the moment as well?
Should be even.
Phoenix up. Is there any like little advantage for the Shadow Fiend just because it's a range versus melee and you can easily find these razors?
Any hero except Kunkka, I would agree. Even like to a lesser extent, Tusk is just able to not care about a lot of that damage just because you've got pretty good regen to start with. You're always able to shove lanes out, so you're not really having too much denied away from you. Just be careful though. We've had a few range creeps denied off the back of Tidebringers, so I was kind of expecting him to use the torrent to be able to secure those. Can't fall too far behind with those with your levels. It is very important to just constantly keep the pressure moving back towards the Shadow Fiend. You can see Phoenix actually going towards the dire side of the map, taking away the bounty rune. I'm not sure if I agree with the choice to go into the bottle on the Kunkka. I guess you do need a playmaker to be able to play around with, and he's banking on some power runes to be able to do that, but you're not exactly the biggest mana user in lane. How'd they get that kill, by the way?
They got level 3 before Radiant did, and which was just caught out. They're going to finally look to try and get aggressive. Should be able to see them get a kill. DQQ's out of mana though, so Heart's not going to do a lot of damage, and bottom lane shaping up pretty well for IG Vitality. Got to be very happy with the start they're getting so far. They do not have a great position.
The net worth with a creep wave right in his face. In front
is a big concern. We have not seen them look to get aggressive so far for Team Bright, looking to try and burn that mana. There are some spellcasters so far and going into the axes, so
Tax has been able to get away with buying the Helm of Iron Will at a pretty decent time, so he's going to be just fine to be left alone a little bit here. Just gives it over to DQQ for him to bring out to lane as well.
So a very nice start. Well, Irving's we've got a meteor hammer queued up here for the Tidehunter, so
like it. They're lacking push right now. Can't rely everything on just shoving a lane out. You've got pretty decent ways to be able to deal with that, both from afar as well as just up close and personal. Axes, Fade Bolt, bottom side. Finally might be looking to make a bit of action happen. At least this time they've got the Ring of Health to enable Heart to feel a little bit more confident in taking a man fight. Really feels like the Rubik's the one that you got to go on though. with that Helm of Iron. Will picked up on Tax. He's just a little bit too tanky for you to get an easy kill onto anymore.
They're actually going to TP the Disruptor down bottom. There's that jump onto the Rubik. DQQ is going to be in a lot of trouble. Jakiro is going to be able to mirror the movement. And as a result of this, they're in some trouble now. Heart Blink's still on cooldown.
1 second.
We get it up in a couple of seconds. It's just a little bit too long. Tax gets the kill.
And that's with the TP being used as well. Like, I know that Jakiro came down too, but I think you're pretty satisfied with how everything's turning out so far on IG Vitality. This is not what you drafted the Anti-Mage for. Totoro even going to be able to secure that Arcane Rune.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
How's top going? Ukio's doing just fine up here as well. Yeah, you're falling a little bit behind the Tide Hunter, but not too far. He's still getting all of the experience that he could possibly need. Tide Hunter doesn't really have that kill threat for him either.
You like the Midas on Ukio?
Yeah, I do. I think you got to enable yourself to scale somewhat. I think he's going to be playing perhaps a little bit more of an aggressive game. Like, again, he needs to be the one to kind of roam around and get onto the anti-mage, and Midas kind of makes up for that a little bit.
Okay. Is it like a Midas Radiance? Because we've been seeing a little bit of the Radiance as the position 1 Night Stalkers at the moment. Or what are we wanting him to go afterwards?
Well, that's what Yuma does when he plays it for D2 Hustlers, so I'm interested to see if that's what he's going to go down. Is IG Vitality actually going to take away a... Was that a double, triple stack? It was a triple stack.
Bottom lane.
Makunka.
Phoenix going to try and TP down to make his first rotation of the game, but all they'll get is the support kill onto the Rubik, so...
At least Hart picks it up.
And meanwhile, mid lane as well now. You've also got Imitator that's in some trouble, but a glimpse away. Shadow Fiend won't be able to continue to get the damage in, looking for that last raise, but Imitator's already got plenty of distance to protect himself.
As soon as that Conquer shows away from the lane as well, again, it's the standard MO for the Shadow Fiend. Shove the lane in, force someone to come back to this, means that we know that they're not making plays elsewhere. SJ as well, he's going to look to protect the bottom power rune for Totoro to be able to play around with. It's actually top though. Double damage. Was it worth an Imitator? Probably not.
I don't know. This injection of gold for the Night Stalkers off to quite the start. Lucy's like a little bit hesitant about still going into this Tide Hunter lane. So Irving with the Meteor is going to be able to start to get some damage into the tower.
They do have to address him a little bit, but how do they do that? Like, there's nothing really to hold them in place. No one's going to want to go a silence. No one really loves going the break before the Shadow Fiend, and even then, it's going to be quite some time. So a lot of this really does feel like playing on the back of Irving. How many heroes can he force to commit up onto this top side of the map?
Phoenix going to try and get the combo out. It's pretty quick reactions out of Dire's response. The boat's there, but it won't be enough to keep him alive. And now Tide, look at the silence though. He can't spellcast. And now it's at a stage where the Ravage won't be able to provide them a whole lot.
Triple duel.
They're going to be lacking the damage still if he uses it afterwards, so...
Tide's not dying,
just a delta split. He's not dying, but they're not getting a kill after it, so... Conquer goes down, he's forced to TP mid, so no one is up top in this vacant lane. And bottom lane as well.
The happier you are. Yeah, they might be able to get the kill onto
Did he counterspell the raw attacks? Alright, and now Ukio... He's got SJ playing behind him. I think he counterspelled the raw. I just saw the last second. Yeah, he did. Wow, beautifully done.
Quick fingers.
Okay.
Any stacks starting to be built up? Yeah, we got SJ looking to make some for IG Vitality inside of their ancient camp area. So really looking to see a lot more emphasis put onto the mid tower by Bright. You've got Tide Hunter who TP'd here to be able to influence that team fight, and he's got the Meteor Hammer, so I really want to see them try and use that around this mid tier 1. They've got the Siege Creep to be able to play around with as well. And if you're able to take away that tier 1 tower, it just becomes that little bit easier for either Kunkka or Tide to go up into the Ancients area. Tax, though, realizing that Looks to take away at least the hard camp for now, and just go straight back to that bottom lane. He's got a Siege Crypt to play around with as well, plus the Helm Dom.
Yep. They got a really nice ward that's going to scout out some rotations. They even see Undyne in the tree line as well. So the Lich trying to get himself set up for a potential turnaround with the Chain Frost, but oh well, nicely done. So very difficult ward to be able to get rid of, so it's now going to protect the Anti-Mage who's still playing in his safe lane, and now meanwhile Irving, he's been able to find that first tower of the game as well. So we could see shortly potentially Irving and the Anti-Mage look to just swap the lanes, get him out of this danger lane, and then you know the Tide act as maybe a deterrent for this bottom tower with that Ravage as a threat.
Yeah, it is being a little bit challenging for them to be able to get any sort of actual map damage done, or like claim any real estate on the map for IG Vitality. That's the power of this Tide Hunter, and to a lesser extent the Conquer, right? Like you just shove out the lanes with that maxed out Tidebringer. Of course, Tide Hunter just puts himself in front with that maxed out Anchor Smash, and really they can't put anyone into this. They can use the fortification onto this mid tower, realizing how important it is to try and keep it up for as long as possible with how much they rely on the ancient camps to be able to pick up a lot of that more greedy farm. So I wonder if this is going to be the case of like forcing a Tide Hunter to go somewhere and then fighting elsewhere as a result of that. But it really feels like the ones on the front foot are going to be Bright. Even just using the Ice Path to stop the Meteor Hammer. Don't hate this from SJ. He's just trying to create time. It's
kind of nice that they're just plopping the Jakiro mid in front of this Tide. It's going to be a bit difficult for him to get value out of the Meteor. And meanwhile, we got Yukio just back in the jungle. He's actually decided to avoid the Midas, so casual gloves of haste, and he's going to be starting to work on that Sacred Relic and into the Radiance.
Just trying to think how I feel about that. I know the Radiance is important, but you're also really farming so slow during the daytime. Another Ice Path attempt is what we're looking at?
Yeah, just a little bit too late this time.
But yeah, like you just look at this Night Stalker and what he's able to do during the daytime. It's not much. Like he's got that Hunter of the Night maxed out. So in 2 minutes, he's going to be a very happy camper. But up until then, it really feels like you're playing truly one hero down.
Oh, well, we're going to get a smoke. It was underneath the Hawk, though. So Dire do have confirmation where this attempt.
Positioning of SJ. He's just predicting that they might be looking to go towards the ancient camp area. Totoro looking to try and help set up for that. They'll be able to get a quick pick off onto the Rubik as well.
They're going to try and fight, though, on IG.
Don't know if they can.
They're all underneath the Observer Ward, so Radiant, a great placement down from Imitator on his way down to bottom. Grants them the vision that helps him look to reset. They saw Yukio TP down as well, so the Night Stalker is stuck in this bottom lane. Let's see if they're going to try and capitalize off this.
Well, they saw Totoro TP
glimpse back. Chain Frost and Ravages at the ready. The Chain Frost won't be able to bounce back. Yukio's protecting himself with the silence, but Phoenix is not caught inside the range, so he's going to be able to land the combo. And now they're going to try and look to turn this into some damage onto the tier 1.
Well, they do eventually get rid of that Observer Ward, but yeah, you just saw how instantly they made that move. They went for a little bit of a back. It forced Totoro to leave because top tower was being pushed in by the Conquer, and then they're like, all right, no contest. The only hero that we're worried about at this stage is that Shadow Fiend with the Requiem. So once he's not a factor, let's look to take this one away. They might not have been able to take the tier 1 mid, but they'll be taking tier 1 bottom and using that to potentially progress to mid next.
And what a battlefield timing as well for Heart, considering like it was still a pretty difficult lane. You got it about 13:30 in, so
with the treads as well.
Yeah, you've got a double stack at the Ancients. Got the Possessed Master, so actually might be able to take it a little bit earlier than what you usually can. So he's off to a pretty good time here for the Anti-Mage, and I mean, what can you really do to slow him down on IG Vitality? You're waiting for that Night Stalker to hit his timing, but that was thought out for him TPing down bottom, so I mean, we'll see the attempt from IG Vitality. They're going to try and look to get a kill and open up the map, which is much needed with the status that we're seeing.
Yeah, you can't let an Anti-Mage sit back and just freely farm in areas where it's just safe for teams to be able to join in onto him and be able to protect him when he goes for this greedier type of farm. I mean, the fact that they've been able to stall out a Jakiro Beastmaster draft up until the 15-minute mark from taking a single tower is a huge win coming through from Bright. I have to give that one over to Tax, who he does have the Helm of the Overlord picked up for himself, so that's going to feel nice. But again, this is a Night Stalker that just has not picked up an item for the past 10 minutes of this game, it feels like. He has not progressed his net worth at all. Understandable, of course, if you're going for this Radiance Rush, but really feel like with how active he's tried to be around the map, that Midas would have been a better option.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Another fight by the
That
power
mid tower.
room. Tora's going to be okay, it looks like.
Well, they don't have bot or mid tier 1, so this Ancients area isn't really protected anymore. The thing they're really waiting for on IG is just Todoro having that BKB for himself. I think then they feel a little bit more confident in being able to take a fight.
Bukio, not good. They got the ward, so they know exactly where the Night Stalker's farming. Glimpse back, and this time they're going to get more value out of the Chain Frost, being able to bounce back onto some of the creeps. Very nicely done and set up thanks to the ward plays from Imitator prior.
Been pretty on point with his ward placement so far this game, hasn't he?
Yes, he has.
Set up for 3 different fights, I think. At least with the Night Stalker, he was able to pick up that Sacred Relic before he dies, so not losing any gold as a result of the death, just more time where you're not active around the map.
So at least the Shadow Fiend's off to an incredible start as well here, Totoro. So are we...
tower is under attack.
Like, is this going to be a bit of an X factor for IG Vitality with the Beastmaster buffing him up as well? Does he have a pretty good game overall if he finds farm?
That was what I was banking on for IG Vitality, right? They do have good synergy between most of their cores, right? Vision plus... provided from both the Night Stalker and the Beastmaster means that it's very hard for the supports to play the game of Tota right now. They're going into 4-stuffs and stuff. I really wouldn't hate to see them go like a Ghost Scepter on both Initiator and Undyne, just because the Night Stalker hasn't really had a game, so he's not going to be getting a Nullifier anytime soon. Yeah, I think the Beastmaster in a Beastora plus the physical from Todoro is going to feel nice. And he's very close to that BKB as well. So maybe then IG Vitality can look to make their first real aggressive move. They'll probably have Radiance at a similar sort of time.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, because we haven't really seen them make another attempt. It was that smoke down to bottom to try and open up the map, and since then it's just been chilling, trying to find their farm across the map. I mean, it's still only 1,000 net worth lead, so their cause of finding farm. Beastmaster's in a great position as well. But it's just a question of, like, is a fat anti-mage just a guaranteed win or not?
He's going BKB and then AC on the Beastmaster. Really wouldn't hate to see a Blink Dagger for him. I think they need to try and pick off this Shadow Fiend or the Conquer at the start of these fights if possible. And again, they've got the vision to be able to do so. Just find a deep blink inside some sort of fog for Team Bright, then get that all-important initial stun before they're able to get the counterspell or the BKB off.
It's a nice tower for them to be able to find as soon as that BKB is up. Nice deny from Irving, though.
They got a minute left of nighttime. Dark Ascension available. Probably would want it to be level 2, just for a little bit less cooldown. Of course, doubling the bonus damage that you get from it as well.
I'd love to see them smoke, get a kill, and force Roche. Or I don't hate this. T2 tower down bottom. I said, like, this is really their strength right now with the status of this game. So to look to try and get as much done as you possibly can.
Irving feels very confident in being able to just walk back and defend that, though, because they saw Ukyo off the back of, again, that Observer Ward provided by Imitator. They smoked under it as well. Like, this ward has set up 3 different movements that Bright have been able to make, and well, they're just going to be able to position themselves real defensively. I wonder if Hart might even look to put himself into the trees here to be able to pop it, and then, yeah, he's going to get straight back out, so...
Oh, nice torrent. With the bow follow-up, the Static Storm's even better. Totoro's going to be able to play around with the BKB, but the other members, they won't have that protection. So 2 down like that, they get the Helm of the Overlord as well. Quite the team fight combo coming out from Bright.
That Chain Frost went absolutely bonkers, and well, we were talking about Roche. Maybe it's actually going to be Team Bright looking to pick this one up. They don't have the greatest, like, minus armor. They've got the Gush, but that's about all. Still, though, with the drums, should be able to secure it for themselves and look to play even more aggressively on this anti-mage. He's looking to go into the Skadi. Great answer
Huge
for
timing.
the Shadow Fiend.
Third item is really when you start to feel the power of the anti-mage, and you're probably going to get that with maybe like a minute 30 left on the Aegis, depending on how rapid his farming rate is. So keep tabs on that. You've got daytime as well, so you got to be chilling for the next couple of minutes. I think we're definitely looking for a little bit more, slow pace for the next 2 or so, and then we're going to look to get aggressive once again, which could be very difficult for IG Vitality to deal with if they have another team fight like that.
Still just looking to go into the BKB on Ukyo. He realizes that he's probably overstayed his welcome down on this bottom side of the map with how long ago Roshan did go down. So he's going to move back up top. Once again, under a ward, placed down, this time by Heart. He actually has a bit of an idea of where this Lich is. I'm not sure if you really want to go for this kill attempt yet, though. Again, no Dark Ascension for another 35 seconds, and you got to make sure that you're timing it so you've got as much nighttime uptime as possible. So around that 24-minute mark is really where they're wanting to get the most out of this one. Should have a BKB on the Beastmaster by that stage. Could have maybe the Shadow Blade on the Shadow Fiend at that time. They'll be getting close to the BKB on the Night Stalker as well. As well as just being able to wait out that Aegis timing. So it's a matter of stalling things out for now. They will have seen that there was a smoke happening, though. Totoro just popped out of nowhere underneath the Imitator, these observer wards, man. They're just being placed in spots that read every single little movement that they're looking to go for, and that's the last hero they want to see. Tide Hunter, way too tanky right now. Dragon Scale, maxed out Kraken Shell, Pipe of Insight. He is a beefy boy. Doing exactly what he needs to allow the anti-mage to do anti-mage things. Level 17 now.
They're coming back.
Do they need to commit onto this, though? Again, he's got Aegis for the next 3 minutes. 3 TPs committed for this.
You see how the supports are playing as well, just playing right next to the anti-mage, like both Undyne and Imitator, making sure they're nearby just in case it's required to act as a bailout. And he's getting very, very close to the Skadi, like we were kind of bringing up, like he's going to have that with a little bit of time left on the Aegis as well. So they do have maybe this top ward that they're going to look to try and play with shortly in the upcoming minute.
They're literally just acting as bodyguards, these two supports, aren't they? They're like, look, Kunkka's not going to die. He's tanky enough. He's getting close to his AC, by the way, just 600 gold away. And Anti-Mage, he's got the Aegis, and we just want to be within range to be able to get there by the time that Aegis is reclaimed. Also just about to reach level 18 on the Anti-Mage as well, as, well, there's that Skadi.
Wow. And this Aegis is... they've been able to grow quite the lead off the back of it as well. I mean, it's blown up to 5,000 now. Keep in mind, I mean, IG Vitality, they were kind of keeping even with the gold. Really, this Night Stalker is just taking quite the hit. He does have his BKB coming out shortly, though. Might take a little bit too long, though, as Heart. He's going to jump over the top. The boys aren't with him, but Heart's going to force out a very early BKB. And meanwhile, the Night Stalker, he's in some trouble as well. Down by the mid-tier 2 tower, Yukio, well, the meteor is going to drop straight on his head. And now Anti-Mage, he's already looking for more as well. This is some scary timings that IG Vitality are going to have to go up against. There's still a minute 30 of the Aegis.
Got another creep wave coming through. They've got the glyph available, but remember, well, actually they have a tier 2 tower, so a little surprised that they actually didn't look to pop that glyph there. They also get really close to having that Aghanim Scepter for the Tide Hunter. Hasn't gone the Gush Slow Talent at level 10, but I'm sure he's going to go the Gush Damage at level 15. He's tanky enough. He doesn't need the additional Anchor Smash damage reduction, I feel.
Oh, DQQ.
He's stolen Blink.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Now they got the AC to play around with as well. So can't really afford to pop the glyph now. It's not going to do anything. Won't stall out any sort of push. Anti-Mage still 30 seconds left on the Aegis, so they weren't going to contest that at all. And feels like, once again, the team is hemmed up inside of their own base.
I don't know if that ward caught a glimpse of the smoke. IG are starting to group up. I catch them off guard though, Irving. Still, they got the ultimate to the Revy. They've got to be cautious if they all group up. The Tora's going to be okay with the BKB at the moment. Be able to secure the kill onto the Disruptor, but what can he get afterwards? A Requiem to help them reposition, but now with the ultimates coming out, Tora's in some trouble. And now with the Night Stalker, he's going to be chased down as well. A disaster fight for IG Vitality, and Yukio here will not escape. They'll get the Skadi slow. X to close the distance. This is looking like it's going to be a very difficult comeback for IG Vitality. 11,000 net worth deficit, and their high ground might be under siege pretty shortly.
And there's no mind about it. You've even got the siege creep still up on this top side, so you have to feel that Bright might look to push at least one more wave out, but, well, why not just get a kill in the meantime as well? DQQ, he was getting a little bit too cheeky for his own good. They're pushing multiple lanes as well.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Putting more priority onto mid. Not sure if that's the best decision, just because, you know, if you have that top lane secure, then that lane's going to be the one pushing in, and, oh, there we go. They used that last glyph as well. Second Roshan could potentially be their timing, but maybe they're just feeling confident enough to end this game right now. No Requiem.
He's almost got a butterfly on heart. Oh, Irving's... Alright, jump in. EKB will keep Tax alive for the moment. They're actually going to try and look for the turnaround with the Raw. Is there going to be enough forward control? We're trying to look for the Night Stalker, but he's actually going for the backline instead of the Anti-Mage. So Heart's okay for the moment. He'll be able to get the Blink to reposition. It's all up to Yukio, trying to do his best to get the kill into the support, but stolen Chain Frost, bouncing back and forth, but it's going to get locked on the creeps. And there's the glimpse from Imitator. They'll catch out Yukio on the retreat. The Mana Void to blow him up. Tax is next as well. And that might be the finishing blow there as the G's are dropped. Team Bright, what a game 3 from them.
It was well performed by them. I really thought the Tidehunter pick did a lot for their chances, as Irving doesn't even get to pump the Ravage through at the very end of that one. But all smiles around, and that's exactly what you want, right? A lot of the mistakes that they made in game number 2, even though they won, were off the back of their newer players in Imitator and Undyne. And I thought that their warding that game was fantastic. The fact that they were playing around the squishiest hero at the time in the Anti-Mage, despite the fact that how farmed he was, just making sure they could get him into that Skadi timing. They could get him up to that level 18. They could hit those big power spikes just because they felt really unkillable. Unfortunately for IG Vitality, to me, it was an itemization issue. You know, we saw the Night Stalker completely drop off in effectiveness with that choice not to go into the Midas. We saw... I was really a big advocate for buying the Blink Dagger on the Beastmaster just so that you could finally get a proper jump in onto a target that you wanted to burst down with all the vision that you had from the Hawk, from the Dark Ascension, but they just never were able to do it. And it just felt like they gave up so much of their early potential that they had off of the back of honestly, a better than expected laning stage.
Yeah, without a doubt, with how the lanes went for them, they just weren't able to, unfortunately, make any plays. We saw some like early BKBs for Tora that didn't really go their way as well. So when you go for this item, such an early stage of the game, and you're not able to win fights, then your farming is going to fall behind as a result of that, regardless. So, I mean, Team Bright, this is very, very impressive from them. Back-to-back games where we saw they were just able to really dominate. It was not kind of close in that second game and game 3. In fact, I mean, the previous game went 28 minutes and 45 seconds. This game went 28 on the dot. So even though we had a very long game 1, Team Bright, they didn't want any more long games.
They shook it off. They said, you know what, we feel like we're the better team. And that's the third time now that perhaps the team that is favored on name has ended up falling down. You know, we had the 2 Div 2 participants from last tour fall down in the first series of the tournament a couple of days ago. And now IG Vitality, a name that many people are familiar with, you know, we've had some star players come from that academy team, have now fallen to Team Bright in pretty convincing fashion. So
Yes.
is it going to continue? We got Piggy Killer taking on Supernova next, and I mean, Piggy Killer are my favorites to be in first place at the very end of the tour, but who knows? Maybe this trend's going to continue. Maybe they end up losing out as well.
Yeah, if the trend is ever going to break, though, it's definitely going to break more than likely with Piggy Killers. You take a look at that roster with the star members that are on there. So yeah, we'll get to see if that trend will continue or not. But for Bright, a very good debut here with this new roster, being able to take down, of course, IG Vitality. So they're going to bump themselves up with their first victory. Of course, just to start, though, it's a long tour. IG Vitality next up, they're going to be versing Supernova, and for Bright, well, they got Piggy Killers as well, which is in a couple days. So that is not going to be a easy series at all for them. So we'll see. They've got a couple days to be able to continue to work on some things, but that is just our first series of the night. We've still got one more series, hopefully another exciting series as well. So far, we've had all of them go to game 3. This one might be a little bit different as well, again, with kind of the names that we see on Piggy Killer, but the teams need to get set up, and with that being said, we'll see you guys very shortly.
Watch more, earn more. Full TV.
And we are back with our final series of the night. 2 brand new teams. And of course, the 2 teams that we haven't seen so far as well. We've got Picky Killer taking on Supernova. So maybe team names that people aren't familiar with, but you definitely will be familiar with them very, very shortly. In particular, this Picky Killer lineup. This is a stacked roster, Denog, through and through. I mean, going through the lads, where do you even start with them? An intro does it justice. Of course, Fly, everyone knows him from IG, XM, the lad that was previously on Outsiders of China, Ava, known as SRF, the man Frisk, aka Fade, and you have Outside, also known as Victoria as well, on the position 5. That is a scary roster with a awesome logo.
An awesome logo for sure. I mean, they are ready to butcher their opponents coming through this because they look like the strongest team by far. I'm ready to eat my words. We've said they've had some strong teams coming into this. We were doing Western Europe the other day. I thought PogChamp was looking pretty decent, and then they were dismantled by ancient tribes. So, anything can happen, and maybe it's going to be off the back of some of the more relative unknowns. We've got 5 players that not a lot of people would have had the chance to hear of before, but that's, the silver lining that comes from all the drama around the scene is that these new players get a chance. So I'm keen to see what they're able to do.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult test, though. What would you prefer? Do you want to get the hard game out of the way? Do you maybe want the challenge? Or you're like, let's just get the difficult one going and then let's look towards the other ones?
I would like an easy one first, and then hard second, and then I don't care about the rest, because I think you got to get some confidence to know that you're not just complete garbage. But then if you face up against the other people second, it's like a bit of a reality check, right? You don't get too far ahead of yourselves, and you're able to take a lot of learnings out of this. As we see the boys on Supernova coming through, it's a nice jersey on them as well.
Yeah, they got a nice jersey as well. So see. Rapida, like the colors. We'll see if it's going to be able to give them a buff or not. It's the jersey buff. It's nice to see. I like a couple of jerseys. You got any nice jerseys that you're a fan of?
Oh, and not ones that I own. I'm still a big fan of fanboy, the OG like TI8, TI9. Where that looks like they were wearing a collared shirt, but it was just a regular jersey. I think that one looked nice.
Oh, I'm trying to think of some of the ones that I've liked recently.
What about a Fear's old team, the Business Associates, where they wore, the button-up white shirts,
yep,
and the tie? That was good.
Oh, you got to do it. It goes in with the team name. That was a while ago, and thinking about it, 9. I mean, that was at the time it wasn't a TI winner, but 9 was on that roster for a decent chunk of it as well. So. We saw what he's able to do now on Tundra.
TI runner-up, Fear, TI winner. So, honestly, a little surprised that they didn't get better results than they did over their time together.
Yes, but we see what has happened with some of those players once they split and had a lot of success. And, well, in particular, though, I think we've got to say Picky Killer is probably the standout team and more than likely going to be that first place. Like, it was very similar to what we saw in the previous tour where, like, last tour we actually had
Vici,
definitely, I think we all said Vici were going to be first place, but it was a question of if YBB or Outsiders for China were going to take that second place.
There was even LBZS, questions of could it be them possibly. But we had a clear standout, and I think this is going to be no different. I think Picky Killer are easily number 1. And Supernova, just to make things a little difficult, they've got some odd names that they choose to go by. So their offlaner is Chen, so that's going to be fun. Position 4 is Sheep. We've got Dong in the position 1 role, or Winter, depends which one you want to go by. Neither's really better than the other. We either confuse someone for a caster from Malaysia, or bit of a weird word, but the odds are going to suggest that one as well. Yeah, Picky Killer heavy favorites this time around.
Yes, heavy favorites. So we'll see. For Picky Killer, the carry, of course, Fly has had a short stint away from the scene, but he did just recently stand in for Vici Gaming in one of their series towards the end of the tour. They weren't able to take that, but just getting some reps back under his belt. XM's back to the mid lane as well, importantly, where again we saw in the previous tour for Outsiders for China, he was playing as the 1, and you had Echoes as the position 2. So we'll get to see how they're able to form, and it's always good to watch Fade play. I mean, I'm a very, very big Frisch fan. I wish he was still going by Fade, I must say, but wasn't able to have success on the at the Last Chance qualifiers where gaming played. They just came in at 4th place, so unfortunate for them, but they weren't able to get over the line. But Frisch and XM, they've already played together. Of course, they were on that team at the TI 11 Last Chance qualifiers, so they do have some experience together.
Yeah, they do indeed. I'm interested to see if Frisk does break out any of his, weird janky picks. He was one of the first ones to do the Zeus support, for example, where he actually just didn't play with the rest of the team. He was a little bit greedier, got all of his farm, and then just basically stayed in his base and cast Thunder God's Wrath and Nimbus. And then that was his contribution to a lot of it with the back of the static field. So we'll see. With the draft's underway, and they're just taking away a lot of the tempo here. I would have to wonder who this favors, right? Like, if you're Supernova, you're like, okay, well, if we get rid of all these really fast heroes, we're not going to get run over. Whereas Piggy Killer, maybe their mentality is, okay, well, we know we're better than them, so we're going to be able to execute better in the late game. So it kind of goes both ways.
Yep. I wonder. Surely first game of the previous tour with FY on Vici Gaming, they treated us with a Rubik. Come on, Frisch, surely.
Drip check outside in the lead at the moment.
Come on.
Dire team pick.
Come on, you have to
No.
look at that. Man's wearing. I mean, is that a filler jacket? FILA that outside's wearing.
I'm not sure.
It's not Supreme. It's
really
not
not
the.
sure.
It's not the full on, hype beast style, but. Oh, and they've actually got at Asta headquarters. Okay, all right. So I guess, is this the academy team for Asta? Must be.
Or what, they got 3? Asteries?
Remaining.
Yeah,
I don't know.
it's Burning's little
5 seconds
love child,
remaining.
the Asta team, and of course the
Yeah.
jerseys. What kind of suggested that a little bit.
Sure, yeah. But very interesting. I'm going to have to look at that one a little bit further. So,
Radiant
So,
team ban.
all right. Well, this is good to see. They got some backing behind them as well. We got saw the nice jerseys prior. They're not wearing them at the moment. But first phase for them, Undying Morphling. It's a pretty
Comfort.
nice setup.
There's comfort. This is their most picked by far heroes. The ones to come for the other lanes. Brood's already been banned out, so like Ember plus Tiny/Tusk. Tiny's already been stolen away from them. Maybe a Snapfire wouldn't go amiss. Sheep plays Earth Spirit as well, so I'm interested to see if he looks to go down that route, but I would say probably not, considering how tanky the Death Prophet and the Tiny are. So you're going to need something that's going to provide a little bit more of that burst damage as opposed to getting in there. So I would say
Surprised we
probably
haven't.
Tiny in the Snap is what I'd be looking for the position 4 from Supernova.
You surprised we haven't been seeing a lot of the Death Prophet so far in our games we've casted?
Yep. China loves the hero, and I'm also a little bit surprised at the lack of Batrider. We've seen some second phase bans of it, but I still think it's a really strong hero.
5 seconds remaining.
Might even see some off-lane bounty hunter come out from Chen. That's something that he likes to do himself. I'd be looking for the Snap next if I'm Supernova. Although they have the back-to-back picks, so they're just going to be able to respond to whatever Piggy Killer do. I'm just thinking for them, it provides them a little bit of flex. Han, I think you still got to up the tempo, right? You got to get some burst damage, and they're going to have that eventually off the back of the Morphling, but you got to get out of the laning phase. Right now, the lane should be just fine for Supernova. This Death Prophet as well, more likely to be SRF's hero. Death Prophet, Tiny, very, very hard to take down both of those guys. I'm interested to see if XM goes into the Spirit Breaker mid. He's been trialing it out a little bit and had some decent success with it in pubs.
Mm-hmm.
Who was it that you were telling me about that was doing mid SB?
XM.
Okay.
XM.
Not just in pubs though, right? He was doing it in some official?
No, it was a pub game that I saw.
Okay.
just saw it come up in one of the highlighted games in the watch tab, and I'm like, oh, we're casting him tomorrow. Keep that one in mind.
First item Meteor
just
Hammer,
in
by
case.
the way. SB does feel like one of those heroes that really does take full advantage of it, though, right? There's very little window between getting that
Radiant
maxed out charge. You've got like 0.1 seconds basically to be able to avoid the Meteor Hammer. So if you're not popping BKB, most heroes are going to get chain stunned.
You see, though, for Supernova putting a lot of attention onto the carry-to-carry matchup to try and enable the Morphling. Lightflyer's got a pretty diverse hero pool, though.
I'm not sure what the Slark ban's for. Morphling's pretty good counter to that, I would say. That is the one that you essentially want against the Slark. So, well, clearly, maybe just feeling like they want to go a little bit more of a static melee position 3 for themselves. Could it be that Bounty Hunter that they're looking to go for Chen? His heroes are like Brood, Bounty, Snap, DP, Coddle. We know it's not DP. I don't think you're really that worried about a Slark or an Anti-Mage or a Drow as a Coddle. So, could be the Bounty way of things.
Can you pick the Bounty without seeing your carry?
That's what the bans are for,
your-
right? That's what I'm saying. They've gotten rid of what they feel is the worst ones, perhaps.
Radiant team pick.
Means that they can pick a really active mid laner as well. We saw that in an earlier series today with Theolacor playing the Bounty Hunter, and him combined together with Divine Llama, and they were just able to roam around the map so much, get a lot of those kills, and not give up on the farm just because of the track gold.
Dire team pick. Radiant team.
I still go... Okay, so they will Snapfire.
This is what I wanted.
And probably going to look for a setup as well. We've got a Tusker hero that's kind of fallen out of popularity so far, but does give them some flex for Supernova.
Will they Jakiro? No, probably not. It's going to be a tiny position 4, +5. Ooh, we get an XM Storm Spirit, one of his best heroes, and well, that's what they need, right? They needed that backline jump to be able to enable the Tiny to join into the fight. We know early on, Tiny still takes a little bit to get into that blink dag between the 15-20 minute mark. Disruptor, of course, going to be playing on the backlines. DP, you don't want them to just be able to run away from you. And they've got the tools to be able to do so, right? Cookie up onto the high ground, Snowball away, Morphling waveform away. So this Storm fits pretty nicely.
Yeah. Have a lot of difficulties with being able to address the Storm. And you can look to protect it now as well. So Invoker's going to be banned out.
Quap, probably.
Okay.
Just for the lane. Again, Supernova got to make sure that, yes, they have the tools to be able to close out the game. And, I mean, yeah, to be honest, they don't have the greatest push, right? It's Morphling. Snapfire is not a Meteor Hammer builder, really. You still want to go a bit more of that Aura style. Tusk isn't going to do too much of that. Maybe they just run the Tusk mid, and they've still got a POS 3 yet to come, and they're just waiting for... actually, did Picky Killer have the last pick overall?
Yes,
They
I
do. Okay, well. Good luck.
Okay, damn. Oh, that is not what I'm hoping for out of my analyst already.
10 seconds remaining.
Oh, no.
I'm just thinking, like, how are they going to
Not
take
the good
towers?
luck.
That's how are they going to take towers? What are they going to do?
And that is such a vital thing right now in Dota. It has been for quite some time. If you cannot open up the map, teams are just so goddamn good at squeezing out just every little bit of farm. And if you can't get that offlane tower to open up the hard, the small camp, maybe in an extra wave so that even the carry might be able to go down there, you would just start to fall behind. It is as simple as that. And
I want to
it's
see a
a
Leshrac
big-
ban and a Piggy Killer.
Okay.
I think Supernova want to go down that route just for A, the push, and B, I feel like it provides a little bit of that burst that they're going to need to be able to take down the Storm. You know, another stun to combo together with the Snowball into the punch. They're going to get rid of Viper instead. Okay, another one of those lane dominators. I suppose they really just want to enable it, and they go Ember instead. I understand it in terms of comfort. Again, it's Han's most comfortable hero, but you lack at that push. That's my real gripe here.
And it's not really a free Ember game as well. Like, again, it's into a favorable Storm lane matchup, and there is a lot that they're going to be able to deal to address him. Sure, BKB is going to be pretty nice to get on top of the Disruptor, maybe for the Death Prophet damage, but if you start to fall behind, we could see a lot of issues with how the Ember is going to be able to play this game. does also reveal that the Snapfire more than likely is the 3. There's kind of some flex with the Tusk, but I would prefer the Snap 3 and the Tusk as a 4. So we'll see what Fly wants to opt for here with the carry as the last pick.
I was talking about it during the first phase of this draft, where they went the Morphling and the Undying. They're 2 most comfortable heroes for the position 1 and the position 5. It's the same thing with the Tusk and the Ember Spirit, right? The only one that's pushed themselves down in priority is Chen here with playing the Snapfire. That's his 3rd most picked hero. So the Brood Mother comes before that.
Wow.
Phantom Lancer, wow.
I mean, it's a fly. The classic. When was the last time I saw a PL?
When's the last time you
my-
saw a PL win is the better question to that. Because we've seen a couple here and there, but not too many W's coming up on the board.
So there's this very interesting Snapfire interact. Actually, it's different. No, never mind.
No, not anymore.
Never mind.
Not the.
Yes, not anymore.
You were trying to steal my point, weren't you?
I
You
was.
little.
Damn it! I was going to start. I was even going to start it off by saying, "I'm surprised you didn't bring it up straight away because it's
There's a
something
reason
that
I
you did
didn't,
like."
you know, 3
I
hours
see, I
of sleep.
see,
Who
I
cares?
see.
I'm still on the mark.
On the
there are
ball.
a few heroes that you could still do that around, like. Not that they would have known the PL was going to come, but let's say they had a bounty hunter coming on Chen instead, right? If you get the track and you use the doppelganger, it still actually shows like the bounty symbol dissolving above the real PL's head. So that's a useful tool to be able to find the real one. Feels kind of nice.
Yeah, the interaction we were speaking about was previously with the old shot on the Snapfire where you had the stun on Scatterblast. You would get the stun bar over the real PL, and that's how you knew which one it was. But of course, so they've changed it. It's now the quickie upgrade. So yeah, scrap that. But regardless, we got a PL. Last pick, Fly again, something he is incredibly comfortable in, and they don't have a way to address it. Yes, Ember's pretty good, but this has to be, he's got to have an incredible game for the Ember to be able to get those items like Maelstrom, Gleipnir, Shivers to be able to help deal with the PL. And I'm a bit concerned we might not get to that stage.
Me too. I mean, the thing is as well that Ember wants to be trying to prevent the PL from getting a lot of this action done, but you're going to have Frisk has to be a little bit careful with his positioning, and XM as well. They might be able to catch him out here. It's just a level 1 Storm.
This would be a great way to start off their game as XM forced to pop the Fairy Fire, but he's still going to go down.
Getting a little bit cocky there, it feels like. You know, does Frisk even having the tree grab leveled up before there's any kind of idea of if there's going to be a scrimmage happening? If he had the Avalanche, that probably doesn't happen. It's not like you really need to have the tree grab there to be able to secure anything in the lane, right? Like, yes, it's nice for denying in the lane, but Quap can look to go for the Crypt Swarm level 1, which she has, to be able to get those range creeps. So, yeah, just a couple of signs of disrespect from Piggy Killer. Hopefully that's the wake-up call that they need to be able to take this one a little bit more seriously. Of course, Supernova earned their way through, just like Piggy Killer did.
The battle begins.
No buying of slots here.
No, sir. Got to qualify. And Piggy Killer did that in first. They did not lose a map in their closed qualifier run. Was a very dominant showing from them overall to get towards this position.
Mm-hmm. So it was one of the team that didn't lose. I think it was Team Bright, actually.
Team Bright, yes.
Yeah. Who also did
we just
lose
saw?
a single map.
Maybe a big reason why they were able to take that previous series victory. Pretty good then, so see if they're going to be able to continue for the closed qualifier teams.
So the thing that I was mentioning before is that, yeah, it was the Undying, which is fine. You know, you just want to make sure that you've got enough money to consistently buy out all these mangoes. You want to be spamming out that decay against both the Tiny and the Death Prophet. Make it a little bit more difficult for you to harass into this Morphling. He just wants the most passive game imaginable. Well, I say that. You got to worry if a PL gets super farmed, but you're feeling pretty confident in a Morphling as well to be able to carry the game for you. actually both teams kind of have a pretty good tools to be able to play without their position one, right? You've got an Ember Spirit combining together with a Tusk and a Snapfire. That's a lot of damage early on. That's a lot of control, lots of stuns. Not amazing push, but it's all right. And then Storm Spirit, once that Exorcism's available, he can look to make rotations together with the Glimpse back, the Avatos, the Exo. You've even got that frontline dive with XM and the Electric Vortex. So, yeah, both teams really do have quite similar feeling drafts, don't they?
They do indeed. It's going to be interesting to see how the lanes can kind of enable them off the back of this. I mean, we're already seeing that, you know, Dire up top were forced to go for these pulling shenanigans, which we often see versus the Undying. And they've got the Kree Wave in a very good position as well, so it's going to help out Ava early on to be able to find these much-needed levels. Meanwhile, XM mid lane is off to a great start here, even though with that previous death, unfortunately it wasn't the Ember that got the kill to maybe help offset the slight advantage that Storm usually has, but you see XM's having a pretty good time in regards to the last hits.
It's fine. Wonder what's going to happen up on this top side as soon as Supernova hit onto their level 3s. Might enable... are we calling him Dong or Winter? What are we going for Morphling?
Let's go Winter.
Okay. I love Winter Chan caster.
Same, but I prefer the... If we had the option, I would go with Winter.
You're not a fan of Dong?
No.
Okay.
Dire's courier has been
He might be able to get Frisk, though. Doesn't have any points in the Avalanche. Does toss, not back the Morphling. Troller in the right position to be able to stop that, but he'll still be able to walk on away.
Yep. So the lane's in a pretty good position here for Ava. The Death Prophet's going to be more than okay. Trying to keep tabs on how this bottom lane's even shaping up as well. Looks like Fly's off to a pretty good start here with the Phantom Lancer. Is there any concerns about maybe this nuke potential down bottom once they're able to find some levels on Chen and Sheep?
Yes, but not really sure what the point was of the tag team at level 2 here on Sheep. Did they use that to get the first blood or something? I did. No, they definitely used the ice shards there, so it really doesn't feel like it has that amazing synergy, right? You want to use the snowball to set up for the cookie into the scatterblast, so it feels like a bit of a missed opportunity there.
Look at this mid lane, a lot of emphasis. Frisk TPing in to try and refill the bottle. He's even going to stick around to take away one of the water runes. They've even got it outside making a rotation over as well. They're going to glimpse away Sheep, so they won't get that tag team to maybe turn it onto Frisk, and as a result, Hand's going to take a lot of damage from the combo.
At least he gets his tango. And Chola even just putting a single point into the Soul Rip to allow him to contest this lane at all. So XM going to continue having a good time. He's built up a tiny bit of an XP advantage, and we all know how important it is for this mid lane for whichever spirit it is that gets to their level 6 first. So much more kill potential off the back of that. So right now XM with a slight lead because Han doesn't want to just come into this lane and contest. He doesn't have the resources to do so. He might, speaking of contesting, yeah, Frisk is hanging around, but I really feel like without that Avalanche available, you just don't have that same level of kill threat as you might want. He even wants to potentially start making some stacks, and, well, he's actually going to be enabled to do so. Chola not following up onto the high ground, so won't be able to get that body block off. He also still, with the last couple of seconds of daytime, has vision of where this Undying is looking to play. So it's going to enable XM to perhaps play towards the left side if they want, but they might actually just go for a kill instead.
Okay, Chola in some trouble. Tombstone's going to be layered down. Let's get a nice little health burst out from the Decay. Maybe they can turn it. Radiant looking to try and address with the Tombstone, but now with the Tusk showing up as well, XM. Second death of the game here for the position to Storm. And now Frisk as well is in some trouble. Slide up in a couple of seconds. Can he find the angle for it? Frisk's not going to be able to juke through the tree line, so he will go down. Now they're outside looking for a rebuttal, but Han's been able to pick up that level 6 thanks to all the kills, and looks like the Ember's okay. They're even hoping for a bottle refill. Find it. Yes, they can.
Right before the power rune as well, so all these guys are going to stick around. Looking to cover both of them with that freshly picked up Remnant. XM really feels like he just wants to stay in this lane as much as he can. It's going to be a haste rune as well. So outside, he's in a pretty dicey position here with that Remnant going to continue the chase. Things Things going fairly well for Supernova.
That they are. It's great stuff for them. Take a look at what is this? What's the result we're seeing on the side lanes, though? Like, no real difference. Morphling's farming up well. Ava's farming up well. Bottom lane, Fly has definitely got a big advantage over Chen at the moment, which is probably one of the big differences that we're seeing. But Ava is diving Winter top lane. Forced out of rotation out of Sheep.
Oh, stands right on top of him as well. Not quite into that
He's
level 6
only
just
got
yet.
one Siphon, which might be an issue with now the Undying looking to rotate as well. Ava's got a lot of one charges to look to use, but he's going to be killed off behind the tower.
Okay, and even put a second point into that tag team. Sheep not wanting to play around the Snapfire for now, it seems, with Chen just being able to get that double bracer available. He's got the raindrops as well, so not copping a ton of harass from Fly, but he can't throw it back the other way either. He's just going to continue to grow this net worth lead, slowly chip away at that raindrop charges. Look at that, he's just completely pushing him away. He might just get this solo kill.
Find him, Fly.
I mean,
It's Cookie on over the
Fly
top.
still stopped him from securing 2 out of the 3 range creeps that were there. Got the experience, but might be able to go for finishing the kill here. Will they
This is
have any
deep.
TPs?
This is deep. Fly.
Lance.
Oh, it's not enough. And now he's in a lot of trouble. Where's he run? They're cutting off every escape avenue. Moto Kiss is used as well. Wait. Okay. Alright. At least silver lining, XM is going to be able to pick up the regen runes. That's nice for the Storm Spirit to help try and keep up with his farm. But Supernova, this is quite the start for the boys on Dire.
They're doing a good job. I really want to just see XM push out this mid wave. It's going to be pretty obvious what his movement's going to be, but just make a movement up towards top. He's going to need to run there, though. I guess he can zip the majority of the way because he's got that regen rune to play with, but Ava's just popped that exorcism on the top side, so looking to try and take this away. Even just Winter trying his best to dissuade it, get the creeps pulled away from the tower, but I don't think there's anything that this Morphling can do. Seems like the boys want to back it up, though. Han and Sheep looking to act as reinforcements.
See, maxed out slide, so plenty of damage. That side's going to be in a lot of trouble. Kinetic Field, nothing they can do. They're even going to snowball over the top. Frisk is now the next target. They've got to be cautious, though, fighting into the Exo. It will expire now, though, so they don't have that big advantage.
Oh, cheeky play. Did you see that? He got the Sleight of Fist onto the Storm Spirit right after he used the regen rune as well, because he was playing right underneath that Observer Ward. So nicely done. Some cool little plays coming through from Han here, specifically. He's 4-0-2, just 9.5 minutes in.
Oh, you said this was his comfort hero in the Ember, though, right?
Mm-hmm. The
Now
only
they're
hero that they're super worried about is Fly here on the PL, and well, the fact that they've been able to secure one of those early kills onto him is a big bonus, and well, they might even just get a second.
Fly just gets blown up, and a Han as well. He's onto the Disruptor. So Supernova, quite the start, 9 kills. You've got all the heroes down bottom. See if they're going to be able to get some damage to the tower with Winter being here. He's got 3 points up in the attribute shift, and maybe they'll just look for the trade. I mean, top tower's already gone down for Piggy Killer. Would you like to see them look to defend bottom if you're Radiant?
Do they have the tools to do it is the real question, right? You've just got the tome delivered on outside. I wonder if he's just going to buy it to give it over to Frisk, just because of how important tiny levels are, but you can honestly say the same for a Disruptor. And really hit that peak at around level 7 or so, where you've got maxed out Glimpse plus the Static Storm, just a single point. Actually look to make a bit of a smoke here. This is that roaming trio that I was talking about. Even without the Ember Spirit, they're able to get a lot done just off the back of stun into teamfight control with that Tombstone.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Dude, they've got some incredible neutral items. Highlight them shortly, because you do have a smoke that Supernova trying to connect on with Han.
They walk underneath the tower, so the high ground ward's going to reveal itself. Sheep, he pings it out immediately, so it's like they're going to protect Chola as he gets that D ward off. Nice little benefit, and the mid tower push continues. Haven't seen a second Exo come out. Are they going to look to try and fight this one here? Ava
You got
just
Mac.
short of buying the Ogre Axe, so maybe that's going to give him the confidence that he needs to be able to push into this one. Just going for a smoke of their own. They want to try and take out, I'd probably say the Undying if they can. He already dropped
Chola's
the
even just going to
tomb,
drop the Tombstone,
I
and
like
now
it
the
a lot.
Kisses follow up as well. Frisk, he's in trouble and he won't have an opportunity to land the combo, so Supernova making sure they start the fight before Picky Killers are able to get set up to mount that defense, and now they might even run into Fly as well. They're going to get confirmation
Winter's
of his
careful,
position
though.
pretty shortly.
He's very deep on this Morphling.
Is under attack.
Oh, we got the attribute shift off on the high ground. Still, it should be an overwhelming amount of damage with all these ultimates committed to get the kill. So finally, something will go the way of Piggy Killer.
I mean, that's a bit of pub mentality, I think, just thinking that you could be that deep without any sort of response coming from the other team. And, well, they punished him accordingly. Were they under a smoke? Because they even had an observer ward set up there from Chola previously. Can't recall.
Yeah, I honestly, it was just happening. I already can't remember. But yeah, I did want to mention that Piggy Killer got pretty goddamn lucky with the neutral items. XM, Fairy's Trinket. They got the Tumblr's Toy, which is actually on the Disruptor at the moment, which is, yeah, I thought kind of interesting. He's holding the Seeds of Serenity for Frisk, so maybe wanting to tank up a little bit because they are lacking some health.
It's
I
just a
don't,
mistake.
You reckon? I don't think so.
You think they need to tank up with a Death Prophet with Mech and Ogre Axe? Actually, he's got Billy
Storm
Greaves
Spirit?
finished.
All the damage on a sheep at the moment. Should be able to secure the kill. Now, Han, he's only got Chola playing behind him, so the Ember's going to be forced to glimpse away. Although Winter even wants to get back involved down bottom. Can they catch up to Ava, though? Greaves has already been activated. Even Fly is going to come down. It is a Diffuser Blade completed here for the PL, so they've got to be cautious.
Running a little low on
Start to
resources,
get the
though.
meta burn going. Winter's going to commit into the fight and look at the Static Storm turn around in the choke point. Ember and the Undying caught out, but importantly, Chen, he's been able to activate the Mortimer Kisses, but that stopped short thanks to the silence on Ava. A little bit hesitant, though. XM's going to try and split away to the left side of the cookie, unable to dodge it as Winter finds the double kill.
That's the
But
last
Ava's still
siphon.
looking to try and charge into the middle. They've got Sheep nearby to potentially block off an escape avenue, but Ava, he will disengage before there is that opportunity with the shard. So a little bit of back and forth throughout that skirmish.
Staying a little bit too long. Great Static Storm that they were able to land there. And, well, Han, he's been able to do a lot with not so much as Ember Spirits tending to do. 200 gold away from that Maelstrom as well, and it's going to be straight into the BKB afterwards because he wants to be that frontline presence. You've got no one else on the team to do it right now until Sheep at least gets into the Blink Dagger. Been impressed with Chen's performance as well. Might not have the greatest amount of net worth, but his contribution to these team fights has been incredibly solid.
Yep. It is going to get more difficult as the game goes on, though. We already just saw in that team fight where the Kisses was cancelled pretty early on, and it's going to be similar. Like, Radiant have a lot of ways to be able to cancel that from afar. Like, you've got even just a silence on the Death Prophet's got a pretty good cast range, but you're going to have max out Glimpse, Storm can find you, Tiny can find you, even honestly a PL, depending on his location. So his positioning will have to be pretty on point, but maybe that's where the survivability, sorry, maybe that's where the stats can come into play to help out.
Just having a look at Chola's quick buy. Sorry, there is actually a smoke going on during all of this, and they see that they're in the region with the Sentry Ward drop down previously, so seems like he's happy enough just to pop the smoke, make sure that it's not one of his cores going down. Doesn't feel great.
Are they gonna?
Yeah, mid-tower, is that what you're thinking?
Oh, I was just going to quickly say, they're going to get a double D ward on Supernova. The two wards placed pretty much at the exact same spot for Radiant,
True,
so
actually.
Arno's going to be cautious. Static Storm's at the ready. Playing a little bit too aggressive, trying to get rid of the vision, and that's going to be the cost of his own life. And again, we see the silence from Ava as well, so...
Little trigger happy on the Kisses as well. Could have maybe moved forward a little bit further, allowed the mech to go off, but yeah, you got to make sure that you're being very, very protective of these cores. And, well, now I thought they were maybe going to be able to go into the push before this point.
Sheep inside the river's going to try and target down outside. Cookie's not going to go on forward, so the Disruptor's okay, but the Tombstone's proving to be a bit of an issue for the Disruptor. Outside, one more zombie. Oh, he's not going to go down, and now XM, he's in the middle. They're onto Chola as well. Dying.
That
Looks
green
like it's going to be okay.
It's doing
Dude,
a lot.
Undying's got shard.
That's what I was about to say before that broke out. I'm like, oh, that's a bit of an interesting build. Maybe he just wants to play around that reduced Flesh Golem cooldown a whole lot more. Play super active with his Ember Spirit, but oh, he's actually gone away from the Maelstrom. He's died a couple too many times. He's like, you know what? Yes, we're against a PL, but I am the front line. I need to not die to these Static Storms because it's twice now, and there's only 2 deaths that have been off the back of that. Even going to Radiance after the Maelstrom eventually.
Okay, very
He's role
interesting.
playing. Just burn, burn, burn. That's all he wants.
Yeah.
He wants a Cloak of Flames. He wants everything.
And importantly, just looking to itemize to address Fly's PL, who, even with 3 deaths, is still kind of struggling. We see in regards to the net worth. He's starting to find his farm, though. Diffusal Blade and the Yasha. So Fly will be able to keep up surely, but you know, we have seen it's a bit more of a slow game for him. And I mean, his counterpart in Winter on the Morphling. What a great game. Early BKB got coming out from the Morph, just needing the recipes as his last component.
All right, so Vision game, not looking great right now for Piggy Killer. They're grouping up together because they've been missing off the map for quite some time. You've got the Tiny with the Blink Dagger of his own, though, and they actually get the reveal of it first. So it's not going to be a complete surprise. Who's going to make the jump forward?
Winter. Waveform over the top. They're going to be forced to lay down the Static
Nice too.
Storm. And look at the control holding them inside the AoE silence, but they've got to address the kisses. With the damage coming through, Hunt can look to clean up. They're trying to chase down Ava for the moment. Pretty tanky though on top of the Death Prophet. Looks like that'll be all she wrote for that little engagement. Probably will be favoring Piggy Killer, especially if they can get more kills off the back of it as well. Great silence towards the backline here for the Death Prophet. Gonna stop any response coming through to maybe protect the Undying. And now Han, he's in some trouble. Well, Haste Rune activated the Ember. He's gonna be okay. In fact, wanting to turn it back around. PL not respecting him. Fly. Oh, they got the real chains on the PL, and as a result, big kill for them to find. So in the end, back in we go. Frisk with the opening. XM with the follow-up. The damage, it's just not there. Han. Okay. XM. Nice hit.
Should be able to finally get this T1 down, but they're still going to glyph it. They're like, we got to keep this for as long as possible. Enable our Morphling to just get that tiny bit more farm. Yeah, well, what do you reckon about that that BKB instead of the Manta style for him as that first item? I guess it's just really giving a lot of respect through to outside with how well he's been able to play, and these Static Storms have been on point almost every time.
Yep. Yeah, I think that's the case. And we have seen him get very active as well, so maybe he just likes a little bit more of an active Morphling. Maybe he feels it's a game where overall he just has to get involved in these fights.
You know, if it's a team decision, I like it because it's going to make a lot of sense with that that Flesh Golem from... oh, maybe this is what they were wanting to get it for, right? It enables Chola to even potentially solo Roshan, just with all of those zombies that the right clicks from the Flesh Golem are going to be able to spawn. But, well, they're going to get assistance as well from the tag team. Should be able to secure this one, even having the little Shredder as well to provide some additional minus armor in addition to the Orb of Corrosion. Frisk, could he make the big play here, though? That Tombstone might end up cancelling the Blink Dagger.
Be a bit too late, so Winter's going to be able to pick up the Aegis. That is a BKB now completed as well for the Morphling. So a little bit awkward with having that second life in the BKB, but nonetheless, she's going to have a lot of immunity inside these team fights now. So a bit of a scary timing for Piggy Killer. You are still ways away from Fly really being that true raid boss that you're hoping that PL will reach eventually.
At least this time now he's got the Manta style, right? So if he gets rooted by the Searing Chains, he's going to have an out. Oh, and as soon as you see the Morphling on this bottom side, I think that's going to be the trigger for Piggy Killer to go. They know there's no Morphling.
And they should be able to get rid of Chola, which I feel like is a big component to the lineup, but now they're already looking for more as well with the Glimpse back sheet. It's not going to get some distance away, but Supernova, they are starting to bring Winter over as well, and they've got the kisses. Abe's going to be okay for the moment, but maybe the right clicks from Winter can prove to be a bit of an issue here for the Death Prophet.
Siphon's about to
Going to be able to
expire.
look to retreat back towards the rest of the team. They're going to be cautious because XM still has an Arcane Rune to play with. Zip's going to be off the mark though, and as a result, Supernova will be okay with their remaining heroes to get away, although Frisk looking for a toss target, hold 10 into place. Going to be able to send him up in the air. Hand's actually going to look to go for outside instead. Remaining duration out of the beacon. He commits with the Remnant. They'll get the kill for the TP up. The BKB doesn't cover it. Oh, Frisk wasn't able to find the cancellation, so just got the kill and was able to get out.
Sneaky, sneaky. Just able to get away with that little bit extra. And, I mean, it is props to Picky Killer, though, for that instant decision-making. Just as soon as Morphling shows bottom, go. And, well, some credit needs to be given to Winter, too, for his decision to say, you know, I screwed up. Time to join the rest of the boys. I need to get there quickly. Even used a waveform purely to get to that team fight. It's getting closer and closer, of course, towards his own Manta style. Going to be effective against the DP silence. And just to provide a little bit more of that ghost push. The lack of
Top tower.
objective taking is still a bit of an issue for me, for Supernova. You know, it's going to be almost entirely off of the back of Winter in his Morphling. So the fact that he's still got about 2.5 minutes left on this Aegis. They had a siege creep there. They're going to force a glyph out. Let's see how much...
Radiant's bottom
what's up?
So I was going to say they might extra top Ava and XM are moving on up. Maybe just the right clicks, try and get some trade damage, force them back. TPs will start to come out. Just Winter at the moment. No one else has come back to base, but it won't be required. Are we a little bit concerned that maybe Chen's going to have some difficulties with scaling? I mean, he's 3-0 and 7 on the Snapfire, but we're just seeing the net worth's taking a bit of a hit at the moment compared to the other cores.
Yeah, I suppose. But again, this is another one of those games where probably Morphling is the hero to do it with. It's just like, look, I'm going to carry this game. And it feels like that's what they're confident about on Winter. So anything that's just going to enable that further is going to be a big win for him. So
Can he carry this game, though, against the PL?
I mean, once the Ember Spirit gets the Maelstrom, I think it's possible, which I believe he has coming out to him now. So,
Yep.
helps provide a little bit of that assistance. You can, like, gobble up, spit him into the middle, morph into, I don't know, DP. Feels kind of nice.
Oh, first nice blink. XM's actually on the higher ground, and they'll get a glimpse of him with the shards. Right into the Delta split away, so... I mean, with kind of what we were just mentioning, like, if there's concerns about the Morphling scaling to the PL, that's where you look to itemize to address him. And I mean, the Embers, of course, is showcasing that. We're probably going to have to see some other heroes as well consider about looking to have some AoE effectiveness to deal with the illusions.
I wonder if he even goes into, like, the Flame Guard DPS talent instead of the Searing Chains, just because you've got plenty of BKB buyers, you've got Manta style on the PL as well. Not sure if that Searing Chains is going to give you as much value as an extra 50 DPS against all those PL illusions.
Oh, I like that call. I like that call a lot. So, let's see. I mean, the net worth lead's growing for Picky Killers, even though Dire are playing with this Aegis, and it's about to expire as well for Winter. So, unfortunately for them, probably not getting as much as what they'd like out of this first life. I mean, at least they were able to find that tier 2 tower down bottom. They got some outpost control, but it's just... What are we expecting next out of them? Are they close to any timing shortly here? Is actually XM in some trouble. Should be able to get out of range here for the snowball. Actually consider about turning it even back around with Frisk playing behind him.
Timing for Picky Killer, did you say?
For Supernova.
Hard to say, honestly. They don't really have that much, you know, coming up next. You've finished up the Blink Dagger on the Tusk, and you're still a mile away from getting that next big item. You know, Chrysalis is probably the next one coming through, but Ember Spirit, he's not close to Radiance. Snapfire, she's not close to Blink or Aghanim, so it comes a question of how much can you stall this out? Because yes, Ember Spirit's capable of dealing with the PL, but not if he gets into like the Heart and eventually the Skadi after that.
Yeah. And I mean, we were speaking about Flyflave, with all these deaths, is having a difficult time to keep up in the net worth, but
Not
he's
anymore.
been getting so much space. Not anymore. Top of the net worth, 17, heart completed. And with that, he's already starting to move over towards a team just in case he's required. He's got maybe even mid lane that he's going to be able to farm up as well. So, yeah, this PL is not at that stage yet, but he's getting close.
Who's going to be able to get... Oh, actually dropped the tombstone on the high ground. Really wanting to protect their vision as much as possible. And, well, they do. It's the Observer Ward that stays up there. They only got rid of the sentry there on Ava. So they maintain somewhat of their control. Speaking of that Chrysalis, you've got it now coming out for winter. So could this be the trigger for them to make the move? The thing is, there's no real reason for them to want to go down towards the bottom side of the map. They want to really just establish themselves around this Roche pit a lot more, I feel, on Supernova. You could also take a tier 1 tower top, potentially tier 2 mid if you win a team fight, but bottom, there's no towers. Outpost doesn't feel like the most value at this stage of the game either. But you got to make a decision now because, well, Piggy Killer, they're just looking to push on forward and they might force you back instead, which is, you don't want to be making defensive TPs when Roshan has the potential to respawn in a minute.
Dire structures are fortified.
They do have a great understanding of exactly where Supernova are, though. Once again, that deep ward placed by Frisk, completely scouting out Winter's position and might even catch out a smoke if they're not careful.
They're going to look for their own smoke. Cross map here from Peaky Hiller.
Bottom tower is under attack.
You're not expecting it, potentially thinking that they're going to be playing behind Flyfly, and or Eva will reveal the Crypt Swarm in the lane. So they are well aware of what is occurring. They're going to get their own vision set up.
Big wraparound.
So Radiant's scan does connect.
Courier has
Even
been
Courier
Flyfly
as well.
took the tier 2 tower solo, though, on the bottom side. He's still here.
Level 18 now. That's a big timing here with the maxed out Juxtapose.
He's only 200 gold away from getting a Mage Slayer as well. So in terms of being able to enable his survivability and as well take it away from that Morphling and Ember Spirit, it's going to go a long way. Uncontested.
That's another tower.
middle tower is under
It's important
Just
to
go bottom?
protect Roche, but yeah, there we go. Finally, they make some kind of defensive movement, but as soon as they do that, I feel like Piggy Killer are just going to want to group up and, you know, see where else everyone else is, right? Morphling's away.
Look at everyone on the board. The silence. It's on to 3. What a start for them. And now Frisk, he's got the follow-up as well. They're going to toss the Snapfire into the middle of the fight. Instantly taken care of. And meanwhile, Flyfly is looking to try and address the Tombstone. Once that's taken care of, it can turn towards some of the other heroes instead. But the BKB is being activated from Nova, so they're going to be able to stand strong. Winter looking at waveform over the top. He's got the tiny combo to work with, the cookie control as well. Is it enough? The force start to help Flyfly
Quad
reposition
silence.
Dire. They're out of the resources. They don't have the health pool to continue to take this long drawn out fight. As XM's unstoppable, Flyfly's looking to be up in their face, and
They just
I'm
had
sure
no
we'll be
objectives
able
to fight
make-
around. They let the towers go. They couldn't TP back to it. They couldn't fight underneath it. They were just free to walk on forward whenever they wanted on Piggy Killer. That's unfortunately some of that experience coming to the front. Double buyback expanded as well, and well, Flyfly with that Mage Slayer shows how much of a menace he can be.
Dire's middle tower has
I like the Mjolnir pickup by Han as well, but he used it on himself while he was just standing around on the backlines. You want that to be on the main target that Flyfly's trying to burst down, and, well, if he doesn't have that BKB available, it's not going to be you.
Oh, Frisk. Look at the jump in onto the Snapfire. He brought back
Dieback.
prior. Well, Dieback here for Chen. Han's back alive. You got the Morphling as well. Alright. See what they're able to do to hold the base. I mean, Flyfly seems like it is at the stage where they got PL issues. Winter's going to try and waveform, but they got the disarm before the BKB. Nothing is going to be able to do in the Ember. He's just gone as well, blown up from 4 to 0. Silence lay it down before the attribute shift. He's gone, and they're going to call it quits. They made him work for it in the end, but Piggy Killer, they will be able to take game 1 30 minutes in.
Ended how I expected. First 24 minutes of this game, I was feeling relatively solid about how Supernova were able to take that one. You know, it never really felt like it was going too far out of their hands, but as soon as they just let Fly have a little bit too much space, as soon as they just got perhaps a bit greedy with some of their movements and playing around the wrong areas of the map, and they had some TPs punished very effectively by the more experienced opponents, that was when Fly had the chance to be able to take these fights with the outnumber, get back, get the heart, get into the Mage Slayer, and then he was unkillable from then on.
Look, I'm not going to lie. I'm pretty concerned with some of the early game from what we saw. I don't know how much we should read into it. If it's just game one, if you still, chemistry needs to be built in some of the communication. But Supernova did a really good job at some of their early game movements and was very impressed with how the Ember was able to perform. You said it was one of his best heroes. Unfortunately, they just weren't able to capitalize on the lead they had early, and really that first roast they were able to find as well. But in the end, the experience is always a valuable tool that was enough to help them win out.
Ava was nutty here. He went triple silence into quad silence, all the while just having that Guardian Greaves buffing up your PL and all of the illusions and making sure that the Storm Spirit had that additional mana to be able to play with. Ava played a really solid game.
Yeah, that he did, and there was a first pick, Death Prophet as well. So something that they now shown a lot of priority on. And I wonder if there's going to be some respect. But if you ban it out, then what are you leaving in for the side of Piggy Killers? But yeah, Ava showed that this is going to be a scary hero. XM also plays a very formidable Death Prophet as well. So in the end, you saw 7, 1, and 12 for DP. Quite the performance, and overall they're able to stem the bleeding. It was getting a little bit scary at some stages in that game, but Fly's like, boys, it's okay. We got the PL. We're going to be okay.
Ava for me is the MVP. He did equal most hero damage. He died the least amount of times. He was participating in 90% of the kills. He did 8,000 healing, and he didn't lead on building damage, but that's just because Fly was left to take 2 tier 2 towers solo. And then, of course, the very end of that game. So big props to Ava, number one. Yeah,
very, very impressed with his performance. So we'll see what they're going to look to do if they address the Death Prophet, if they leave it in. Because I kind of asked the question towards the start of the panel, I just brought it up, I think, actually. We just haven't been seeing Death Prophet so far. We've done, we did the first day China, we did the first day Western Europe, and we haven't been seeing DP. And this year is still goddamn strong.
You see some bans. But I think it's still first phase worthy, especially when Lina isn't in the meta anymore. You really only need to ban out some of these really high, get rid of the Drow, which really makes you suffer until you can at least pick up that plate mail for yourself and maybe the sniper, and then you're good to go, basically.
Well, overall, though, for Supernova, it was a impressive first 20 minutes of Dota, but unfortunately, that's where the experience was able to come into play for Piggy Killer. They could kind of slow down the game, get themselves in a position where they felt strong enough, and then ever since then, there was no looking back for them. So a nice debut. They're going to be able to take game 1. Can they replicate this in game 2? We'll find out after the break. Well, in the end, Picky Killer, they're going to be able to take game one, but it definitely was a hard-fought game here. Went 30 minutes, but we saw what Supernova was able to do through the first 20 minutes. Just as a question of, can they replicate that and then fix up some of those mid-game mistakes? And we've got a draft coming up shortly. Those odds not looking too good for the boys on Supernova, but what are we wanting to see addressed in this next game for Supernova? Is it maybe some drafting things that we want to be addressed, or some game style that needs to be looked at?
Draft was fine. They just need more push. Again, they had solid enough exits from the laning stage. They just couldn't make anything happen before the PL truly came online, right? And also, I mean, it was a big mistake, but it's something that they can learn from at the very end, where they just let PL take 2 towers solo. Shouldn't happen.
10 seconds.
I mean, this is why you want to play the really good teams early on, because you're going to be able to see those things and identify why you happened, what sort of comms were going on at the time. I'm sure they're probably recording their own communication as well, just so that they can look back and listen in and see what was actually going on during the game.
Well, we do see, though, a lot of emphasis onto Ava's heroes, though. First phase of bans are Supernova, the Death Prophet, and the Beastmaster banned up. And for Picky Killer, there's going to be no Broodmother and the Undying. The Enchantress is a hero that you've been continuing to bring up so far. Of course, it is something that Outside is very comfortable on, so they're going to look to pick it up in the first pick.
Provides a lot, and I feel like it's going to be a lot more effective these days, considering what you're going up against, right? Like, you're much more likely to be going into these heroes that provide a lot of that early push because it's relatively weaker. So you've got to make sure that you've got something that can address that. Enchantress does in the position 5 role. And as well, you could probably get away with it because the melee pos 1s tend to be a little bit more prominent these days. So you're not seeing the Lina anymore. Sure, there's Drow and Sniper and everything else that goes along with that, but it really does feel like the current meta favors melee. So Enchantress feels nice. Tiny's a nice response to it, though. A little bit of flexibility. It tends to be Sheep that plays this one. Just thinking what else they want to have to be able to respond to this Enchantress. Whatever it is, it just needs to be some burst. I wouldn't hate a Mirana.
10 seconds remaining.
It is a couple of supports, potentially, though.
Dire team pick.
Maybe they could snap. Yeah. Feels fine.
Okay, so still potentially 2 supports, but also 2 heroes that can be flexed into core roles, which is really the important thing. So they've got the 18th to 24th, which means that flex is going to be very difficult for Picky Killer to be able to deal with as we get towards the later stages of the draft. But
it's a nice way to respond to the Enchantress as well, right? Like, yes, you're able to get a lot of damage in onto, let's say, the Tiny, but as soon as that level 2, level 3 gets picked up by the Supernova offlane, assuming this is going to be another Chen Snapfire and a position 4 Tiny, you get out of position on that Enchantress, you're dead. You know, you are going to die to Avatos combo into Cookie, into Scatterblast. So I wonder if it's, what position 1 Picky Killer might choose to be able to respond to this, and do they even commit this early on to that sort of thing? Nope, they're just going to go, you know what, XM, you had a pretty good game on the Storm Spirit. It's going to provide a little bit of that backline disruption. So yeah, why not?
I already see a pretty instant ban with the anti-mage. Like, yeah, no, we're not going to
even
entertain
this.
to. Exactly right. It's not going to slip through. No chance for Winter to be able to pick that one up. So we'll see. Like you said, XM had a pretty solid Storm Spirit game prior, something he's comfortable in. So why not go for his hero at the 8th?
Ooh, could be a juicy Timbersaw game for SRF.
I was going to bring up that I wonder if they were going to consider about picking it in the first phase, but just...
I think still, while they're a little uncertain as to what these lanes are going to be, that's they want to see where this Tiny is being played, basically. Because if you get into an early-ish Blink Dagger, then you can look to somewhat counter the Timbersaw, right? Avatos combo off the back of a Blink with plenty of levels into Mortimer's Kisses. Maybe you need another stun to be able to convert it, but it's going to provide you a lot. I still feel like Supernova can get away with a Mirana now with all of this setup, and as well, it means that laning into the Enchantress doesn't feel quite so bad either, if that's the way that you want to do it. Leaves them some flex too, considering they just have that one pick coming out of the to start the second phase of this draft. So that's how I'm feeling for Supernova. Also, this Primal Beast suggests that maybe they would be considering the Nature's Prophet as well, just as another fast-paced. It's not something that they really play all that much, but when I see a Primal Beast ban, that is immediately what my mind snaps to.
Yep.
10 seconds remaining.
Even maybe the Naga Siren as well is something that they're considering a little bit. Ench doesn't really deal with it all that well. Storm until you get Ags and Ag Shard, not the greatest either. Ensnare sets up for, yeah, maybe they can go like Mirana Naga Siren, right? And then you have Ensnare set up for Arrow, plenty of team fight, enough push, plenty of burst, decent enough lanes. I would like it.
Yeah, and nicely for them, again, they're going to have plenty of time to be able to work out what the core matchups are going to be for Picky Killer. So you're probably going to pick your position 5, I imagine, for Supernova.
Yeah, that's where the Mirana, I think, is going to come out.
Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
Besides the Mirana, are we... Well, they ban the Nature's Prophet themselves. Okay.
Okay.
Besides the Mirana, what's even left? I mean, Disruptor's still in the pool. Clockwork's there.
Silencer.
Yep, Silencer.
They play a
Still a
5
couple of-
Zeus as well.
Okay. Very
10
interesting.
seconds remaining.
Clock, SB, Bounty.
5 seconds remaining.
Chola plays some unorthodox 5s.
And Black some unorthodox builds as well, by the looks of it.
Yeah, the Undying second item Flesh Golem, wasn't it? No, it was first. Didn't
was
even
first,
get the
yeah.
Arcane Boots before them.
Let's see. What 5s are going to be? What are you going to go, brothers?
Oh, he's the one doing the majority of the talking. Him and Han are basically just going back and forth as to what's going to be good. They're going to go for the Silencer, just banking on a lot of this early pressure that they're going to be able to apply. So I'm assuming, like, this could still be a tiny mid, but if not, they could just look to go back into that Ember Spirit again. You know that Picky Killer's not going to pick it, right? They had the potential maybe to go for a Silencer themselves, but they're not going to pick up an Ember Spirit when they've already got the Storm. So Silencer feels solid enough. You can get a lot of this early tempo. Still does leave the issue of push in my eyes. So as long as they address that with whatever position 1 they're looking to go for, I'm generally okay with it. But it is something that they need to take into consideration because, again, first 24 minutes, they were fine. They had it was a 40% win probability, but it wasn't out of their hands by any stretch.
Yep.
But they waited too long because they couldn't push, and hopefully they've identified that issue. And, well, hopefully we saw them boot camping in the Asta training camp. Hopefully they've got someone that they could speak to in the downtime, if not from Team Asta proper, who might be traveling at the moment over to Europe to participate in the third-party tournaments. Maybe Asta Ares, you know?
Well, snag the Mirana themselves. So Tide Mirana is quite a strong laning setup, gush into all the right-click spam. Mirana can even kind of set up with a slow into the arrow as well, which is going to be nice.
Wonder if you Blightstone as well on the Mirana, just to make it even worse.
10 seconds remaining.
Then even if you look to itemize into armor, it doesn't really change much.
Remaining.
What are we feeling?
I mean,
No,
Tide
it's a-
slows the game down, right? That's the big thing. And oh, I like that.
Yeah.
I like that a lot.
Lesh is already banned out. I mean, it doesn't... Yes, you've got Storm, and Fly's not really... doesn't really think of like a Lesh 1 player anyway, but regardless, one of the better matchups. You'll probably look to get rid of the Bloodseeker, though.
Ban the Morph as well, if you're Supernova.
5 seconds remaining.
Love playing into the Slark as Morphling.
You don't reckon the matchup goes back and forth, depending on... No? Okay.
I mean, to be able to have, with your Aghanim Scepter, a way to stop Slark from building up those early stacks, of the Essence Shift is really important because you're stealing away a lot of his agility. You're also getting not only the way to engage with the pounce, ×2, by the way, you're also still having your waveform for escape. So, yeah, for me, Morphling is the biggest counter to the Slark outside of the Leshrac. And Bloodseeker.
Radiant team ban.
Will that be the Ember ban? So we saw, of course, the matchup prior, a little bit concerned. I mean, Han had quite the Ember game, so something else we're going to have to see from him last. There is still, of course, some flex as well with the Tiny. Not sure if that's going to go mid, not sure if that's going to be support. Snap still can be flexed around as well, so what that Supernova still have?
Give me the push.
There we go.
Give me a DK, something. Slark's not going to be able to do enough, in my eyes, to be able to counter that one out. Unless, what offlaners can they still look to go if they wanted to run this Tiny mid instead? Because Tiny does do a lot of his last hitting off the back of just being a big boy and using the tree grab in the lane. So Storm isn't necessarily going to be able to get a wand and be able to spam stuff out.
Ooh.
In fact, it's Piggy Killer going for a bit more of an aggressive style with the old Lone Druid, huh? I mean, Lone Druid tends to be good when you're up against low damage. And I don't necessarily think Supernova have low damage. Tiny Snap provides a lot. I'm going to need to see their last pick overall look to provide that as well.
5 seconds remaining.
What can they go here?
Well, it needs to be a hero that comes online relatively early, right? Because Piggy Killer just kind of looked to run over this game on the Lone Drill. This hero does not scale well.
I mean, could they LC? You've got damage to be able to guarantee duel. Tide can't get away. You duel the Storm and you're pretty happy. And, you know, just for in lane, you're contesting against the bear most of the time. So counterattack feels kind of nice. Bumps the snap down to a 4. Tiny goes mid. It's fast-ish as well, isn't it? Like, Blade Mail and Blink is all you really need. You can even toss him in, but it's a Panko instead. It's fast-paced. They really got to play around these siege creeps. That's my big thing, right? So as long as Ava's not dying in bad positions and is able to just put himself there in front, then you should be feeling fairly satisfied. Although, if Han gets the Diffusal Blade, then, you know, the Tide Hunter with the potential to Anchor Smash isn't going to mean anything if you just don't have the mana to do so.
I do like the Pango last pick. It is into one of the worst matchups on the Storm Spirit, which is my only concern. Storm's always going to be able to get on top of him through the entirety of the game. The lane's pretty nice as well for XM. But as a hero that gets involved early on, has a little bit of team fight, can be a bit of a nuisance for the bear to be able to address as well. Matchup can go back and forth. Lucky Shot can be kind of nice, but the bear's always nice versus these slippery heroes as well. If you get that first route, often you're just controlling them afterwards as well. So I don't hate the Pango. It's definitely not an easy game for him, but it was an easy game for the Ember last game. He had a pretty good performance, so we'll see. Where are we feeling about this game?
I mean, you got to back Piggy Killer in general, but I am seeing some holes in the draft, right? Like, if Han's able to get a decent time out of that laning stage, to get into an early diffusal, then that hinders the Tide in a big way. It hinders the Storm in a big way. The Disarm is going to provide a ton of value against the Lone Druid Bear as well. It's, like I said, not like they're lacking damage to be able to kill that bear as well. So, I mean, I think Supernova can take it. It's just going to come down to that decision-making and what they're able to do around the siege creeps. Can they take objectives? Because I don't feel like Piggy Killer are going to give their lives up for free. You know, from the stories that I've heard from some of the C players that go over to play in China, that is something that's drilled into their mind. Don't give your life up for free. So we'll see if that's going to bleed through to the boys on Piggy Killer.
So for them to unlock the kind of catapult timings, what lanes need to go right for them to be able to look to play around maybe the 5-10 minute mark when those catapults are spawning?
I really don't think Slark changes much of anything around that catapult timing. It's really, to me, just this top lane. The Tiny plus the Snapfire very, very strong lane once you hit that level 3 mark like I was talking about before. Yes, you've got probably one of the strongest laners in the Enchantress to be able to provide protection for the Lone Druid. I'm just going to have a quick look, actually. What's the Lone Druid holding? Okay, so it is a Blightstone as well onto the Bear. I quite like that. So it's going to allow you to actually still get some harassment in onto the front lines without necessarily putting outside in harm's way a fair amount. And he's holding on to a decent amount of stats for himself as well.
Begins.
A minor thing, but Harm was able to get the deny on their Observer Ward mid, so stop the D ward going the way of Piggy Killer. And in the end, we're going to get a 2-for-2 with the bounty runes as well. So we do have a bit of a lane swap, though. Looks like they're going to try to avoid this Slark into the Tide. I am a very big fan of this setup.
Anytime you can look to change things up, it's a pretty big deal. I mean, Chola, poor Chola, he's got a lot of mangoes, so just looking to, I suppose, spam out the spells as much as possible. You can just see Blightstone immediately first hit route. I wonder if that's a bit of an indication of how this game's going to go, but really doesn't feel like Winter's going to be able to get too much out of this lane, unfortunately. Chola's going to need to spend a lot of his time just trying to harass, and every time he moves forward, outside's just going to give him the business. Won't even be able to block up either of these camps, so outside has free reign to be able to take away one of these, the Hill Troll Priest. You've got even more survivability for the lane.
Would we just like to see Winter start running top? Because don't you
too
pick
late.
this Slark? Okay.
Won't have time, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, now you avoid one of the better matchups that you were hoping for. Probably a big reason why you did pick the Slark to lane into the Tide Hunter, and it's going to give Fly a free time to be able to farm on this Druid. Outside's already got a hard pull as well, so this creep wave is going to be in a great position for Dire look to play with. They got a goddamn Satyr as well to prove to be an issue as well. So bottom looks like it is already set up for success. Nova try and get aggressive early with the level 2s. Top lane, though, it's actually Friss that's able to find first blood, something we brought up in the draft, that the Tide Hunter and the Mirana, quite the laning duo, but the Gush was to be able to set up for the Mirana's right-click damage. 62 base, went double slippers and double branch, so a lot of stats to be able to help out with that right-click.
Yeah, most of the times when you see the Mirana and they've used a bunch of leaps, it's to get away, but I'm pretty sure Frisk used that one to play a lot more aggressively and actually jump in and use that extra attack speed. Yeah, they do get Fly, though.
Oh, oh no.
He just summoned the bear.
He's already All right. Okay, well done.
It's a big deal.
A very, very big deal.
I wonder how much you're going to need to give the Tango over to the Slark here before you get back and try and make any sort of pulls happen, but you can really afford to leave Winter in this lane solo. Outside, of course, is going to make sure that you're not getting a free pull off here on Chola. They might actually try and go for a bit of a kill onto the Ench, but he's level 2 now, so he's going to have that Ench's attendance available. It's going to be enough, though?
Why not be? Winter looking for a little bit more damage. Won't be able to find it, though, so outside's just be able to slip on away. So the Kree Wave is at least in a pretty good position for Picky Killers down bottom.
And just as I was about to say, I wonder if he's going to queue up the Orb of Venom. It was actually already coming out to him on the Courier, so Winter playing this lane very well. He's been on point with the pounces that he's been able to land so far, and even just pulling the lane back. It's not going to manipulate it that much because it's just the single Hill Troll Berserker. But actually, outside, probably more likely to be just pulling... Well, doesn't get the full wave, actually. Was thinking he might have tried to pull the full wave back towards the tower. So, a couple of uncharacteristic mistakes by Pika Killer once again in this early stages of the game.
Yep. And meanwhile, though, this mid matchup looking very comfortable at the moment here for XM. 24-5 compared to the 16-1. So XM is off to a great start, and this is a lane that's going to favor him. So this is a matchup that favors him overall, and even Frisk is... Oh my. It's getting cute. That's so rough when you got the enemy team's supports rotating. Bottom lane, Fly again. Whenever the Slark's able to get on top of him. That's another bear down.
This is really not what you were expecting out of, this lane switch up. You were wanting to get a bit of a free time here, especially like Ench has got basically the best creeps to have had. You know, you had the Hill Troll Priest to be able to start with, so just a little bit of that extra healing for the lane for your bear. The bear still dies, they have to resummon it, then you die, then you get a mana burn creep, still dies, so things not looking too great. I wonder if, how many mangoes is he holding on to on Chola? Still got the 3, so once this Lone Druid comes back to the lane, he's actually gone top.
He's top?
Yep. All right. Not what you want. Still a minute away from that bear resummon as well. Talked about their laning prowess again on
Lane
Supernova.
XM might be able to get a kill on Han. Let's get some protection out of the shield crash, just enough to keep him alive in the end.
It's got to make sure he gets away as quickly as possible. Good movement by Chola, coming through to this mid lane, making sure that XM isn't going to be able to completely push this one out, but he has to be careful with his positioning because XM is just one creep away from hitting up onto that level 6. They actually see Chola as well. I wonder if he's going to go for a dive here. Wanting to maintain his status to be able to influence these lanes, with Pango just about to TP back towards the lane.
And we're going to see straight away, oh, we stopped the shield crash. So Han not going to be playing around with that absorption. XM is going to be able to dive deep as a result of this, and they can take the tower. Outside actually doesn't get the aggro, so not the worst. The fact that at least get the trade when we thought they were going to get the kill without dying top lane. Fly.
Not again.
Pretty low. Yeah. Very worried.
They'd love to have an observer ward up here just to be able to place up into this top side of the lane like where Sheep's patrolling to right now. He's actually going to go for the full wraparound, and the creep wave isn't going to see him. Found him again.
Fly. He does not look comfortable on this Druid. Just watching him CS, missing a lot of last hits in the lane. And
really feels like it's going to have to be the XM show, right? He's doing a good job in this mid lane, taking down the tower to half HP off the back of that Pango kill, where he had to TP back to the lane. Things are going to become a tiny bit easier for Han, though, once he gets a couple more last hits, being able to secure that level 6 for himself. There we go. He's picked it up.
Frisk.
Oh. Actually ended up
Might go down with
swashbuckling
the
forward
curse.
into the arrow.
Yeah, Frisk gonna go down, and now XM as well. Should be okay. Hasn't used the zip just yet, but it's not gonna matter. With an early use of the Rolling Thunder. Puts it on cooldown, which is a bit of an opening now for XM to potentially find a kill. He's only got outside to play with.
Chola's kind of low as well, and they would realize this. So, that Observer Ward still able to stay up on the dire side of the mid lane. So, XM not going to be able to continue pushing on forward. They have a complete understanding of where everything is. XM, is he going to get the bottle refill? I think it's probably going to be, no, not too slow. Able to get it through from Frisk there.
So, is it Midas time for Firefly? I keep looking over to see if he's queued something up. He doesn't have anything yet. How do you even recover on the Druid? Sheep?
It's going to have to be.
Like you said, the XM show is going to continue. You need to keep this here for the Storm Spirit. Once with Han going over, we'll be forced outside to pick it up, but
it's not just a big win for the Snapfire as well, but having the Slark able to just lane solo into the Tide Hunter. You're very happy with this one as well. Tide's still getting a decent amount of farm, but you are not concerned at all here on Winter. So you're going to be able to hit some nice timings, and again, go for that relatively early Aghanim Scepter just to be able to, again, continue to create a lot of harassment for this Lone Druid.
They can definitely kill the Slark with like a Ravage into XM Vortex. That'll be enough control to get rid of Winter.
Nice scan.
See, he's got 15 stacks, actually, the Wand and the Fairy Fire. In fact, it's going to be a fight that still breaks out over by the Outpost. Both the supports from Nova, they're in some trouble. Chip's going to get the combo, which will at least help Chola get some distance away. And now with Winter here, going to be cautious though, because even Ava's starting to move on over as well. Unprotected with the Rolling Thunder, looking to try and create some chaos. It's going to bounce down to the low ground. XM in some trouble. He's used all his mana, so there's going to be no damage fall up inside the Ravage. Ava popping it early on, and XM, he's still going to die. Chen even TP's down to get involved from the offlane Snapfire. So once again, back-to-back games for Supernova that the early game they're shining in. Fortunately for them, they won't get Ava though with a nice TPR, recognizing there weren't no stuns to stop that.
That was literally just delivered by the courier as well. I had a look when he was making the run away, and once the kisses were popped, it was the right decision. They just didn't have any idea that the courier was coming with that last save and piece of paper to be able to get back to base.
Healing power.
Outside? He's going to be in trouble. Cookie finds a connection. He's got 2 points up in the Nature's Attendance, but he will still go down. And Mohan should be okay as well. Look at him standing strong.
Not a ton of amount to play around with XM.
No.
It's going into the corrosion, but I would kind of prefer to see Han just rush this defusal. Like, he has had an incredibly solid game. It's going to still deal really well with these heroes before the BKB start to come out. Honestly, even the Lone Druid as well. Like, just being able to completely burn the mana from the Bear, for example, with the Swashbuckle could be great to prevent something like a Savage Roar even from coming through. It's not going to get into the Shard anytime soon with the amount of farm that he's been able to get.
They might lose the Bear as well. Sheep. Oh, he doesn't get the toss on it. Very close. They are starting to smoke top, though. But they're already here to try and take the fight. XM looking to try and target down Chen at the moment. They're going to be quick with the kill and look to get out because read it, they're coming. They'll find the Snapfire.
Oh,
Here comes the reinforcements. Time with the Rolling Thunder from really far away. And oh no. Fly gets blown up. Now XM's used all his mana pool as well. Got the detection under the tower. He might still tick out to the curse. Looks like, would that be the case? The help of the Veil? Oh, Shield Crash, XM. Ooh. Oh no, he zipped into him. Wait, do they see him?
Oh.
No, wait, what the hell am I watching? XM?
Oh, what a player.
They got swashed
2
up, surely. He
seconds.
should go down.
Sidestep.
They dodge it? No, what?
Oh,
no.
this man.
Wait, how
Toss.
are people so freaking good at Dota? Why can't I do that? Why can't I do that in my pubs, huh? I try, but it doesn't work. I sidestep, but they still get me.
Nutty.
Tell me.
I mean,
Tell me.
I'm just remembering back to an old Sing Sing quote where it's like, when he's playing against worse people, when he tries to go for these next level things, it doesn't work out because they move in the way that's not, like, ideal, you know? So maybe that's it. Maybe you're just too good.
Oh, wow. Thank you. Thank you. That's boosting my confidence. I appreciate
the only
that.
one you're ever going to get.
Dude, outside got the tier 1 tower off the back of that mid. There's still Dark Troll summoners. Oh, God. Now, they're even going to be eyeing up Winter down bottom. So, again, this is the combo that we were bringing up earlier. You got the Ravage to be able to set up for the arrow, and hopefully the Storm Spirit if he looks to come on down.
It's going to take a while, though. And this is a Tide Hunter that's gone into a bit more of a beefier build. He's there to stop the push. He's not a Meteor Hammer style. What are we looking at?
Oh, I'm seeing Fly with his Midas recipe and not having a bear to get the full components.
Soon, 5 seconds.
Hurting. Yeah, he's had it for a while, though. Like, I've looked over it. It's been quite long since the bear's been dead. There we go.
I mean, he literally just resummoned the bear 5 seconds before he died. So, yeah, they got the kill, then he resummoned it, got all that gold and experience, and still dies. So, the road to recovery begins. Good position by Frisk.
Long road.
Nope. Sheep just misused the Tumbler's toy there. Not sure if this is worth the Rolling Thunder, but, well, there's that defusal reveal. So they're going to know that this is available. I would look to, I guess they're feeling confident enough just to be able to go towards this bottom lane, but mid feels like a much higher priority for mine. They're looking to try and catch out Ava. If they're able, this is what the Tide Hunter with this Hood build does, right? It forces you to commit a full rotation with the team, right? Because he is very, very tanky, even with the Slark, even with the Diffusal Blade, that you just need to address that. And still, with all those people, they're not going to be able to take this tower super easily. Eventually they should. But look at outside. He's picking up a lot of farm for himself. Like you said before, he was able to take the mid-tier 1 tower solo. He's setting the Dark Troll Summon to top. So this Enchantress is really making up ground for
Oh,
everything that
Slark.
Lone Druid wasn't able to do.
They're actually going to stop
Nice
the arrow,
arrow.
and he runs into it. And the chain control is going to come out afterwards. A defensive global silence, but it does
late.
not matter. And now this tower is going to go down as well, with the TPs getting cancelled. So nice sequence of events favoring Piggy Killers.
Tiny and Snap have the TP. Someone's going to have to come back and defend this. I'm not sure if you want to pop the glyph quite so soon. It is still, of course, that Dark Troll Summoner doing a ton of damage. And
Oh,
yep,
wow.
Here we go. Snap's coming.
And they're going to cut off the rotation to top. Chola
Dire's middle
is going to be caught out. A little bit extra gold for XM. It's a bit of a streak as well. And you were saying earlier it needs to be the XM show. And no, he's second in net worth. So Chola's definitely going to enable him. They might be able to catch out Fristo. What the heck?
Han just went too far forward. He was trying to get the swashbuckle through for the extra hit. And well, that just meant that Sheep actually ended up connecting in onto him with the toss. So not able to get that full combo off. It's just these little mistakes. That's all Piggy Killer are going to need to be able to come back into this one, despite probably one of the worst laning stages I could see, I can remember from a Lone Druid, and he's still only
Oh, long
1,000
zip in.
behind.
Flyfly, he's licking his lips. Sees an opportunity to get the kill. With the help of XM, should be able to find it. Although Chen's staying alive for quite long, and the boys are starting to rotate. Flyfly might think it's safe to farm, but that's not going to be the case.
Good
He's got to
TP.
get out, looking to duck into the tree line. Savage Roar, will he make it? No, Han stops him short. He's going to hope the bear can buy
It's
some
dead.
time, but it's not going to matter. Eddie's gone. Never mind.
Poor bear. Unbearable.
Yeah, don't do that again.
No, I'll do it all day. I got more.
No, please, no.
Well-
What's Ava go? He's got 2,800 gold saved up. What are we wanting out of this for the Tide?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Don't hate the halberd that he's got queued. It really doesn't feel like it's Aghanim Scepter's going to be able to do too much. I say that as he queues it up entirely. Like, is it just delay? Is it pushing out these lanes? Like Enchantress has done a really good job of it.
So sometimes the thing with Tide, when you're against some matchups that you can't stand your ground against, the Scepter can be nice where you can play distance. You're going to get a lot of value out of Gush eventually when Flyfly is actually doing something, because he's going Deso as well, so you're going to have double minus armor. So there is kind of that, but the Slark is someone, if you're in the middle of the fight, Slark's just going to feast on you. So Gush can kind of help you play a little bit towards the back line.
Dire's middle tower.
Speaking of Slark, getting towards that Aghanim Scepter for himself, holding on to just the single sentry ward for now. But they've got a lot of map to be able to play around with. These wards having to be in super unorthodox places that Slark probably doesn't want to be at this period of time. Piggy Killer, they know they're playing from behind right now. They're giving the most safe farm on the map to Flyfly, even if it's not going to influence the map state as it currently
lane XM.
is.
He's going to reveal himself, and as a result, they should be able to get the kill with the combos coming out. Instant use of the ultimates, and we're just seeing the value they're getting out of this Veil from Chol. Like, it's a great item for them, considering all the spell damage they have, and it's really helping out to be able to find these quick bursts.
Yeah, love the Veil on heroes like the Hoodwink, the Silencer, the Ogre, but like you said, it's really what it does for the whole team. A lot of the abilities, a lot of the damage, excuse me, that you're coming from isn't from right clicks. It's really only Slark that's going to do that for the first little bit of the game.
Scanning.
It's a nice Philosopher's Stone for Sheep, assuming he's going to be the one carrying it. Oh, they might... Did they even give this to Flyfly? Just to hold onto the real
lane?
Lone Druid?
Ava's in some trouble. It's on the outside here. Does he want to use a Ravage defensive? The rest of the team's not nearby, but
No
won't even be
detection.
required. Nice
Oh, they
use of
had
the
it.
Moonlight Shadow.
They had a sentry on the Slark, but maybe it was in the backpack and took too long.
Scan. They still know they're here. It's still holding red at the moment. Han. Oh no, the Invis giving them all the information, but the Ravage is going to go out. But the Mortimer Kisses, it's not cancelled. So it's enough damage to get the kill onto Frisk. And so he's going to
just
have
wants
another
to get the
pounce up in a
defusal
couple
off.
of seconds. He won't be able to land it though onto Ava, and as a result, he might be able to escape. But Sheep
They're
is
just gonna
into
hit
the middle.
bear.
We'll turn to it with ease. Flyfly's bear once again. It's going to go down. He does have a resummon at least, so we were playing with the bear back up, but still
It's a lot of money each time.
Yes, a lot of money.
And experience, more importantly. You know, these are heroes that really thrive off of having that early experience. Pango especially, you know, the faster you can get into that level 25 talent, even just level 15, with the fact that he's gone for this Aghanim Scepter early on for Han is going to be big. And it's not really a game where you need to go a Maelstrom, right? You can just look to go Basher after this.
Winter's missing a lot of pounces.
It was
Not
close.
a lot of mana though for XM.
Ooh, 2, 1.
Does he have the pounce? Oh, they just got him. This one's going to be on the mark. Beautifully done from Winter. The big kill for them to find. Ward's been pretty on point so far from Supernova. Of course, it does kind of help out with having a Slark, meaning that you can de-ward yourselves, but in regards to the supports, have done a very good job to place his vision across the map to enable some of the kills.
Really does feel like Ava and Outside are needing to take over this one a little bit, push in the bottom lane, force some defensive rotations back up, give more space for Lone Druid. He's got the Deso now on the Bear, almost level 12 as well, so going to get a nice little HP bonus to his true form once he gets to that state. And more importantly, the Aghanim Shard. That's really going to prevent a lot of this deep dive coming through from the Slark especially, but they're wanting to keep the pressure up off the back of the Aegis to perhaps go for a few of these deeper dives themselves. There we go. Look at all that space that they've been able to make. Tower's down to 50 HP on this bottom side, so you might have gotten Roche, but you're going to make it a little bit more challenging to play around this next little bit. Wonder if Winter moves up top, moves up a little bit. He will go underneath that vision. He's even going to get this deny off because he sees the Mud Golem walking around wanting to get a few extra hits in.
All things considering, though, this net worth lead has gone back in a Piggy Killer's favor. So Firefly's got that Deso. What's coming on the Corey? He's got the Shard now as well. So
Yep.
We'll see. I mean, this is going to be the big kind of moment for Supernova. We saw them be able to find First Roche the previous game, but it's a lineup that works with First Roche much better than what they had prior. They can get very active and can look to starve out them up. It's a little unfortunate that it is daytime, so you don't have that nighttime vision for the Slark to look to utilize, but still, you're going to look to really try and starve out Piggy Killer with this Ages of the Immortal.
So much of the damage coming through from Picket Killer as well is like single target direct damage. Yeah, you got a little bit of splash coming from, you know, the Anchor Smash, the Ravage, the Static Remnant, but as soon as he gets into this Aghanim Shard on the Slark, like you've got two ways of just being completely untargetable and just having free reign in a lot of these fights. He doesn't have the Aegis to play around with, though. It was actually Han that picked that one up because of how quickly the Slark TP'd down towards that bottom side. But, well, can they take more with the last couple of minutes of it?
The Outpost, have they found Fly?
Oh, not again.
Someone's
Someone's got to carry some dust.
We're going to get rooted up. Meanwhile, inside the mid lane, though.
It's a big kill.
Well, the Outpost still with the Bears in some trouble. The Force Staff's going to help him reposition. Firefly continuing to escape with the Rolling Thunder. Will help close the distance. Can they keep him alive with the Nature's attendance? They cannot. Han with the finishing blow, but the rest of the team is starting to move on over. They've got the Ravager ready for Ava. A quick use. But can they deal with the Slark? First, going to look to hold him down here with the arrow. A big kill for them to find a Han as well. Is in some trouble for the shield crash. It's not a guff mitigation. They can set themselves up for this next respawn. Han, it's going to be a very difficult escape for the Pangoli. He'll try and TP out, but Frisk stops it short. Gets the godlike streak as well for the Miranda, and that's a big fight that Picky Killers goes their way. The advantage for Supernova, they don't get a whole lot out of this first Roshan.
They don't. They're able to take tier 1 towers, and you probably want at least a single tier 2 to be able to feel truly satisfied with it. That's the downside, of course, of giving over the Aegis to a Pango that has a lot of survivability already, right? They really don't have anyone that's going to hit him during the Rolling Thunder, and well, with the way he's using the shield crash, you can just look to time that one so that you're barely taking any damage. So I would feel a bit differently if the Slark had a BKB perhaps to be able to play around with, but he just didn't. It was great combinations of the stuns together, Ravage being used. Didn't even matter at the end of the day that he was underneath the Shadow Dance at the time. Yeah. He's actually just going to go into a Basher as well. I don't know, man. I really value the BKB this game for Slark. Feel like they've got the damage. Basher on Han is really what I'm looking for.
Dire are scanning.
They're running at Firefly again. Dude has never got a break.
At least you got outside.
Scans on the mark as well, so they know he's still here.
Should die.
Oh, with all that information, all the 5 men going down bottom, so XN's going to be able to shove up mid. They've shoved out top as well. So still, regardless, a lot of the map control going the way of Piggy Kill. Is Tempest League continuing to grow?
That's because of what Ava's doing. He's just constantly cutting waves. He's done it for the past, what feels like 15 minutes. Doing it bot, doing it top, forcing defensive movements. And this is not how you want to be playing. You want to be playing on the offensive, but, well, forces Winter to come back.
Rabbit's still on cooldown.
I know he's around as well.
There's someone. Ooh, Slark with the gem, so close to getting that jump. They're gonna be right. Look to reset. So
I think they can afford to farm for a little bit. Like,
on
it doesn't feel great.
Healer?
No, on Supernova. Like, I want to see them with the Basher on the Pango. He's got his level 15, so he's got the shield crash and ball. And I know he's going the Basher on the Slark. I'm still wanting the BKB for him. It's really just setting up for that next Roche fight to enable yourself to
mid lane Han. Look at the jump. It's a pretty good global stance, but XM's already popped the BKB, and Frisk as well purges it off thanks to the Greaves. So the fault control was there. Really nicely done. I mean, they could look to go again potentially if you want to. They're currently having some vision not on their side. Got to be cautious though. Ravage is at the ready. They can't group up. 4 staff going to be able to break the pounce. Ava's looking for the opening, but the Ava onto 3. It doesn't matter.
Depth shroud.
Ravage is out, but still, I mean, Winter's okay for the moment. He's popped all his defensive utility though, so Winter actually might have to be careful. The Savage Roar sets up for the arrow once again. Frisk is on the mark, and now this is the opportunity. Piggy Killer finally can start to chase down some of the members. Firefly wants all that revenge, all that hatred. He can let it out from Prior. Unfortunately, he won't be able to let the anger out onto Chen. He can blink away, so it looks like the snap fight is okay, but a big team fight victory going the way of Piggy Killer.
Does indeed. Got the melee creep just standing inside the Roche pit for now. Not going to be able to find out Chen. Even just looking for a further chase. They see that where the Wild Ring is running, just trying for the surprise. Yeah, they tried to catch him up on the high ground. Arrow was on point. The Savage Roar was on point as well. He's just going to be able to shrug this one off for now. Might be able to get one more creep wave pushed out. Basically do what Ava's been doing for the past 20 minutes. And then TP back to base. I think that's going to be the play. He's going to need to be quick though. Arrow, arrow, arrow. Oof. Right on the money.
Another big victory off the back of that fight is the fact they're able to get the gem off the Slark. So... Yep. A lot of the vision advantage is going to go the way of Piggy Killer.
Especially important right before Roshan. So a lot of the Supernova vision is on the defensive side rather than playing aggressively. And we know this is a lineup that likes to play aggressive. You've got Slark with Aghanim Scepter. You've got Pango with Blink Dagger. He's actually gone for the Aghanim Shard instead of the Basher. Not sure how I feel about that one. Maybe just... Well, you can't use it inside of even the Entangle, so...
Yeah.
Not sure.
Ava top lane might... He's got the gem as well. This is a really valuable kill. And they're going to find it. No one else is playing near the Tide. Real slow chase
is the question.
I was going to say. Doesn't have many trees to be able to run around, so all right.
5 heroes.
Big kill. They know that... There we go. Gem pick back up.
It's almost got a BKB for himself, so then he's not going to be able to get caught up on to allow those Essence Shift stacks to be stolen away quite so easily.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Slark going for the Silver Edge. He's a little tired of having to face up into this Tide Hunter. Even the Lone Druid to a lesser extent, right? You're able to just smash into him. You don't have to worry about the entangling claws. If you're able to get the break onto the bear, means you're much more confident in man fighting without the risk for yourself. Also, the disarm, of course, on the Pango is going to be a factor.
They're trying to gear up for a defense, though. Radiant's scared, but it's in the top jungle. TP there just yet. XM looking for the Vortex to set up for the arrow, but pretty good timing out of the Dark Pack.
Being denied.
That Winter's going to be okay.
Denied it, huh? Kind of an odd decision, especially considering it's right before Roche, and it was a pretty quick respawn. They're going to get instant information about it with that Wild Wing Ripper, and they're going to go for a smoke in response to it. Can they look to go for a
Going to be cautious as you
wraparound?
group
or-
up. They're ready at the Ravage. Great reactions
lucky.
out of Han. Libosan's going to come out though. Ava pops the BKB, looking to stand strong, but over to the right side. Winter and Han in combination together onto Firefly, but Firefly gets a bonus health out of the ultimate. Isn't enough to keep him alive. The Ravage to cover his tracks. He's not even dead just yet. Finally, the finishing blow is going to come out for Han, but at what cost? You've already lost the Slark. He'll be okay with his own TP. Except he's looking for Sheep. They have a way to stop it, should have the damage, and well, but the Vortex is there just in case. So in the end, Firefly once again, it's a sacrifice. He's up to 7 deaths for the Lone Druid, but regardless, Piggy Killer got to be pretty happy that they do come out on top in that skirmish.
It's another time where Slark's just getting locked out. I don't want to be a broken record, but the man needs the BKB. Finally, he gets it queued up, but this is already after, like, a full Mage Slayer, after a Shadow Blade. He might consider going the Silver Edge first. Really feels like just Dota 101 to get that sort of thing. And, well, for both sides, they did lose their core, so this isn't going to be a super quick Roshan. You do have a decent amount of minus armor, I suppose, on Piggy Killer's side, and well, they've got that outpost to be able to TP too, so will they look to respond to it at all? Doesn't seem like it.
XM's going to be pretty happy with
Love
this.
this. Yeah.
Probably give him the shard as well.
Maybe the tendies. Yeah.
Oh, yes. All right, well, that's more AoE control.
Dire's
Proved to be a potential issue for the Slark. He had it queued up
Gotta
anyway.
call it
looks like,
early.
for the time.
Ava's setting himself up to be MVP once again. Top of the net worth. Not even holding on to the gem. Constantly made space. Just the one death.
Yeah.
Probably was the one that called that lane switch up and moved back down towards the bottom side of the map and still farmed against the Slark once he had a couple of levels for himself.
Mid lane, XM. Looking for the opening. Hanzak's shard's going to be able to protect him. And Sheep's going to try and find an angle in as well. But XM has the Aegis, so they're actually going to counter-initiate into the middle as XM, protected with the BKB for the moment, is going to be in some trouble with the Global Silence, but they've got so much sustain. Frisk helping him out with the Greaves, so XM is more than okay, and that's a pretty big win for Piggy Killer. A lot of ultimates expended there, Nova. They're going to be cautious now with their positioning across the map.
I just want to back up a little bit. They don't have the Ravage to be able to play around with for another 10 seconds. They didn't continue to extend into the Supernova side of the map, considering the lack of vision that they had at that time. Now that they've got the Ravage, they just want to establish themselves on the map, play around this ancient camp, and push down one of the last remaining tier 2 towers that they've got to be able to siege into. Again, this is a level 18 Lone Druid. Had a rough time, but he's certainly recovered. Basically level with all other cores, with the exception of his own Tide Hunter, and he's the one that's got the tome queued up. Probably going to be quite some time until he gets into it, but he realizes how important this level 20 is for him as well. Just allows you to
Jump
stay in
in.
true form for a lot of the time.
Onto Frisk. Frisk's going to be okay. Hansel's going to try and find the opening with the Rolling Thunder. It's a decent combo out for the moment. Where's the damage really coming through? There's no one else there to be able to follow up, and now Ava, he's got the angle for the Ravage. It's not the greatest one, though. Radiant have done a really good job considering they still didn't have the Global Silence to work with the Sheep. Looking for the toss back. They're going to be able to find it. Pounce. XM's in some trouble. Second round of the Pounce, and XM,
Surely.
he's going to go down. Firefly, though, looking for some revenge, but the bear won't be able to get the damage, so they're on full-out retreat. Outside's the one with the gem. Can he TP out? That'll be stopped short thanks to Sheep. They even got a glimpse of Ava as well, just over the swashbuckler, and as a result, Ava will be okay.
And they got the gem back, though, and it's on the Slark, so he's going to be the one doing the majority of this dewarding. Big wins for them. Only, surprisingly, the 6 permanent Agi stacks onto Winter here. So hasn't really been able to build up too much of that later game presence for themselves. But you just see how value this Aghanim Scepter on the Pango is being. Just tons of AoE control that you're able to provide in these team fights. Yes, the BKBs are getting a little bit of value on the Storm as well as the Lone Druid, but it's just not enough.
See, they even gave the tome. Missed the Slark, so got the 20 now.
Arrow connects.
Yeah, maybe just a bit of poking.
Trying to force some kind of response.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
All right. Damn, Chola's it's pretty close to refresher, even after that buyback.
The Veil gives him some stats as well. Instead of choosing to put more into the Glaives of Wisdom, realizing that he's really not in a position to get any right clicks off other than just having the 1 there for the int steal. Don't think he's gotten any, by the way, unfortunately. But yeah, just putting it into the stats after this. Just wanting to make sure that he's always got the mana pool to be able to get that off.
Wonder if they have any neutral items that he could pick up pretty shortly.
The Philosopher's Stone gives 200.
Oh, true. Oh, never mind. This is definitely the best one then. I was looking at a rope, but I didn't even know the
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
stone gave 200 mana. There you go.
That's what I'm here for.
Thank you, sir. Quite the item. I mean, as a silencer to shove through, you're always kind of praying that you get
Even
this
tiny.
Philosopher's Stone. So that he bought 3 mangoes. All right, Chela's like, we're ready. I got the mangoes.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He's going to be revealed on this bottom side, so let's see how active they are in constantly checking inventories. It's going to reveal a lot about how they're going to be able to take these next couple of fights if they're wanting to. The Aegis would have been about to expire right about now, so teams know there's about 3 minutes left if they're active here. Man, look at Abel once again with this Tide Hunter going for a Scythe of Vice. Again, feeling like he needs to do everything this game. He's been pushing, he's been providing almost the perfect ravages every single time. He's a tanky beast just standing in on the front lines. He's forcing backwards rotations and he might be the one to find the Slark.
That Hex also probably gives him enough mana pool if he also wants to go into Refresher next.
Yep, wouldn't hate it.
Which is going to be a nice thing. You always need to kind of consider those mana items, especially for this hero. I was also looking, doesn't seem like they have some neutral items to kind of help out in that regard.
I'll find the
Well,
Mirana.
Friska's in a bit of trouble. Couple leaps, no more though. I'm going to guess right with the swashbuckle. Won't even make the attempt.
Tier 4 items time.
Okay.
Oh,
Prism's going to be pretty nice for Die. Both sides got a spell Prism, so they are very happy with that.
who's even holding on to this? I guess the Tide takes the spell Prism?
Radiant's bottom tower.
I would...
I mean, the thing
Let's-
is, with the Lone Druid, if you give it to him, then he literally has 100% true form uptime. So
Radiant's
I
middle
really
tower
wouldn't hate
is
seeing
under
that.
attack.
But
Yep, because... like Ava, like this Blast Streak's pretty important to keep him live versus the Slark.
yep.
So we'll
Ooh, I
we'll
like
see
this,
here.
actually. He's gotten the Flicker over on the Lone Druid, so that's a nice way to be able to get rid of the Global Silence and always be able to land that true form without having to buy the BKB for yourself.
Oh, they're high grounding.
Radiant's
I mean, they know that Chola bought back Price. If they can catch him off guard, it's going to be a pretty big kill. But you see
break.
the position with the Silencer.
Silver Edge is now showing. They've got BKB as well
Radiant's
on
structures are fortified.
the Slark. Luckily enough,
They-
they were able to use the...
They saw the Illusion Rune taken, so Ava's starting to move over. Very, very quick on the TP out from the Pango. Once he got it, it was a couple seconds late. They actually might have caught him out.
There's that Scythe. They're backing up entirely, but it feels like it's just to be able to secure that Scythe of Ice without enemy team knowing about it. Outside going to be the one that reveals in that mid lane, but they would have seen him appear out of nowhere, so maybe just trying to bait a bit of a
Winter.
movement forward. Oh,
And well, the Storm Spirit's going to get caught as well. Early use of the global silence, but of course, he's got a second round to use. XM, a defensive BKB. There's the double global, and they don't really get much
Nothing's
out of it for the
happening.
moment. Tidehunter, a defensive use of the BKB, but he's wanting to get into the middle. Ravage onto 3. XM with the follow-up. They've gotten rid of the Pangolier. They can now look to turn to the Tiny as well. This can enable Winter. They've used a lot, so the Slark starting to freely get the Essence going against the Tide. They're doing a pretty good job to kite the Slark, though. He hasn't been able to lock onto his target, surrounded by 4 members, but meanwhile, XM, he's on an island. No one else was backing up the Storm Spirit, so a very awkward fight from either side, and Winter, he wants to get back in the middle. Fly in some trouble, looking for the resummon. They'll be able to fear them away. The Hex is there, but hang on, the Pango he brought back. Oh, Han, no, you can't be losing the Pango like that. A dieback for the position too. Now it's up to Winter to potentially turn the team fight. He feels like there is no shot at that being the case, and unfortunately for them, Sheep even brought back as well, so
Roche is
Picky
up as
Killers, they
well.
will come out on top, and all right, Roche for the taking.
They might not even feel like they need to. The Pango is such a big part of their team fight. The ongoing control needed to be able to lock down this lone druid. You can see he's gotten a couple of Wraith Bands, just realizing how important that is for him. I mean, with holding the Flicker, doesn't need to go the BKB, but he still realizes the importance of it if he's able to get into it.
They see the Slark.
Ava's just been slightly off with his Scythe of Ice usages. He's been doing basically everything perfect this game so far, but a couple of times now just using it a little bit too quickly, with the Slark able to get the Dark Pact off and then not able to respond effectively enough when you know that it's not available. So well, they'll claim the Arcane Rune. Don't think they'll be able to get use out of this in combination together with a Ravage, unfortunately, but still enables them to go into this Roche Pit with comfort, knowing again that there's no Pangolier. This is Roshan number 3, and it's got an Aghanim Scepter on it as well. All right.
Probably the Storms, right?
Could be. I wouldn't hate seeing it on the Lone Druid as well, though. Just let him stay even further back in safety.
Okay. And currently, though, we've got the Ages on Fly. Cheese is in the backpack as well. We'll keep tabs on where that Aghanim's Blessing does go. He is still holding it for the moment.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Just acting as a
Storm's
courier
also-
right now. He's going for a Scythe too.
Yep.
Oh, that
Very, very close to it.
Stormcraft is real nice against Global Silence, against Slark even, to potentially break a little bit of that chain control.
That is always kind of the one big critique, right, of the Silencers, that there's just so many neutral items that completely nullify your ulti impact. You've got 2 with the Flicker now, and that Stormcrafter, so I mean, no one's even holding the Timeless Relic, which is saying something considering how strong that item, that neutral is.
They haven't even secured all of them, so they could even just get a Witchbane, so they've got another way to be able to deal with it. And this is before anything like Lotus has come out or anything like that.
On Dire or Radiant? I'll hold that, because... So got Han? Like, wait, Ava? Oh, he's going to guess off the mark. And Han, he's not going to give them any opportunity to maybe catch him up. Instant use of the ultimate. They're not going to get anything out of it, though, so at least it does keep him alive. Bit of a window now with this Rolling Thunder on cooldown for 50 seconds.
And the single range creep in that mid lane. Just doing it for the boys, making sure to disable that backdoor
Jesus.
protection. And yeah, you see what happens if you let a Lone Druid eventually get to that later stages of the game. He's got the AC, he's got the Desolator, just the Force charges into it. They're really looking to back him up with this Tidehunter off to the side.
Quickly keep tabs as well with that Blessing. XM, he did eat it, so he's got the Scepter now here for the Storm Spirit.
And the Scythe.
Oh, great Savage Roar. Zip in, XM. It's a lot of mana now. I mean, they have given him the cheese. Gobble up. All right, Winter's in. A very early use of the BKB, and they can just kite the Force Staffs. First bash, gearing up for the Ravage. Winter is not going to mess around. Defensive Shadow Dance, and he's out. But that's a window now for Dire to play with.
Got Rolling Thunder back up though, so let's see how they're going to look to use this one. Actually has the Aeon Disc delivered forward as
Nice
well. And
toss.
if they can kill the bear, that's a big deal.
But XM's looking to try and save it with the Vortex. They've got the Global Silence out. Ava's going to be able to purge it off with the BKB. It's an incredible ultimate from Ava, but where's the boys? No one's there to follow up. XM's going to make the attempt, but he doesn't get the cheese to protect himself. So XM gone for 80 seconds, and with that, Picky
That bear
Killers,
was resummoned.
they might look to try and double back here. But be cautious about Winter along with Han as well.
Looks like they'll be able to back off.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Fly, don't stick around for a bit too long. Did resummon the bear prior. They'd be pretty happy with getting this kill. They want to go for the hero instead, though. Winter charging on forward. 4 staffs have already been activated. The Gobble up sending Han into the middle as well. Is the bonus health going to be enough to keep him alive? The Tendy's onto 2 for the Druid. He'll go down. He's got the Aegis to work with. The Hex there controlling up the Slark. The chain control needs to be perfect. The damage from outside might be enough. Winter just survives on a slither of health. They're already looking for more, though. Trying to find that follow-up out of the Rolling Thunder. It's not going to be enough.
Oh, just a little bit short.
Very chaotic fight. Chris, what's going on? I'm just going to
trying
slowly
to cut
kill the
around the
Mirana.
Pango, but yeah.
Meanwhile, back inside the lane of the remnants of the T2 tower, but the Snapfire's in trouble, but the Depth Shroud will keep them healthy for the moment. As soon as they pop out, what's the call to make here on Die? But the Storm Spirit is back alive.
Just gotta wait for the side.
They've got to be cautious. They're going to buy back as well with the Rana. XM is going to try and find the opening. Got the BKB once again to get rid of the Suns. They'll turn towards the Pango. Now XM's already looking for the supporting cast, but they won't be able to cancel one TP, so they'll go for Winter instead. Again, the Shadow Dance, but as soon as he runs out, Hex is there instantly. Winter's really making him work for it. Silver's edge up in a couple of seconds, and he might live.
He will,
wow.
but you lose both of your other cores in the meantime. I was really surprised that they just let the Slark kite them around that entire time. He gets an Observer Ward on the retreat, approaching his level 25, so that's going to be really important for him, just to keep those Essence Shift stacks available for himself.
He bought out.
Gold away for all the Bloodthorn. Yeah, I mean, I don't think you're fighting into this. Yeah, he sold it again, but he's still short for the buyback because of that. All of that reliable gold turned into unreliable. So,
Radiant's middle barracks.
never feels great. He wants to be able to go up into this creep wave and clear it out. At least he will have that buyback
Jesus.
now.
Can they get Megas? They want
they get the kill on the Slark?
But the chain control Slark, well, he's got enough gold for buyback, but that's a huge win. He's going to use it instantly.
I think you got to try and make them potentially make a little bit of a backwards move, but they're not going to. They still feel really strong. You still got that cheese, double Scythe of Vice, Ravage is up as well.
And Ava's going to go for it. They got the target. Slark just brought back, and he might be dead for the last time this game. Beautifully done from Ava. You mentioned earlier the potential MVP. Found the Slark, locked onto his target. A big victory. Dude, they're chucking Chola.
That's just memes.
Not Chola, not the silencer. It's Hanyu sent into the middle. He's trying to hold them into place, doing whatever he can here with the pain clear, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough. The double Ravage into the Vortex. Picky Killers, it was a very difficult game too, but it looks like in the end, they will still be able to find the victory.
Yeah, very shaky. You know, one of the most horrific lanes for a low druid that I've ever seen. And they were still having like a 60% win probability at the, what was it, like the 22-minute mark or so? And then after that, just a few mistakes happened. A few Roche fights didn't necessarily go in their favor. And, well, we know that Picky Killer, despite, again, not playing perfectly, they're able to take advantage of mistakes better than almost any other team here in Division 2. So, got to give props to Ava. Him and Outside really let them ride through that period from like the, 12 to, honestly, 10 to 30-minute mark of that game.
Yeah, something we didn't really speak about with the Scepter for the Tidehunter was just what he was able to do across the map in regards to stalling it out. I'm 100% on board with...
I mentioned it.
Oh, I did? Okay. All right, never mind. Oh, well, sorry. I mean, when we were speaking about it early on, we started to mention it when we saw it like towards a later stage in his playstyle, but when we saw him going for the Scepter and we were kind of theory crafting on like what the reason was going to be, that's when we didn't bring it up. And I mean, Avo, he was thinking miles ahead, and what a performance, and a big reason of why they're able to get this game in a position where you could have these crazy late game performances like we saw. So still, it has to be said though, it was really rocky, and it's they've got some star caliber players, and for it to be
They can
as
bleed.
difficult as what they can bleed. Exactly right. They can indeed bleed.
Just to see how they go up against some of these other teams that through the qualifiers they just didn't have to play because you only needed 2 wins to be able to get from, you know, out of the 8 to the top 6. And well, Piggy Killer and God, who was it that won earlier today? We've cast so much Dota
Team
in the past
Bright?
little bit. Team Bright, yeah, they didn't have to play against each other, and both of them didn't drop a single game. So I'm keen to see what happens when they start to play up against each other.
When is that series going to be going on? That's day 4 here, so still in a little bit of time. That's going to close out week 1 where we get that matchup, so that's going to be exciting to see. But Peaky Killers, they get a win under their belt. Again, was shaky, but in the end, the experience paying off and some individual brilliance as well, which was the key thing to look at. We've got to keep tabs on how, if they're going to continue to try and pick up the Storm Spirit, because it's back-to-back games now for XM, and this time they picked it up very early in the first phase as well. So for them it was a good showing, and Fly's going to be like, I'll buy you dinner, lads. Like, I appreciate it. Next time we're together. Look, it definitely wasn't the game I'm looking to remember. That's my bad. But next series I got us. Don't worry.
I was really impressed by Han all throughout this series. I thought his Ember Spirit was great. I thought his Pangolier was great. He didn't really make too many mistakes. I thought itemization was on point all throughout. Maybe exception of that Aghanim Shard, but it did save him a couple of times just from stray arrows. So I was really impressed by the performance coming through from him. He's probably the real shining light that I'm hoping that a lot of the other teams start to take notice as well, and maybe if he's not able to make success with this team, he gets some more chances with tier 1 teams in the future.
Yeah, because that is really the big thing that we're mentioning a lot, is that this tour and next tour in particular is just really going to be a lot of these new players coming in, getting the limelight, getting the reps in against some pretty players that people would look up to in the China scene. I mean, Frisk in particular, you've again got Outside, known as Victoria, who's played on LGD teams. He's played on CDEC. So these are some people that when you get into the scene in China, you're definitely looking up.
We've got a bit of a separation now between the wins and losses. All winners on the left-hand side, all not winners on the right-hand side. And Poke with Supernova dying, they just get a +1. And they're now in 7th. So, little moral victories coming through. Let's go alphabets. If I make a team, I'm going to make it start with A, just so that I always get that chance for myself. But yeah, it was a pretty good first couple of days of China Dota. We've got a couple of days, I believe, until the next round before we start to separate the teams a little bit again. But what's your main takeaway out of these first 4 series that we've seen so far? Because we've cast every single one of them.
What is the main takeaway? I think really I just wasn't sure. I thought Peaky Killers was going to be the standout team, and like you said, showing that they can bleed. So for them, I think it's going to give a lot of confidence to the other teams. But so far, it looks like we have some pretty good action in store. Everyone seems relatively close in regards to skill level. So we've got 3 out of the 4 series have gone 3 games now. So that's going to be exciting to see. We do get to take a look at the schedule as well real quick for that upcoming day. So we got Lonely Rock and Roll up against Cactus. So 2 teams that have already won. And then Poke versus Meteor, 2 teams that we saw, of course, in last tour battle it out for that tiebreaker relegation slot. So they're actually going to verse each other pretty early on in this second tour.
It's a couple of winners versus a couple of losers for the third day coming through. And, well, someone's going to be feeling really happy. Someone's going to be feeling real sad. And, well, someone's going to be like, yeah, could be better. 1 win, 1 loss. We'll take it.
Yeah, we'll take it indeed. So it's been a good day so far of some Chinese action. Of course, that is going to be it for us. We will be back in a couple days for some more China Division 2 Spring Tour. We'll see you guys then.
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.